Konoha. Naruto's Abnormal Life Choices author. Mingyu Guhong. Chapter 76. Insomnia Tonight, additional chapter for Derek in the forest. The cold air is whistling. All shops on the street, except for ninja tool shops and drug stores that had to be open all day, had already closed. The doors and windows of the apartment building on Konoha Dainen Street were flapping in the north wind. After undergoing a full-body examination by Azuki Yugao and confirming that there were no injuries on his body, Naruto was rushed to the bathroom to take a shower. After putting in the hot water and soaking in the bathtub, my whole body instantly felt warm. Taking a hot bath is indeed the happiest thing in the world. Outside the bathroom, there were frequent and sweet jokes from Yuhi Kurenai and Azuki Yugao, ringing in Naruto's ears like silver bells. "Shion, you are also quite big, almost as big as me. Senior Hong, you are drunk." "No, how could I be drunk? My title is Konoha's wine god." "Alas, I shouldn't have given you wine to drink." "What are you talking about? I won't get drunk." When Shiri Hong was drunk, her voice was as soft as water, like the chirping of a baby bird. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. At this time, a black word, appeared on the arm. "It's Sasuke." Naruto had just answered a call from Sasuke when footsteps were suddenly heard outside. "Senior Hong, drink first, I'll go rub Naruto's back." Azuki Yugao sighed helplessly and opened the bathroom door without hesitation. "Naruto, sister is here to help you wash your body." Then he walked into the bathroom with a dignified manner. Naruto just looked back, quickly cut off contact with Sasuke, then squatted in the water with only his head out. In the hazy mist, Mao Shiyan wrapped in a bath towel walked into the bathroom, her heavy fruit trembling, her slender waist and snow-white and well-proportioned legs moving forward. "Sister Shion, I can do it myself." Naruto was soaking in the water, bubbles gurgling from his mouth. "Haha, it's okay, let me help you." Shion raised the corners of her lips and smiled slightly, carrying a small stool and sitting outside the bathtub. "Come and sit here." "Oh." Naruto sat down obediently and showed his back to Shiyan. "Naruto, I hope you won't be so impulsive next time." Azuki Yugao's small hands were round and delicate. She squeezed some shower gel in her hands, rubbed them together, and then applied it on Naruto's shoulders. "The moment her hand touched my shoulder, my pulse skipped a beat." "Very comfortable." Mao Shiyan continued. "It's good for a person to be kind, but the premise of your kindness should be to put your own life first." Although her tone was gentle, she was actually lecturing Naruto for disregarding his own life today in order to save Mrs. Sarutobi and Konohamaru. This was not something a ninja should say, and she was an Anbu directly under the Hokage. But she said it anyway. She had just witnessed Ji Feng's death and didn't want to see the child she had watched grow up die again. In fact, Shion had no mission today. After giving flowers to the lost Jifeng in the morning, she was alone in the apartment, feeling bored. Driven by the habits accumulated over the years and the recent burgeoning affection for Naruto, Shion wanted to follow and see what Naruto was doing. He followed Naruto all the way to Sarutobi's house, then to the hospital, and then to when Naruto was in danger. This is why Shion found the right opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Kisame. However, the gap in strength was too great and the sneak attack failed. "I understand." Naruto responded softly, "and Sister Shiyan's life must also be put first." "You are trying to make your sister happy." "Absolutely not." Shiyan smiled and said, "What about Mrs. Sarutobi?" "Okay. What does this have to do with her? She never helped me. I saved her just for the reward." Naruto said without hesitation, "Sister Shiyan is still the first." Shion's white and tender hands trembled, and after hesitating for a while, she suddenly asked, "What about your teacher Hong?" "Well, Teacher Hong is outside, she can hear the sound." Naruto said sullenly, "Teacher Hong and Sister Shiyan are both in the first place." Azuki Yugao stopped moving, her expression somewhat irritated. She raised her slender hand and gently pinched Naruto's cheek. "Little fool, how can you take care of so many first places? If you can take care of me, I can create a shadow clone." "What?" Naruto's mind was a little confused and he didn't dare to answer any more questions. After carefully wiping Naruto's shoulders and back, Shion washed her hands in the bathtub. Okay, you should get out soon after you soak for a while. Shion stood up, carried the small stool and walked out, reminding Naruto again, it's not good for your health to soak in the bath for too long, remember to get out early. I understand. Naruto turned around and answered with his already red face. His cute appearance made Shion couldn't help but bend down and pinch him again. Then she noticed Naruto's face turned even redder. Senior Hong was right, Naruto is really a bad boy. Azuki Yugao's stay was not long. Rather than coming to rub Naruto's back, it would be more accurate to say that she came deliberately to chat with Naruto alone. After floating in the water for a while, Naruto climbed out of the bathtub and wiped his body clean with the dry towel that Shion had prepared for him in advance. Then put on a bath towel. The bath towel was also Azuki Yugao's. She was wearing something like a miniskirt, while Naruto looked like a white Japanese kimono. The reason is that Azuki Yugao is too tall. She looks a little taller than Yuhi Kurenai, who is 1.7 meters tall, so her clothes look a little bulky on Naruto. I drained the water from the bathtub and walked out of the bathroom, and what came into view was a small room. This is the single apartment that Mao Shiyan bought in full. It has one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen and one bathroom. The whole house is very clean and everything is neatly arranged. It was not until Yuhi Kurenai got drunk that the small apartment began to feel a bit messy. She had taken a shower while Azuki Yugao was examining Naruto, and now she was lying on the sofa wrapped in a bath towel and holding a beer bottle, taking up most of the space. A pair of round and smooth legs crossed, a rosy face, and flowing long black curly hair falling in front of the snow-white and delicate collarbone, the whole person is in an extremely seductive state. Unfortunately, drool is flowing from the corner of his mouth. The image was completely ruined in an instant. Who could have imagined that the gentle Konoha goddess would behave like this after getting drunk? I guess Asuma would never have imagined in his life that the goddess of his dreams would have such a side to her. Seeing Naruto coming out, Yuhi Kurenai burped, waved and called out, Naruto, come over and have a drink with us. Senior, Naruto is still young and can't drink. Said Azuki Yugao. What do you mean small? It's not small anymore. Shiri Hong pounded the table in dissatisfaction, and the bath towel almost fell down. Naruto agreed with what Kurenai Yuhi said. Not small at all. Naruto sat down opposite them with a fierce expression. Sister Shion, I have grown up. Shiri Hong first supported her forehead, then burst out laughing. ? Naruto had a few question marks on his head. Didn't you say I'm not small? What's so funny about this? Kurenai Yuhi ignored Naruto's expression and a look of joy as bright as the sun blossomed on her face. When it reached her eyebrows, she stood up, opened her arms, hugged Naruto into her arms, and kneaded his face. Little brat, why do you become cuter the more I look at you? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. The faint scent of shower gel stimulated Naruto's taste buds. It was the scent of gardenia. This scent seemed to be able to move the soul. Naruto felt a little dizzy. Damn. I'm going to faint. Naruto has now truly become a member of the Uzumaki clan, and his pupils are spinning like turbines. It must be said that Kurenai Yuhi is worthy of being the #1 illusion master in Konoha. Even Naruto, who is a Jinchuriki and a cheater, cannot resist the illusion she casts. Azuki Yugao frowned and rescued Naruto from Yuhi Kurenai's arms. Senior Hong, it's already late, it's time to rest. Yeah, okay. Shiri Hong tapped her dizzy head and asked with narrowed eyes, where should I sleep? There is only one bed in my house, let's sleep together. Mao Shiyan raised her hand and pointed to the bedroom, then walked in holding the still dazed Naruto's hand. Shiri Kurenai followed. It was not until he turned off the lights and lay in the middle of the crib that Naruto realized what was going on. Huff. Shiri Hong drank a lot of wine and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Her breathing was particularly even. And Mao Shiyan had her back to him. In the dark night, Naruto's heartbeat was exceptionally fast, and his spirits were at their best ever at this moment. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from the quilt, I lost all desire to sleep. At this time, Azuki Yugao turned around, put her arms around Naruto's neck and hugged his shoulders. In the darkness, her eyes were exceptionally bright. She looked at Naruto with a faint smile as warm as spring breeze appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Good night, Naruto." The light pink lips parted slightly and gently touched Naruto's forehead. Naruto's eyes widened. "Good night, Sister Shion. Today, I seem to be suffering from insomnia." When Naruto woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. He was the only one in the room. I walked into the living room and saw notes left by Sister Shion and Teacher Hong. Sister Shion was going to report to the Anbu today, and Teacher Hong also had a mission to do. So they left early after waking up and helping Naruto wash his clothes. However, before leaving, he bought breakfast for Naruto and put it in the microwave so that Naruto could eat it when he woke up. I just took a glass of water to rinse my mouth, opened the microwave and saw the breakfast they left. Naruto, who never cooked for himself, recognized at a glance that these were Kobayashi's meat buns. In the entire Konoha village, only her family would leave red dots on the buns as a mark. Naruto remembered it very clearly. After eating all the buns in a few big bites, Naruto used the transformation technique to change into Shikamaru's appearance, opened the window and jumped out, then walked down the street in a bath towel. "Shikamaru." Suddenly someone called Shikamaru from behind Naruto. Naruto didn't react at first until a beautiful girl with flying blonde hair stood in front of him. "What are you dressing up like?" Ino looked at Naruto dressed as Shikamaru with her hands on her hips. "Forget it, never mind, I have something to tell you. Naruto is treating us to dinner today, you and Choji don't have to go, and you can inform him by the way." Chapter 77. Their luck is bad. You need to give me a good reason. On the street, Naruto, who had transformed into Shikamaru, said so. The weather after the autumn rain was cold but warm, the willow branches and leaves had turned yellow, and were falling between the two of them. Ino frowned and locked eyes with Naruto. She said, "I told you not to go, so don't go. Is that reason enough? You are so domineering, Ino-chan, but if I don't go, who will treat us?" Naruto had a smile on his face and looked at Ino with curved eyebrows. When they were in the hospital, she promised to treat her, Shikamaru and Choji to a meal to make amends, but today Ino didn't seem to want Shikamaru and Choji to come along. He had some idea of what Ino was thinking at the moment. "Shikamaru, aren't you disgusting? Why call me Ino-chan? And your eyes are ugly to begin with, so don't squint like Naruto. That's so stupid. Today's deal is settled. When you find Choji later, find a place to take him to eat, and come to me to report when we gather for the mission." Ino's tongue is particularly sharp, and she doesn't hold back at all when scolding her childhood friend. Naruto really wanted to record it if he could. It's best to play it back next to Shikamaru's ear. "I've told you not to imitate Naruto, you're not suitable. Never mind, it's up to you," Ino said earnestly, turned around and was about to leave with her smooth and delicate legs. At this moment, Naruto grabbed her wrist. Ino frowned and stared at him, then quickly pulled her hand back. "What are you doing? What's wrong with you? I told you not to call me that. You're so greasy." "Oh, okay." Naruto blinked and then said, "I'm not Shikamaru, Ino, you've got the wrong person." Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Ino tilted her head in confusion when she heard that. Then she saw Shikamaru forming hand seals, and as a puff of thick smoke gathered and dissipated, the person in front of her changed from the somewhat handsome Shikamaru to the handsome and sunny Naruto. The smile on the boy's face became dazzling, and Ino did not lower her head shyly under Naruto's gaze. Instead, she turned around and ran like crazy. The young girl, who was not very worldly wise, experienced for the first time in her life what social death meant. "Poochie." Naruto chuckled and turned into an unfamiliar face this time. "I returned home and changed into a more casual outfit. Naruto prefers the black and white combination, white on top and black on the bottom. After packing up, he folded Azuki Yugao's bathrobe and went out. Due to the death of the third Hokage and 2 consecutive invasions, the people of Konoha are now in panic and not many shops are open. Ichiraku Ramen, a perennial resident, is one of the few stores that continues to operate. Pass Ichiraku Ramen and turn left, and you will find the Yamanaka family's flower shop not far away. Ino sat on the public bench in front of the store, picking peach petals with her head down. Damn Naruto. Why pretend to be Shikamaru if you have nothing to do? I said so many humiliating things, it was so embarrassing. The time now is 11:30 in the morning, and an hour has passed since I met Naruto. The long golden hair with side bangs was blown by the breeze and fell on her pouty little mouth, causing a tickle. I blew upwards to free my hair, and then I saw that beautiful but annoying smiling face. Ino suddenly opened her eyes. The embarrassing scene just now seemed to be right in front of her. Her face blushed and she subconsciously wanted to escape, but Naruto stopped her. Ino, don't we want to go eat together? Let's go. I don't want to go. As the subtext that you don't want to give me a chance to apologize. Ino paused after hearing that, hesitated for a few seconds, then turned around and walked in front of Naruto, with her hands behind her back, muttering, "You're so annoying. Then let's go find Shikamaru and Choji first, they should be home." She originally wanted to go alone with Naruto, but this nasty guy actually pretended to be Shikamaru and wandered around the streets, making her extremely embarrassed. At this point, she was too embarrassed to even mention anything like meeting alone. No. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and walked to Ino's side. "I'll invite them alone when I have the chance next time." "Why?" Ino asked curiously. "Well, maybe because they have bad luck today. I'm afraid they'll get hit by something when they go out, so for their safety, let's go alone today." Naruto rubbed his chin and gave himself a perfect score for his answer. Ino looked at his smiling face, an unnatural blush appearing on her cheeks. "Is this an invitation to a date?" "Ino, what do you want to eat?" Naruto said, "Today I am here to make amends to you, you decide." When Ino heard him calling her Ino, instead of Ino-chan, as before, she actually felt a little uncomfortable. He said with an unhappy look, "Then I will definitely give you a good beating." "No problem, just tell me." Ino pursed her lips, and after some mental struggle, she pointed to Ichiraku Ramen not far away and said, "Let's eat ramen. I want the most expensive one." "Are you sure?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Is this what you mean by good rip-off?" Naruto lacks everything now, but the thing he lacks the least is money. He has accumulated several million taels just from making choices. Not to mention a good meal, even eating at every restaurant in the Land of Fire would be no problem at all. But Ino didn't know that in her opinion, Naruto was a lonely orphan and he definitely didn't have much money. Asking Naruto to treat her to ramen was already the best price she could think of that Naruto could accept. "Yeah, I like ramen." "Really?" Naruto didn't care what to eat, and said indifferently, "If you want to eat, then go ahead." Ichiraku Ramen's business is extremely popular. We had to wait in line for more than 10 minutes before we could get a table. As an old customer of Ichiraku Ramen, as soon as Naruto brought Ino into the store and sat down, the owner's daughter Ayame came over to clean their table. "Naruto-kun, this is your first time bringing a girl here," Ayame teased, glancing at the two. Naruto admitted openly, "It is indeed the first time I treat someone to food." "I understand. I'll give you some special ingredients later." A chorus covered her mouth and chuckled. After cleaning up, she left to greet other guests. Ino's cheeks were already flushed, and she glanced at Naruto with some joy in her heart. The first one. Just when Ino was immersed in joy, Ayame suddenly came back with 2 little girls. "Naruto-kun, there are no seats left in the restaurant. Can you let them share the table with you?" Ayame said a little embarrassedly. Naruto looked up and met the eyes of the cute and lovely girl with white eyes. Hinata immediately lowered her head, and her face looked a little embarrassed as she recalled the time when she almost fought with Naruto. "Naruto-kun, is he very angry with me?" Hinata's sister, Hyuga Hanabi, glanced at her sister who looked strange, then looked at the blonde boy opposite her, and couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, are you Naruto?" Naruto was somewhat surprised that Hanabi knew him, and replied, "Yes." "That's great, we should be able to sit together." Hinata Hanabi's eyes suddenly lit up. Naruto didn't notice the resentment that was coming out of Ino beside him, and nodded slowly, "Yeah, sure." Inside Konoha Hospital. After a night of treatment, Sarutobi Hazuki's high fever subsided. When she woke up and learned that Konohamaru was fine, the first thing she did was to ask how Naruto was. Only when she learned the final outcome from the Anbu and knew that Naruto was fine did she relax physically and mentally. If Naruto had an accident while protecting her and her child, then Sarutobi Hazuki would feel guilty for the rest of her life. When facing the monstrous Kisame Hoshigaki, the little Naruto dared to stand in front of her and protect her from the wind and rain. Like a mountain, Yiyu leaned against the head of the bed with a faint smile on her lips. At this time, the door was pushed open. Jiraiya slowly walked to the side, opened the window, and sat on the windowsill. "I'm glad you're okay. If you fell, the Sarutobi family would be in real chaos." Jiraiya's tone sounded somewhat relieved. "You won't be able to hold out for long if you just rely on me." Yiyu sighed and retracted her distant gaze. "This is always a world where strength is respected. I am just an ordinary person now. They may listen to me temporarily, but it won't last long." The sound of the rustling autumn wind seemed to reflect her loneliness. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I just need you to hold on for a while." "Oh, what does Lord Jiraiya think?" Yiyu asked. Jiraiya said, "After the funeral of old man Sarutobi is over smoothly, I will ask Tsunade to be the Hokage. With her medical ability, it should be no problem for her to cure you in Asuma." Hearing this, Yiyu's eyes flickered slightly. To be honest, Jiraiya's words made her very excited. If she could recover her previous strength, she would not only be able to shock the elders of the Sarutobi family. "If I encounter a situation like yesterday again, I will no longer feel like a burden that needs protection from others." But she knows that there is no free lunch in the world. If you want something, you must give it back with something of equal value or even more. "What does Lord Jiraiya need me to do?" Sarutobi Hazuki asked bluntly. Jiraiya folded his arms, turned his head and looked in a certain direction, and said, "I need you to fully support Tsunade after she takes office. She has a bad temper. If she doesn't have a reliable team to help her, that old man Danzo might use her as an excuse to cause trouble." Yiyu suddenly fell silent. Danzo's ambition had already been made clear among the top leaders. In the past, the Sarutobi family had the third generation to suppress him, but now that the third generation is gone, the Sarutobi family can no longer defeat him. So at this time, Yiyu actually didn't want to go against Danzo. For the Sarutobi family, standing by and watching was the best option. However, she is not just a member of the Sarutobi family. After experiencing 2 attacks, Yiyu really doesn't want to continue to be an ordinary person without chakra. She didn't want to see a child with a thin body standing in front of her again. "Okay, I agree to your terms." Chapter 78. Of course I want them all. In the cave, 10 phantom images emerged in the darkness. This was the illusion body technique performed by the leader of the Akatsuki organization, which made it easier for members to communicate when they were deployed. After the virtual image stabilized, Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, first looked at the group of Itachi and Kisame and asked, "How is the capture of the Nine Tails going?" "Not finished yet," Uchiha Itachi replied calmly. "Did you encounter any special circumstances?" Pain's eyes were fixed on Itachi. Although Itachi had joined Akatsuki for some years, he was still wary of Itachi. In other words, except Xiaonan, no one present was worthy of his wholehearted trust. Itachi did not respond to Pain's words. Hoshigaki Kisame snorted coldly, his expression becoming more irritated. "This time I was impulsive and attacked before Itachi joined me. If Itachi hadn't arrived in time, I would probably be dead." Hearing this, mocking voices arose, and the virtual image directly opposite Kisame burst into laughter. Is it because you are not strong enough? Why don't you let me complete the task of capturing the nine-tailed fox, huh? Deidara, shut up. Kisame said angrily, be careful or I'll kill you. The conceited shark face almost got killed and still wanted to kill me. Do you think I would lose? Deidara's tone was arrogant, and he showed no sign of fear towards Kisame. Every member of the Akatsuki organization is extremely powerful, and therefore arrogant. It is normal for them to fight with each other, and even killing members of the organization has happened from time to time in the past. So everyone in the meeting was used to it. Stop arguing. Pain interrupted the noise and said, the main reason I called everyone here this time is to introduce the two new members of the organization. As soon as he finished speaking, two virtual images, one big and one small, appeared at the same time. The taller one had a huge sword on his back, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Kisame. The moment Kisame saw him, his eyes widened slightly. You are, Zabuza. Long time no see, Kisame. Momochi Zabuza responded. As both were powerful men who had rebelled against the Hidden Mist Village, they naturally knew each other, and even had some understanding of each other's situation, but they did not expect to meet in such an occasion. Is the little kid next to you the one you took away that year? Asked Kisame. Hey, Kisame, you'd better be polite. Momochi Zabuza said slowly. Now I obey. Bye. If you are not polite, I will kill you. Ha ha ha, kill me. Do you have the ability to do that? Kisame laughed. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Pain interrupted their conversation and then introduced them to everyone. They are Zabuza, Momochi and Haku, who defected from the Hidden Mist Village. The task of capturing the nine tails will be handed over to them from now on. Naruto, Ino and the Hyuga sisters sat at the same table, and somehow the atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. Ino looked at Hinata with resentment and was in a particularly bad mood. Because of these two sisters, her private date with Naruto was ruined. Sharing a table with acquaintances doesn't feel like a date at all. Especially Hinata's eyes kept looking at Naruto's face. Ino wanted to ask if she didn't have good eyesight and didn't understand the situation clearly. Hinata's sister Hanabi was looking at the three people's situation with great interest. As the younger sister, her skin is darker than that of her older sister Hinata. She sat on a bench, her short legs swinging in the air. Are you two brother and sister? Wahuo suddenly asked. The other three were stunned, and seeing the curiosity in Wahuo's eyes, they couldn't help but wonder. Hinata then remembered that she hadn't introduced them to each other yet. This is my sister, Hanabi. Hinata said to Naruto and Ino first. Naruto nodded. He had a very deep impression of Hanabi, especially Hanabi more than 10 years later. Ino had also heard of Hanabi's name. The reputation of this genius girl of the Hyuga family had long been spread throughout the big family. It was said that she had defeated her 5-year older sister, Hinata, who had brought her to eat ramen. Hanabi, this is Naruto-kun and Ino-chan. They are not relatives. They are my classmates. Oh, so you are not relatives. Hello. Hanabi's personality is exactly the opposite of her sister's, she is much more cheerful. After being introduced, she waved and greeted Naruto and Ino openly. Hanabi, why did you feel that Naruto and I were family just now? Ino raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, is it because we seem to be in sync? Hinata Hanabi shook her head and rejected the idea, it's because you two look alike. Naruto and Ino looked at each other at the same time. You know what, they really do look alike. Both of them have very fair skin, and Naruto's hair hasn't been cut for a long time, so it's slightly long and straight. If you don't look closely, they look like brother and sister when they sit together. Ino was not satisfied with this answer. She explained very seriously, how are they similar? Look, my pupils are emerald green, while Naruto's are sea blue. Also, our hair colors are different. His hair is golden with a hint of yellow. Sister Ino is really observant. I didn't even notice so many details. Hanabi's words brought Ino, who was talking non-stop, to a halt. When she turned around, she saw Naruto looking at her with a smile. Ino felt annoyed, and at this moment she finally realized that her reaction was extremely wrong. Tilda, so embarrassing. I told myself that I was a girl, but I took the initiative to observe boys. So awkward. Thank you for the observation, Ino-chan, Naruto said as he stared at her. Ino couldn't stand the burning gaze. She looked erratic and muttered, "Don't be narcissistic. Who is observing you? I look at everyone carefully. I'm used to it." "Ah, so that's how it is." Naruto sighed slightly disappointedly. "I thought Ino was the one who cared about me the most. It seems I was overthinking." Ino-chan turned back into Ino. Ino gritted her teeth unconsciously as she listened, but she was too embarrassed to speak out what was really in her mind. "Naruto, you big idiot, can't you tell that I'm shy?" Hinata on the side was completely stunned, and felt a little sour in her nose when watching the little interaction between Naruto and Ino. When did Naruto-kun and Ino-chan become so close? After looking at the situation again, Wahuo seemed to realize something, and looked at her sister with a look of disappointment. And what charm does this guy called Naruto have besides his good looks that makes his sister call out his name in her dreams? She decided to do something about it. After a while, the hot ramen was served on the table. It had a rich aroma and bright color, and looked very appetizing. "I'm gonna start now." Large families have the rule of not talking while eating or sleeping. In addition, the two girls from the Hyuga family ate noodles in a particularly ladylike manner, so Ino didn't feel comfortable continuing the conversation with Naruto. This resulted in Naruto having no one to talk to, so he just started eating noodles in silence. After eating a few bites, Naruto raised his hand to take the spoon to drink the soup, but saw that Hinata's bowl was empty, and even the soup was drunk up. I couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. "Hinata, where are you?" "I'm done eating." Hinata's cheeks flushed a little. She felt a little disappointed and unconsciously did not slow down her eating. "You finished eating so quickly." Just when Hinata was about to make an excuse to cover it up, her sister Hanabi directly exposed her. "My sister has a big appetite. She can eat at least 10 bowls of this kind of noodles." "It can't be true." Ino looked up after hearing the conversation and blinked in disbelief. "This appetite is almost catching up with Choji." Hinata became even more embarrassed upon hearing this, and a thin mist accumulated in her eyes. "Hinata is amazing." Naruto clapped and praised. "Girls who can eat are usually very beautiful and have a lot of chakra." "Really?" Hinata asked, looking up. "Yes, for example, Lady Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, is of this type." Naruto nodded and gave an affirmative answer, and then added, "I like it very much." Hinata. Hanabi. Quote. Ino. WDW. The fire in Ino's eyes was about to burst out, and she wanted to overturn the table at this moment. Naruto, this bastard, actually said in front of her that he liked other girls. It was really too much. At this time, Hanabi asked a question that both Hinata and Ino wanted to know. "So Naruto Nyong, it's my sister that you like, not Ino Nyong who has a small appetite?" Question mark. The little brat is causing trouble. Naruto looked into Hanabi's adorable eyes and seemed to see a mischievous soul living in them. Passive selection trigger. Close black lens bracket. Hanabi asked you a question in public. Now is the time for you to make a choice about your relationship. What will you choose? Choice 1. Like Yamanaka Ino. Completion reward double your mental power. Choice 2. Like Hyuga Hinata. Completion reward chakra amount doubled. Choose 3. Like Hinata Hanabi. Completion reward double physical skills. Choose 4. Like Senju Tsunade. Completion reward double physical strength. Why make such an awkward choice? No matter what choice I make, I will offend people, which is really troublesome. Under the expectant gaze of the 3 little girls, Naruto stood up and solemnly declared, "I like Ino." The sudden joy filled Ino's heart, and Hinata's soul seemed to be shot by an arrow. Hanabi spat in dissatisfaction, secretly cursing the man named Naruto for being so blind. They looked at Naruto with different expressions and different thoughts in their minds. Suddenly, Naruto said again, "I like Hinata too." Question marks appeared above the heads of the three little girls. Naruto was still waiting for their reaction before he continued, and the cute little Hanabi, and the Lady Tsunade I just mentioned, I like them all. To sum it up in one simple sentence. Naruto stroked his chin and said seriously, I like all pretty girls. What Naruto hates most is making choices. Only children and sheep take their time to choose, while strong men want everything. Moreover, Naruto would not deceive other people's feelings. He would say generously what he wanted to do, just like when Sakura asked him. It's a pity that there are only 4 options. If Teacher Hong and Sister Shion could be included, we could get 2 more rewards. The scene was very quiet for a while. Ino. Scum. Hanabi. Pervert. Hinata. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, I have to take Hanabi home first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing all options. The reward was successfully issued. Chapter 79 Target Orochimaru, additional chapter for Derek in the forest. 6 days later, the funeral of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was held as scheduled. At noon, the clouds that blocked the sun over Konoha dispersed. Although the sunlight was hot and unbearable, it also awakened the vitality of all things on earth. Tender green branches have already grown next to the newly erected tombstone. After queuing up to lay flowers for those who had passed away in the chaos, Naruto, dressed in black mourning clothes, followed the crowd to the center of the square in front of the cemetery. Under the leadership of Jiraiya and the Konoha high-ranking officials, countless Konoha people bowed their heads at this moment and mourned for the ninjas who died in the chaos. The old windmill needs a new fan. The dead third Hokage is the best fuel for Konoha to turn. After a while, Naruto, who was drowsy from the scorching sun, took a break and leaned on Sasuke's shoulder in front of him and closed his eyes to take a nap. Sasuke took a look and said nothing. Iruka, who was not far away, saw this scene and walked over slowly, patted Naruto on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't be too sad, Naruto. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out. Please accept my condolences. Naruto shook himself and looked at Iruka. I'm fine, Iruka-sensei, I'm just a little tired. I know you. Iruka sighed. Although the third generation master has passed away in reality, he will always live in our hearts. Think positively. Oh my god, that's so scary. If it was you, Iruka-sensei, who died, I might still be sad for a while, but let's just forget about it, third generation. Well, don't be too sad, Iruka-sensei. Meeting Iruka's concerned look, Naruto felt that the more he talked, the more confused he would be, so he simply stopped explaining and nodded to admit that he was sad. The funeral lasted about 3 hours. As the sun moved westward, the crowd dispersed. Jiraiya beckoned Iruka over to ask, "What did you talk about with Naruto just now?" Hearing this question, Sarutobi Hazuki, who was about to leave, stopped and listened quietly. Naruto was very sad about the death of the third Hokage, and I just comforted him with a few words. Iruka said. Naruto is sad. Yeah, he cried on Sasuke's shoulder. Oh. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. During this time in Konoha, he probably already understood what the third generation had done, including the plan for dealing with Naruto. I can only say that the third generation is really unkind. Now Naruto was mourning for him. Old Sarutobi, if you wake up again, I really want to punch you. Jiraiya said something silently, but no one knew who he was talking to. Sarutobi Hazuki lowered her head and pursed her lips as she left. She naturally knew about the plan that the third Hokage had implemented against the Jinchuriki. Master Jiraiya, you don't need me to tell you that I know what our family owes Naruto. I will make it up to him. Yu will probably never forget the silhouette of the little boy standing in front of her. At the same time, all 4 members of Team 7 arrived except Kakashi, who was still recuperating in the hospital. The first reunion after the Chunin exam took place at Ichiraku Ramen. This is Naruto's second time to eat Ichiraku Ramen after he pissed off both Ino and Hinata last time. Uncle, 3 servings of pork bone chashu ramen, 1 with spicy sauce, and 2 with clear soup. Okay. The 3 of them sat at a small table at the door of the store, and it felt more comfortable to eat while enjoying the breeze. Naruto, I've been in the hospital for so many days and you didn't even come to see me. Sakura gritted her teeth and poked her chopsticks into the bowl, as if she was poking Naruto. I'm very busy, Sakura. What are you busy with? He is busy asking his elder sister to help him wash himself every day. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Sakura looked up at Sasuke who was speaking and raised her eyebrows. What's going on? Sasuke, please speak properly and don't slander others out of thin air. Naruto said angrily. Sasuke rolled his eyes. You are so forgetful, don't you know what I heard the last time I came to you? When he thinks of that gentle voice, the innocent Urzuzi still feels a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that Naruto would start asking his elder sister for help at such a young age. Hurry up and tell me, what did you hear? Sakura was particularly concerned about this question. But neither Naruto nor Sasuke answered her question. Naruto was too lazy to say it, and Sasuke didn't know how to describe it. You two, talk now. Until they finished eating ramen, Naruto and Sasuke did not give Sakura an answer. Finally, she broke down and angrily cursed them both before turning and leaving. Because there are too many ninjas doing high-intensity missions recently and many people are injured, the continuity has led to a large number of patients who need treatment. So Sakura is still very busy at work, and she is almost living in the hospital every day. It would probably take another 3 to 5 days, until all the work in Konoha was almost done, before she would have time to rest. Sasuke is also very busy. Every day he not only has to complete his own tasks, but also has to help Naruto. Apart from tasks and exercises, there is only time left for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. Naruto, let's fight again today. Okay, if I win, the mission tomorrow will still be yours. After beating Sasuke up, Naruto returned to the small apartment. The moment he opened the bedroom door, he saw an old man sitting on his big bed and flipping through the few photos of him. Hey, Naruto, why did you just come back? Jiraiya, who was very good at making friends, kept Naruto silent for a long time. Lord Jiraiya, what can I do for you? Although Naruto knew what was going on, he still asked. Jiraiya smiled faintly and said, I heard from Iruka that you were very sad, so I plan to take you out to relax. You should pack your luggage and get ready to follow me. Okay. Naruto agreed decisively. Even if Jiraiya didn't come to find him, he would find a chance to leave Konoha and reunite with Bai after a while, so as to finish the unfinished business as soon as possible. You agreed so readily, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Jiraiya asked. Not afraid. Jiraiya had a faint smile on his face. He was thinking, could it be that Naruto was just like what was said in the book, that meeting him was like meeting a kind elder? I couldn't help but feel familiar. However, Naruto's answer was, because you look rather wretched. Wretched people in this world are usually not that bad. Jiraiya was furious. Pervert, who is the one who was being obscene? While the two were talking, Naruto had already packed his change of clothes into his backpack, walked to the window and looked up at the sky. White clouds were reflected in the azure eyes. A breeze blew by, and Naruto put his hair behind his ears with a melancholy look on his face. He said to Jiraiya, handsome guys are all humorous and funny. Only ugly guys like you can be called vulgar. Depend on. How could Minato and Kushina's son deserve a beating so badly? For the first time in his life, Jiraiya wanted to teach a child a lesson so much. On the other side, 4 people wearing red auspicious cloud costumes entered the border of the fire country. Kakuzu walked in front, counting the deposit he had just received over and over again. After confirming that it was correct, he put the money into the space scroll and carefully put it into his sleeve. 5 million ryo is the deposit, and you will need to pay another 45 million ryo after you capture Orochimaru. Don't worry about the money. We won't default on your debt. A clear female voice sounded from under the mask. Bai said, but the prerequisite is that you must ensure that Orochimaru cannot escape. Hearing this, Phaeton said disdainfully, As long as the information you provide is correct, I guarantee that Orochimaru will die 100 times. Zabuza said, "Don't be too arrogant. Orochimaru is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, known for his cunning and treacherous nature. Are you sure you have the strength to kill him?" "Humph." Kakuzu snorted coldly. "As long as you pay the money, even if Orochimaru runs to the sky or burrows into the ground, I will pull him out." "I hope you're not bragging." Bai responded coldly. After exchanging a few words, the 4 of them stopped talking and walked forward quietly. Entering the forest of the Land of Fire, the sunlight shone through the leaves and branches, and the light spots shone on Bai's mask. Zabuza looked at Bai and found that he was increasingly unable to understand Bai. No longer listens to him and often acts on his own. Last month, he had a fight with him over whether to control the Land of Waves. In the end, he gave in and cooperated with Bai to seize power over the Land of Waves. Just when he thought Bai was going to learn from Cardo and become the local emperor of the Wave Kingdom, Bai suddenly had another idea. For no apparent reason, he brought him to join this organization called Akatsuki, and also spent a large sum of money to invite 2 annoying guys to come from afar to cause trouble for Orochimaru. Zabuza knew very well that they had never had any grudges with Orochimaru. Bai, it really seemed like he had suddenly become a different person. What happened to her that caused her to change without her knowing? Zabuza stared at Bai from the corner of his eyes, trying to figure out what Bai was thinking, but in the end he could only sigh. What he didn't know was that while he was looking at Bai, Bai was thinking about someone else. "Naruto-sama, we are finally about to meet. The excitement of being stepped on by feet is so thrilling just thinking about it. It would be so great if I could be humiliated again. Then all the hard work during this time will not be in vain." Chapter 80 How to Gather People's Hearts. 2 weeks later, Naruto followed Jiraiya to a small town in the north of the Land of Fire, near the Land of Fields. This city is not famous, but there is a street in it that was mentioned in the original work, called Tansho Street. According to Jiraiya, Imperial Dudu has everything on this street. The old man was looking forward to that place very much. Seeing his appearance, Naruto was full of longing at first. It was almost night when they followed Jiraiya into a brothel called Piaoshang Sakaya, on Tansho Street. What the 2 of them didn't know was that after they entered the tavern, 2 beautiful figures were silently watching them from behind. The one on the right had a particularly eye-catching figure. When he saw Jiraiya bringing Naruto in, his eyes were full of contempt. Jiraiya is a guy who can't change his bad habits. "Tsunade-sama, that's not a good thing to say. It's nothing bad. Watch carefully and find an opportunity to drug him later." The lady in black dress who was holding a little pig beside Tsunade reached into her pocket and took out a bag of prepared medicine powder, then followed Tsunade into the brothel. In the brothel, Naruto was completely convinced by Jiraiya, the old virgin. Because the hostesses in this brothel really only serve drinks and don't do anything else. But even so, Jiraiya still had a great time, holding a hostess in each hand, drooling at the corners of his mouth, and letting them feed him wine. "Mud can't hold up the wall." Naruto clicked his tongue in disdain, not looking at him, and focused on eating the side dishes on the table. A hostess who was held in Jiraiya's arms saw Naruto eating obediently by himself, and her eyes were almost full of stars. She said, "Little brother, do you want your sister to feed you?" Naruto looked up and glanced at her. She was a little pretty, but compared to the likes of Azuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai, the gap was huge. "Bah, Fu Zinu, do you think anyone can feed me?" "No need." Naruto refused decisively. "Haha, Naruto, you are not shy, are you?" Jiraiya looked at Naruto who was eating by himself, and a mocking look appeared on his face. Naruto raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. He is probably the first person in the world who thinks Naruto would be shy in such a situation. In this kind of place, these women are not very pretty and can only drink with you. They can't do anything else. I don't know what there is to be ashamed of. Old virgins are really pitiful. When Naruto was about to explain to Jiraiya what a woman is, that familiar voice sounded again. Passive selection trigger. Close black lens bracket. Jiraiya looks down on you. Although he is a virgin, he thinks he has much more experience than you in this area, so he looks down on you. What will you respond to? Option 1. Flirtatious. Talk to Jiraiya about women's private matters until Jiraiya admits defeat. Completion reward 84% control of the 9 tails. Choice 2. Act recklessly. Drag Jiraiya along and force the 2 hostesses beside him in public. Completion reward Rinnegan. Choice 3. Introverted and shy. Do nothing. Completion reward 300,000 tails. Choice 1. Upright. Immediately stand on the moral high ground, loudly criticize Jiraiya's shameless behavior, and show that you have an upright heart. Completion reward Devil's Contract X. The words in front of him, which only Naruto could see, made him look stunned. It has been a long time since such a high level of 9-tail control has been offered as a reward option. And there is definitely a Samsara Eye as a reward. Based on past experience, the richer the reward, the more impossible it is to complete. Just like option 2, the prerequisite is to bring Jiraiya along. How is that possible? He is already in his 40s and still a virgin. How could he do such a thing with Naruto? It's just nonsense. But why is the reward for option 1 so ridiculously high? Naruto is quite confident in his knowledge in this area, and it is not something that cannot be accomplished. To be honest, Naruto is now struggling over whether to choose one or the safer choice 4. The control of the 9-tailed fox can increase one's own combat power, and the demon contract can cultivate one's own team. He wanted both of these things, but the cost of choosing one was so high that it was a bit scary. There is no such thing as a free lunch, only traps. Be careful. You little brat, you're so embarrassed that you can't even raise your head, ha ha ha. Just when Naruto was lost in thought, Jiraiya mocked Naruto again and pinched the 2 hostesses beside him. He looked at Naruto and thought to himself, he was talking big when he came, saying he wanted Yomi Toka, but as soon as he called a woman to his side, his true colors were revealed. A little brat is just a little brat after all. Lord Jiraiya, that's enough. Naruto suddenly slammed the table and stood up, looking at Jiraiya meaningfully and shouted. Jiraiya had a frivolous smile on his face. Not enough, not enough. Far from enough. Aren't you very capable? I'll call 2 more for you. Ha ha ha. Master Jiraiya, what exactly do you want to do? You must be aware of the 3 ninja rules. No drinking, no extravagance, no sex. You came here today and planned to make me break the rules. Naruto said righteously. I will never succumb to your coercion and inducement just because you are a Sannin. Jiraiya blinked blankly. What the hell? You make me feel sick. Naruto's fingers trembled angrily, pointing at Jiraiya and yelling. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. At this moment, Jiraiya's head was full of question marks. Didn't you ask me to bring you here? It's good enough that I don't find you disgusting, but you find me disgusting. Is there any mistake? No, this little brat must be scared, so he deliberately changed the subject here. Jiraiya thought he had seen through Naruto's intentions, and raised his eyebrows and threatened. Little brat, if you show some respect to me in the future, I will let you go today, otherwise I will immediately ask the young lady to break your body tonight and make you unable to be a virgin chicken. The old virgin openly mocked the young boy. 6. Da da da. Suddenly, there was a crisp and loud sound of high heels hitting the floor from behind. As the sound got closer, Jiraiya's frivolous smile came to an abrupt end. He loosened his arms around the hostess and sat up straight. His action confused Naruto, and he looked back only to see a woman in a green cloak already behind him. She had an oval face that was delicate and fair, with straight golden hair tied into 2 ponytails behind her shoulders, slender almond-shaped eyes that were curved inward and outward, a small and straight nose, and thin lips painted with peach-colored lipstick. The main thing is that her whole body is full of the sexy charm of a mature woman. Much bigger than Teacher Hong. How to gather people's hearts. It was not until Tsunade took action that Naruto finally understood why the reward for Auction 1 was so high, because even if he was confident that he could defeat Jiraiya, he could not withstand Tsunade's sandbag-sized fist that would attack him halfway. Tsunade-sama, didn't you say to do this quietly? No, I can't stand it anymore. Jiraiya, that old bastard, is shameless enough on his own, but he actually forced a little kid to do that kind of thing. In an instant, 2 men were hurt at the same time. Jiraiya was physically attacked and thrown out of the brothel with an over-the-shoulder throw. Naruto was attacked mentally. What does that mean by a tiny kid? I'm obviously gifted, okay. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing Auction 1. The reward Devil's Contract X has been successfully issued. Fortunately, the distribution of rewards healed Naruto's psychological trauma. Half an hour later, in a regular izakaya, Jiraiya, with a bruised face, glared at Naruto with anger. You little brat, you said those words on purpose to hurt me, it was obviously you. Tsunade-sama. Naruto interrupted Jiraiya and then picked up Tsunade's left arm in front of him. Please make the decision for me. Along the way, Master Jiraiya often drinks and peeks into the female bathroom. He does all kinds of obscene things. That's all. As Naruto spoke, he leaned his head on Tsunade's shoulder and rubbed it, saying aggrievedly, he actually forced me to do these things with him, and said that he wanted to train me to be the second generation of lustful sage. Little bastard, if you slander me again, I'll beat you up. Jiraiya's eyes were red with anger, and then he said to Tsunade, Tsunade, we have been friends for decades, you should believe in my character. Tsunade thought about it and thought that although Jiraiya was a bit mean, he was still a decent person and would not be so bad to a child. Naruto pulled on Tsunade's sleeve and looked at her with tearful eyes. The little face is full of cuteness. Cute plus yellow hair plus widow form a combined ultimate move. Tsunade got hit. Then a powerful fist hit Jiraiya on the head. Jiraiya saw stars and fell backwards. Shizune asked worriedly, Lord Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya won't be beaten to death, will he? This old toad has a very thick skin. He can't die. After Tsunade finished speaking, she raised her eyebrows at Shizune, then took Naruto's hand and left with him. Shizune, who was left behind, looked at the unconscious Jiraiya, took out the medicine powder from her sleeve, tore it open and poured it directly into Jiraiya's mouth, watching the medicine powder turn into water and all go into Jiraiya's stomach. This amount should be enough for Master Jiraiya to have a good night's sleep. However, after Shizune also left, Jiraiya suddenly sat up. Well, Tsunade's temper hasn't changed at all. As he said this, Jiraiya had a faint smile on his face. It was as if being beaten by Tsunade was a very happy thing. Making you angry and getting beaten by you is the only chance I can touch you, Jiraiya yawned, and after sitting alone for a long time, he stood up and walked outside. He had already discovered that Orochimaru had arrived. So you guys are here to ask me to be the Hokage? In a B&B. Tsunade and Shizune played poker with Naruto. Shizune was in charge of dealing the cards and acting as the referee. Naruto and Tsunade guessed the size. Numbers below 7 were small, and numbers above 7 were big. Naruto guesses the opposite result of Tsunade every time. So far, he has won all 15 rounds. Yes, everyone in the village is waiting for Lady Tsunade to return. Said Naruto. I refuse. Tsunade drank some wine and looked a little tipsy. Hokage is rubbish, only idiots want to be one. Since Lady Tsunade doesn't want to do it, let's not talk about it and continue playing cards. Naruto looked calm and did not refute her. Tsunade was a little surprised by Naruto's reaction. She asked, aren't you going to refute me? Why should I refute? Everyone has their own aspirations. Everyone has different dreams. I understand. Naruto continued to bet against Tsunade. This time, Tsunade bet big and he bet small. The result was no exception, we won again. Fortunately, it was just for fun and no money was gambled, otherwise after just a few rounds, Tsunade would probably have lost everything. It's boring. I don't want to play anymore. Tsunade threw the poker cards on the ground, supported herself with her hands, and looked up at the ceiling. The white was so dazzling that it hurt Naruto's eyes. What a powerful illusion. The sexy dealer stopped dealing cards, quietly put the pig aside, put away the cards, and walked with her long white legs to find a place to put the poker cards. Naruto kept his eyes on Lady Tsunade, appreciating the beautiful scenery with a righteous eye. Yes, it's just appreciation. The screen paused for a long time. Tsunade sat up with a look of melancholy in her eyes. She asked, "What is your dream, Naruto?" Naruto thought about it carefully and realized that Tsunade had to be the Hokage of Konoha now. Even if she didn't want to, she had no choice. Currently, she and Jiraiya were the only ones suitable to be Hokage in the entire Konoha. But Jiraiya's ability to collect intelligence for Konoha outside is far better than Tsunade's, which gives Jiraiya a reason to rush Tsunade to power. Moreover, does Tsunade herself really not want to take over the current Konoha? Not necessarily. If there was someone in Konoha who was supporting her, Tsunade might really not want to care, but now there is basically no one taller than her, so Tsunade can't just ignore it. That's her home. After some thought, Naruto answered the question seriously. My dream is to become the Hokage. Tisk. Tsunade raised her lips slightly and raised her hand to touch the tip of Naruto's nose. I thought you would be smarter, but it turns out you are also an idiot. I'm not an idiot, you are. Naruto retorted. She still didn't understand the meaning behind Naruto's words. So, Tsunade spoke even more vigorously, and kept mocking the void. All those who become Hokage are idiots. You want to be Hokage, but you are also an idiot. Hee, there are some things that Lady Tsunade understands when she reaches my age. Naruto smiled faintly and turned his head to look out the window. The climate in Tance Street is relatively cold, and even before winter, sporadic plum blossoms have already bloomed with pink petals. Bai and the others should be arriving soon. The autumn wind sounds bleak. Looking at Naruto gazing outside with a dull expression, Tsunade burst out laughing when she heard the words, and her bright eyes became a little sad as she laughed. It really looks like it. Ideals are like rope trees, and character is somewhat like a broken tree. It was like seeing them all at the same time. I really want to see him a little longer. The combination of the half-bitten rosy lips and the slightly tipsy cheeks makes her look extremely alluring. Naruto turned around and looked at it in a daze. Soon, Tsunade shook her head. Go to bed early, I'm sleepy too. Naruto didn't keep her, and when her footsteps faded away, Naruto established a connection with Shiro. A soft voice like water sounded in Naruto's mind. Naruto-sama, we have arrived at Tansho Street. Do you want to meet now? Let's not meet for now. Let's talk about it after we're done. Okay, so when do we start? Immediately, right away. Naruto stood by the window, watched Tsunade walk out of the B&B alone, and gave an affirmative answer. After cutting off the connection, Naruto narrowed his eyes and waited for Tsunade to walk away, then he went to Tsunade's room. The long-legged Queen Shizune was lying on the bed holding her little pig and sleeping soundly. No one knew if she was drugged or knocked out. She was completely defenseless. Tsunade is really careless. If it weren't for a gentleman like me who came here now, you would be in big trouble. After locking the door for Shizune, Naruto opened the window and jumped down, chasing in the direction Tsunade left. Orochimaru, the last time you almost bit me, I saw your Death Star flashing. Today, I will let you know what will happen if you offend someone who is vindictive and cheats. A person was jumping quickly on the street, and Tsunade's face became serious. There are some things she has to deal with personally. Orochimaru had communicated with her before. As long as she can heal Orochimaru's hand, Orochimaru will help her resurrect her dead brother Nawaki and her lover Kato Dan. The news aroused a hint of her fantasy. But now Tsunade intends to shatter this fantasy with her own hands. She wanted to kill Orochimaru and destroy that guy who was good at bewitching people. At the same time, Naruto followed silently in the shadows. He was at the back and saw more than just Tsunade. There was also Jiraiya who was also in the shadows in front. Naruto saw that he looked normal, as if nothing had happened, so he knew that he definitely did not drink the medicine given by Tsunade. This old bastard is really just pretending to be stupid. But what is his purpose in doing this? Does that mean she just wants to get beaten up by Orochimaru together with Tsunade? That's too perverted. Naruto doesn't understand other people's hobbies and he discriminates against them. Soon Naruto carefully followed out of Tansho Street, and when he reached the meeting place of Tsunade and Orochimaru, he heard a deafening noise. Tsunade and Kabuto Yakushi have already started fighting. However, Jiraiya was still hiding in front of him at this time, so Naruto had to change direction to watch the battle. He hid behind a big rock. On the other side of the rock was the battlefield between Kabuto Yakushi and Tsunade, and Orochimaru was not far behind Kabuto Yakushi. At this time, Orochimaru still had that sinister smile on his face, quietly watching the fight between Kabuto Yakushi and Tsunade. Even though there were no spectators around that he knew of, Orochimaru still acted as the on-site commentator. Not only did he explain Tsunade's moves, he also explained his own Kabuto Yakushi's moves clearly, as if he was afraid that Tsunade didn't know how to break his moves and wouldn't be able to kill Kabuto Yakushi. In the end, after being beaten up by Tsunade, Kabuto Yakushi raised the kunai high and stabbed himself. Blood sprayed on Tsunade's body, triggering Tsunade's hemophobia. Jiraiya finally comes on stage. But to no avail. Jiraiya, who was acting so pretentious, was beaten up by Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi even used only the chakra scalpel to make Jiraiya's blood spurt out 3 feet high. As countless blood spilled in front of Tsunade, Naruto figured out Jiraiya's thoughts. Are you trying to use this opportunity to cure Tsunade's hemophobia? Naruto opened his left hand, the Nine Tails chakra flowed through his body, and he waited for the opportunity. Now the 4 directions of east, south, west and north are guarded by 4 people respectively. This time, the big snake will definitely not be able to escape. Chapter 82. Ambush on all sides, First Order and additional update. The sky is dark and the stars are shining. On the plain outside Tansho Street, the cold-hearted Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, is passionately explaining the fight between his former companion Jiraiya and his current subordinate Kabuto Yakushi. If he hadn't been keeping a sinister smile all the time, this talkative villain should have been called Regent Orochimaru. Orochimaru's hands were broken, Tsunade knelt down when she saw blood, and Jiraiya pretended to be drunk. The legendary 3 ninjas were actually shown off by a junior like Kabuto Yakushi. After Kabuto Yakushi used the chakra scalpel to cut off Jiraiya's meridians, he put his hands behind his back to lock Jiraiya's throat and prepared to end his life, but Jiraiya suddenly raised his disabled right hand and blocked it in time. Jiraiya's reaction is fast enough. If he was hit by Kabuto's move, he would be dead. Orochimaru curled the corners of his mouth slightly and looked at the 2 people on the battlefield with a cold smile. Kabuto is the strongest talent he has trained so far, with strength that is not inferior to that of a Jonin. He believes that Jiraiya, who was drugged by Tsunade, is definitely not a match for Kabuto. Humph, Tsunade, this idiot, has hemophobia herself. After drugging Jiraiya, she still dared not cooperate with me. She is simply courting death. No one can save you today. Orochimaru originally thought so, but gradually, as the fight lasted longer and longer, Orochimaru discovered something was wrong. How come Jiraiya is still so good at fighting? Is this old guy just showing off? In fact, he was not drugged at all. But what's the point? Do you like being beaten? It's just crazy. If it was Jiraiya in his normal state, then Orochimaru would be 100% sure that he could not defeat him, so Orochimaru planned to ask Kabuto to go with him. As for restoring my hand, I'll have to find a way later. But at this moment, Orochimaru noticed a familiar figure entering. It's that Jinchuriki brat. I didn't expect Danzo would actually send him here in order to become Hokage. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up, and a wild smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He guessed that the little Jinchuriki must have been sent by Danzo to kill Tsunade. In that case, then help Danzo. When it is time to reincarnate next month, contact Danzo and ask him to find a chance to send Uchiha Sasuke out of Konoha. Win-win. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's body turned into a shot. He opened his mouth and spit out a sword, then stabbed towards Tsunade. His hands could not be used, but that did not mean he could not fight at all. Orochimaru planned to take advantage of Jiraiya's pretense to create an opportunity for the human Shuriki to kill Tsunade and achieve his goal. Afterwards, the three of them, together with the Jinchuriki and Kabuto, were able to force Jiraiya to retreat, so this trip could be considered a great success. Tsunade was still trembling at this time. When she saw the blood, her mind was in a mess and she couldn't think clearly. Even when Orochimaru attacked her, she didn't move at all. Tsunade, run! Jiraiya noticed Orochimaru's action and hurriedly shook his hair to stop him, but Kabuto Yakushi seized the opportunity and pulled out a chakra scalpel to cut off Jiraiya's chest nerves, interrupting Jiraiya's ability to perform ninjutsu. But this move undoubtedly angered Jiraiya, who kicked Kabuto hard with a back kick, sending him flying more than 10 meters high and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in the air. However, Orochimaru was already approaching Tsunade, and with Jiraiya's distance, it would be difficult to save her. Although Tsunade's vitality was extremely strong and the probability of successfully killing her was very low, Jiraiya would blame himself to death if Tsunade was seriously injured. So, the most annoying thing is the brainless lickers. He's a world-class medical ninja, and it's time for Jiraiya, a crook who hasn't even registered as a medical ninja, to come up with a way to treat him. This is really off the mark. Naruto complained a few words and took the opportunity to rush out. When Orochimaru saw that Naruto was attacking him from both sides, the smile on his face deepened. Tsunade could not escape. Next time I write to Danzo, I must praise this child. If possible, it would be nice to take him to the Sound Village to train him as the next reincarnation. If I remember correctly, he also has Scorch Escape, which is a very good ability. Of course Jiraiya also saw Naruto. He was slightly relieved at first, but when he noticed the increasingly confident smile on Orochimaru's face, Jiraiya couldn't help but become nervous again. Damn. I wonder if Orochimaru has any tricks up his sleeve. Jiraiya regretted it very much at this moment. If he had known earlier, he would have taken Tsunade away directly. It's not that he didn't believe in Naruto's strength, but he trusted his old friend Orochimaru too much. The two people, with different thoughts, both believed that Tsunade would be in great danger this time and no one could save her. It's too late to say. Just as the Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's mouth was about to pierce Tsunade's body, Naruto, who was approaching Tsunade with him, also used the large Rasengan. The huge chakra ball stirred up a whistling wind, and Tsunade only felt a flash before her eyes, and a not tall figure blocked her way. Jinchuriki brat, what are you going to do? Orochimaru shouted angrily. Naruto's action caught Orochimaru off guard, but the next moment he was speechless as a huge chakra ball hit his body and knocked him flying. The young man's golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes were not stained with a speck of dust. He turned his head and smiled softly, saying, "Sorry, I am late." With just one sentence, he proved to everyone that he had come all the way to save people. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi and Tsunade, who had just regained consciousness, were all stunned. After pretending to be cool as usual, Naruto wrapped himself in the Nine Tails chakra and continued to kill Orochimaru. Orochimaru's strength cannot be said to be top-notch in the ninja world, but his vitality is at the top of the pyramid. It is too difficult to really kill him. After the big ball Rasengan knocked him away, he simply shed his skin and ran away. Seeing this, Kabuto Yakushi also ran away. Of course, Naruto couldn't let Orochimaru go, so he immediately gathered his men and surrounded the direction Orochimaru was running. Tsunade and Jiraiya were still in a daze. The image of the young man turning around was still echoing in her mind. A ripple appeared in Tsunade's eyes, and the sight of blood didn't seem so scary anymore. What's going on? They just saved him so easily. Jiraiya asked in confusion, then why was Orochimaru so confident just now? Or was it that Orochimaru didn't expect Naruto to be so powerful? That's why I suffered a loss. With Jiraiya's brain, this is all he can think of at the moment. Jiraiya, why are you still daydreaming? Hurry and catch up. Tsunade's sharp shout brought Jiraiya's thoughts back to reality. Okay, I'll chase you now. Tsunade took action immediately and ran in the direction where Orochimaru escaped, but Jiraiya's movements slowed down again. He wasn't really interested in arresting his old friend. If Jiraiya really wanted to cause trouble for Orochimaru, then the day the third Hokage died would be the best time for Jiraiya to catch him. Why wait until now? Jiraiya didn't want anything to happen to his two companions back then. What he wanted was for the three ninjas to return to Konoha together, but Orochimaru was always unwilling to cooperate with him. Lord Orochimaru, what happened just now? After catching up with Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi helped him to continue to flee. He was panting and couldn't help asking, why did you suddenly fight with that Jinchuriki? Who the hell wants to fight with him? I wanted to cooperate with him in killing people. This little bastard is Danzo's man. Orochimaru angrily cursed. Either that old bastard Danzo wants to get me, or this little bastard has betrayed me. But no matter what the reason is, I, Orochimaru, have made note of this debt and will definitely repay it in the future. Suddenly, a sneer came from the front. Orochimaru, long time no see, my old friend. Who hurt you so badly that I asked you to keep a record of it? When Orochimaru saw the red auspicious cloud robe, he suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he had recalled something from the past. Quickly retreat in other directions. Orochimaru quickly ordered Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto reacted quickly and immediately pulled Orochimaru in another direction to continue escaping. You're still as fast as before. Kakuzu snorted coldly, swung his arm out more than 10 meters long, and chased while hitting. Orochimaru's expression became solemn, and he cursed in his heart. Why is Kakuzu, that profit-seeking old bastard, here? He shouldn't be the one chasing me by Akatsuki, so why is he meddling in this? Hey, Orochimaru, I'll take your life. The arrogant Hidan stood in front with a large red sickle and charged directly towards Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru had anticipated this. After all, Akatsuki always acted in pairs, so since Kakuzu had come, it was normal for his teammates to come as well. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, and Tsunade and Jiraiya on the left may catch up at any time. I'll leave this to you. Orochimaru didn't think that Kabuto could lead him to a breakthrough from Akatsuki, so he simply transformed into a snake body, separated from Kabuto, and changed direction. Kabuto was dumbfounded. Orochimaru's behavior was undoubtedly to abandon him and let him face Hidan alone. Orochimaru just ran away like that. Hidan said with some disdain. Forget it, Kakuzu has chased him anyway, I might as well kill you for fun. Seeing that Hidan's scythe was about to come, Kabuto had no choice but to take the blame. After Orochimaru escaped to the right, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shao only had two people working together, leaving them with a glimmer of hope. As long as there is a way to survive. He's been unlucky lately. Not only did old man Sarutobi chop off his soul's hands, but at least he lost his life. But today, I suffered a loss at the hands of the traitor, and then I met Shao. I really don't know what bad luck I have. Although as long as all the people he cursed have not died, he will not be considered dead for the time being. However, the conditions for resurrection are too harsh, and who can guarantee that one can be resurrected from the curse? Therefore, as long as he can avoid death, Orochimaru will try his best to escape. He was very fast, and Orochimaru was confident that even without his hands, Kakuzu would not be able to catch up with him when it came to escaping. HMPH, that Kakuzu is unwise, and Fijuan lacks wisdom. If he invites another person in front. Orochimaru was just rejoicing when a sound of breaking air suddenly came from the front and a huge blade came straight towards him. Chapter 83. Capturing Orochimaru and killing Kakuzu, 2 chapters in 1. Orochimaru slightly turned his body to avoid the sudden attack of the beheading sword. When he looked back, there were 2 figures blocking him on the left and right. Orochimaru, I've finally found you. When Bai saw Orochimaru coming, it seemed as if the false face on the mask was smiling. The reputation of the three ninjas is too loud in the ninja world. She had also heard of the name of the cold-hearted Orochimaru. Today, she finally saw him, but he had become a crippled reptile. All I can say is, things change unpredictably. The bright moon is as cold as frost. The clear light poured down in the center, and there were shadows of trees on all sides. There's nowhere to escape. Beheading sword, Kurigakure demon Momochi Zabuza, I didn't expect you to join Akatsuki. Orochimaru waited solemnly, staring at Zabuza closely. If you let me go today, I will help you do 3 things in the future, what do you think? Zabuza turned his eyes to Bai on the other side and said calmly, you shouldn't ask me this. I am just following orders. When Orochimaru heard this, his expression froze. He didn't expect that the demon who defected from the Hidden Mist village after failing to assassinate the Mizukage because of dissatisfaction would actually obey orders from others. After taking a look, Orochimaru was sure that he had never seen the masked man before, but since he could make Zabuza obey his orders, this person must be no simple person. Friend, if you let me go, I will do 5 things for you in the future. Before Orochimaru could finish his words, he saw the masked man had already pulled out 1,000 swords and shot them at him. Damn you little brat. Orochimaru turned his snake body to dodge. Looking at the 2 murderous men, he couldn't help but feel angry. He made up his mind that if he could escape by chance today, the humiliation brought to him by Akatsuki, and that Jinchuriki brat would be repaid 100 times in the future. But unfortunately, Bai did not intend to give him the chance to escape. He formed a seal with one hand and radiated chakra from his body. Ice escape. Prison. In just a moment, the ground within a radius of 15 meters around Bai was instantly covered with frost, and at the very end a 2-story high ice wall rose up, like a sealed ice prison. This is a ninjutsu that Bai created based on the magic mirror ice crystal. She would never have been able to perform it before. But now, the huge amount of chakra brought to her by the devil's curse made her fearless. Orochimaru didn't expect that Bai's ninjutsu could actually block all surroundings. This time, he really had no way to survive and couldn't even drill underground. Listen to me, my friend. The Akatsuki organization is a group of people who use each other for their own benefit. You don't have to target me for them. Orochimaru panicked, and he said quickly, let me live today, and I will share with you the results of my research on immortality for most of my life. Bai still didn't respond. He rushed over with cold air all over his body, formed a seal with one hand, and then swung out an ice knife. Seeing that his opponent was unable to convince him, Orochimaru spat out the Kusanagi sword and shook his head to block, but immediately afterwards another ice blade chopped his snake tail. In an instant, bright red blood spread all over the ice. I'm afraid Bai's strength has become even stronger. Zabuza, who was standing on the side, put the beheading sword back on his back and couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. The last time he fought with Bai, he was trapped in an ice prison by Bai, but Bai didn't use this kind of ice knife at that time. It was probably because Senbon's attack power was too low to kill with one hit, so a new ninjutsu was developed. Boo! Ha! Ha! As the ice blades were thrown out one after another, Bai frowned. She had cut Orochimaru's snake body into pieces 3 times, but this man was like an indestructible cockroach. He shed his skin and crawled around like nothing had happened. Disgusting ninjutsu. I want to see how many times you can shed your skin. It's not just that Orochimaru's escape is disgusting, it's also disgusting in a physiological sense. Bai didn't want to get close to fight a man covered in saliva and gastric juice, so he just shot ice knives at him from a distance. Fortunately, the amount of chakra was large enough, so even when he used the ice knife to kill Orochimaru for the 4th time, he only used a quarter of it. Damn psychopath. Orochimaru glanced at Zabuza not far away and found no signs of him intending to attack. He gritted his teeth, spit out the Kusanagi sword again, and charged towards Bai with the ice blade. He found that this little girl was probably a bit of a germaphobe, and an opponent like him, Orochimaru, was just the right person to restrain this kind of person. Another ice knife hit the shoulder, and the left hand and some of the body were directly cut off. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. As long as he could make the little girl who used ice escape sick and run away, and then he could take the opportunity to pierce the ice wall with the Kusanagi sword, he would still have a chance to escape. HMPH, Bai is being underestimated. Zabuza leaned against the ice wall, looking like he was enjoying a good show. Ice escape. Ice spear. Bai quickly formed a seal and a spear condensed in his hand. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. When Orochimaru approached, Bai dolly threw the ice spear into his mouth and pierced into the snake's body. You shouldn't shed your skin again this time. At this time, Kakuzu had been waiting outside the ice wall for a long time. Feeling the huge chakra coming from inside, Kakuzu showed a solemn look. Hey, Kakuzu, haven't you dealt with Orochimaru yet? Hidan came over from a distance, pulling the body of Kabuto Yakushi. Who knows? Kakuzu murmured quietly. Fijuan frowned in displeasure. Why are they so slow? I have already killed a man. This man is quite powerful and difficult to kill. Let's see if he is worth it. As he spoke, he threw Kabuto Yakushi's body in front of Kakuzu. Kakuzu glanced at Do, then took out a booklet and flipped through it for a long time but couldn't find the corresponding person, then kicked the body away. This person is worthless, don't leave him in front of me as an eyesore. Fijuan said in disbelief. He has the strength of a Jonin, how can he be worthless? This must be fake. The horns ignored him, it seemed to be true. The angry Hidan cut the already dead Kabuto Yakushi into pieces. The genius of his generation, before he even grew up, was led into a ditch by Orochimaru and his car overturned, and he died on the road, all because Orochimaru once wanted to bite Naruto. After waiting for a long time, the ice wall finally broke apart. Two figures walked out slowly from inside. There was not a speck of dust on Bai's body, and Zabuza was carrying an ice sculpture on his back. Orochimaru's vitality is really tenacious. Even though he has been pierced by the ice spear, he is still alive. Who would have thought that he could actually shed his skin from another place? It's outrageous. Fucking open the door to outrageous home. To put it bluntly, even Zabuza felt disgusted by him for a long time. We have done what we should do, now it's time to pay. Seeing them come out, Kakuzu immediately reached out to ask for the money. Zabuza frowned slightly. Kakuzu's attitude made him unhappy. In his opinion, Kakuzu and Hidan hadn't accomplished anything, so they had no right to ask for money. He wanted to have a good discussion with these two people, either by force or theory. But Bai raised his hand to stop him. Bai smiled softly and said, I am a man of my word. I will pay you a penny less than you should. But you should leave here first. Can't you give it to me right away? Kakuzu asked seriously. Bai explained calmly, the balance is 45 million taels. Have you ever seen anyone carrying so much money? Hidan thought what Bai said made sense, and said to Kakuzu, Ah, you old man are just a stubborn person who can't adapt. Of course you have to go and get so much money. Shut up. Kakuzu glared at Hidan and said, if you keep talking, I'll kill you. After saying that, Kakuzu took the lead and walked in front, which was considered as agreeing with their statement. Hidan picked up his sickle and followed closely behind, continuing to verbally output to Kakuzu, Idiot, you are just an old stubborn who has lived a little longer. Do you think you can kill me? Kakuzu was so annoyed by his anger that he simply ignored him and pretended not to hear him. They didn't ask Haku and Zabuza why they froze Orochimaru and took him with them. That was their employer's business, and they had no control over it, nor did they want to. But this action gave Haku and Zabuza a good reason to walk behind them. Zabuza asked in a low voice, Bai, do you really want to give them 45 million? That's not a small amount of money. Yes, I will give what I deserve. I never lie. The eyelids under the white mask drooped, revealing a sharp gleam, but, ghost money should also be considered money. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai suddenly attacked, throwing out two ice knives in succession, directly cutting off Fijuan's head and the arm holding the sickle in front of him. Lord Naruto said that Akatsuki is the enemy. And it's a mortal enemy that must be dealt with. Since he is your mortal enemy, he deserves to die. At this time, Hidan was still talking to Kakuzu, and then he saw his body getting farther and farther away from him, until his head fell to the ground. He opened his eyes and looked at his body, but he still didn't realize what was happening. What's wrong? Fijuan's head asked blankly, are there any enemies coming to kill us? Idiot, Haku and Zabuza are enemies. Kakuzu shouted and swung out his arm to pick up Hidan's head. But Haku and Zabuza would never give him this opportunity. Almost instantly, the two of them attacked Kakuzu at the same time. Zabuza dropped the ice sculpture that sealed Orochimaru and swung his sword to chop at Kakuzu's arm, while Haku condensed two spears and shot at Kakuzu's head and heart. Two bastards. Kakuzu cursed and retracted his arm, directly entering Earth resentment mode. Many black threads burst out of his body and two masked monsters emerged from his shoulders. As someone who can join Akatsuki, all the Kaku must be ready. In the past, he always bullied and killed his teammates, but today was the first time that someone in the organization tried to bully and kill him. You are seeking death. Kakuzu avoided Zabuza's attack, and the two masked monsters on his shoulders opened their mouths, one spitting wind and the other spitting fire, forming a huge flame that sprayed towards Shiro. After the wind and fire combined, the temperature of the flame increased, melting Shiro's ice spear. Ice shield. Super ice rock hull no. Shiro created a thick ice wall in front of him to block Kakuzu's attack, but the ice wall melted very quickly, which frightened Shiro. Seeing that Haku was attacked, Zabuza swung his sword, but the attack was blocked by the black threads on Kakuzu's body. Humph, you two want to kill me. Whether I can kill you or not, you will know if you try it. Then you can try it. Kakuzu sneered and looked at Hidan, who was shouting on the side. If it weren't for the fact that Fijuan was totally unprepared, the situation could be turned around in an instant and these two people could be defeated. But it's not a big problem. Just kill the one who uses ice escape first, and then deal with Zabuza. The strength of these two people is only between the senior ninjas, not as exaggerated as other members of the organization, and he can handle it alone. Wind release. Spiral shuriken. Suddenly, there was a howling sound of wind behind him, and the extremely terrifying chakra woke up Kakuzu. But the attacker was too fast, and Kakuzu didn't expect that Haku and Zabuza actually had helpers, so he launched a surprise attack when Kakuzu was unprepared. The spiral shuriken hit Kakuzu's back heavily. In an instant, violent wind attribute chakra dissipated, and a huge chakra ball with a diameter of 5 meters was rolled up on the spot. The strong hurricane stirred up Kakuzu's wind and flames, and in an instant the flames enveloped the chakra ball. It looks like a small, scorching sun. Flying sand and rocks, and dust. Zabuza, who was outside the attack range, was shocked. What kind of terrifying chakra is this? Who used this ninjutsu? Lord Naruto. Bai's eyes were burning and she couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Through the curse seal, she could sense that the person in front of her was Naruto. Zabuza quickly shouted, Bai, let's escape now. No need. Bai couldn't help but get excited. She panted and said, this is one of ours. At this time, Naruto, who was also in the center of the storm, grimaced in pain and quickly used the tailed beast coat to resist. Without the help of magic, the Rasenshuriken is a double-edged sword that hurts both yourself and others. It not only hits the enemy, but also yourself. This is why he has been reluctant to use the Rasenshuriken to fight. But now Kakuzu's vitality is too strong, so he can only be killed with powerful moves. The range of the tailed beast ball is too wide, and it will definitely attract the attention of Tsunade and Jiraiya. The Rasenshuriken has a small range but great power, so just deal with it as quickly as possible. As the storm shattered Kakuzu's mask, his life seemed to stop at that second. 88 years of life passed away as the masks turned into pieces one by one. Kakuzu fell to the ground under the huge chakra impact, and Naruto's attack stopped. The attack of the Rasenshuriken stopped. Naruto took off his tailed beast coat and half knelt on the ground. The rest of the body was fine, but the right hand had suffered the greatest attack from the Rasenshuriken and was now half disabled. Zabuza was standing behind Naruto. When he saw this, he felt relieved and raised his beheading sword at Naruto. "Bye, are you going to kill him?" Zabuza thought, since white had just won against black, it shouldn't be a problem to do it again this time. But unexpectedly, Bai not only did not take any action, but scolded him. "Zabuza, retreat." Just when Zabuza was confused, he saw another incredible scene. Bai actually trotted up to the man in front of him, and then respectfully helped him up. Chapter 84 Become a Scientist. A breeze blew, and the leaves rustled and the branches swayed. In this woods, Bai and Zabuza stood facing each other. Zabuza's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and with a look of pain in his eyes he asked, "Bai, so, all the changes you've undergone over time are because of this kid?" Shiro nodded and murmured, "Yes, I obey Naruto-sama." Zabuza's body tensed up when he heard the words, Naruto-sama. Haku was the child he raised, and was like a daughter to him. Now, they call a yellow-haired boy, adult. Why? Bai looked at Naruto with a gentle gaze, a faint smile on his lips. There are not so many whys in this world. Zabuza was stunned when he heard this. He probably guessed the reason. Facing a ray of fragrance in the evening breeze, under the bright moon, the green grass wet by the autumn frost is bathed in the light, and the girl protects the boy. As an old virgin, the feelings he had never experienced before were rippling in the girl's heart. "Hey, Lao Deng, don't you understand? This little girl of yours definitely likes this yellow-haired boy." Fijuan's head was laughing at the side. When he came here, he never thought that there would be such a fun thing to watch. He had seen Zabuza's meticulous care for Bai along the way, but now Bai was standing against him for another man. Involuntarily, Phaeton's gaze towards Zabuza became somewhat mocking. "Shut up, Kakuzu is dead, how dare you talk so much?" Zabuza glared at Hidan angrily, threatening him. Fijuan laughed even more wildly. "If he dies, he dies. What's the big deal? Everyone is born to die. This old guy will be 90 years old soon. He has lived enough for so many years. Aren't you sad for him?" Bai whispered softly. Fei Duan snorted and said disdainfully, "What's there to be sad about? That old guy is not on the same side as me. He doesn't respect the evil god." Naruto took in Hidan's expression and began to speculate. Who is the evil god? Why can Fijuan be given the special power of immortality? Why can he bestow such strange abilities, but his true body has never appeared? Weird, so weird. As Naruto thought about it, he looked at Orochimaru who was frozen in ice and asked Bai, "How is he doing?" "Not dead. That's it. My lord, is there anything else I can do for you?" "Not yet, let me test it first." "It is good." Bai doesn't talk much, but his words are very gentle. It was a gentleness that even Zabuza had never heard before. Zabuza's heart sank to the bottom. He held up the sword somewhat powerlessly and threatened Naruto, "You'd better talk nicely, little brat, or I will kill you." Naruto didn't bother to pay attention to him and quickly walked to Orochimaru's ice sculpture and squatted down. Bai stood between the two and scolded, "Shut up and stop being disrespectful to Naruto-sama." Hearing this, Phaeton laughed out of breath. "Ha ha ha, this is the first time in my life that I have seen such a funny thing. If you laugh again, I'll smash your head into powder." Zabuza's veins bulged. But he was stopped by Bai, who said, "You can't do it until Lord Naruto tells you to kill him." After a moment's silence, Zabuza threw his sword aside and sat on the ground dejectedly, like a deflated ball. The girl who was raised as her own daughter now calls other men Naruto-sama, and doesn't give him any face at all. This feeling is indescribable pain. Hey, Lao Deng, do you have to be so humble?" Fijuan kept mocking. But at this time, Zabuza was no longer in the mood to pay attention to his nonsense. He sat there dejectedly, saying nothing. At the same time, Naruto's eyes flickered, and he successfully absorbed Orochimaru into the storage space. In other words, the storage space can be used for living things. So is this equivalent to a weakened version of the Shinwei space? If it reaches the highest level, will it really become a godly power? Thinking of this, Naruto looked thoughtful and couldn't help but look forward to the upgrade of the storage space. The prerequisite for upgrading the space is to imprison Orochimaru, which has been achieved. The post-condition is that, for my own use, has not yet been achieved. Naruto thought about it and decided to give it a try. No matter whether he could successfully get the reward or not, it would not be a loss in the end. Open the ice prison and help me cover it up. I'm going to use the devil's contract. Tsunade was still looking for traces of Naruto and Orochimaru. Along the way, she was frightened many times by the blood that Naruto deliberately left behind. So there was a lot of stagnation time, but as she saw more and more blood, she stood up again and again with faith, and the blood gradually became less scary. That guy Jiraiya, he must have done it on purpose. How come he can't walk faster than me? Tsunade gritted her teeth. Jiraiya's attitude made her unhappy. Even though they were clearly enemies, he repeatedly showed mercy to Orochimaru's men. When had Orochimaru ever shown mercy to him? This is what Tsunade hates most about Jiraiya. He is too chaste. In the past, when I encountered 3 children from the enemy country on the battlefield, no matter how pitiful they were, it was already a good thing to spare their lives. But Jiraiya is a guy with a natural lack of brains, and he still wants to teach others ninjutsu. They are from an enemy country. Maybe when they grow up they will come back to kill them. Let's not talk about the past. Now Orochimaru has rebelled and killed his teacher, Old Man Sarutobi, and he also wants to kill their 2 companions who once fought side by side with him. Jiraiya even deliberately lets him escape. I really don't know what's in his head. He is a born nicety. It is because of the existence of such goodies that many people around them have been killed. As she was running, Tsunade heard the sound of whistling wind coming from the east, so she immediately turned around and ran towards the east. At the same time, Naruto has successfully used the demon contract to pull Orochimaru into the contract space. A cold wind suddenly arose, black fog filled the air, and everything between the sky and the earth turned black. Orochimaru walked in the space, a large amount of black mist rose from under his feet. He swallowed and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was served by the black mist in front of him. At this point, Orochimaru knew without hesitation that the reason he encountered Akatsuki's surprise attack today was entirely because of the person in front of him. There is no way this little Jinchuriki could be Danzo's man. Danzo, you don't deserve it. This scene was something Orochimaru had never seen in his life. He tried to remain calm and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "That's not important." Naruto replied calmly. "What's important is whether you want to survive." "What are the conditions?" "There is only one. Work for me, sign this contract, and you can live." The next moment, a black mist rose in front of Orochimaru's eyes, and the black mist gathered to form a contract. Orochimaru asked again, "What will happen if I don't sign?" "You will die." Naruto said calmly, "Death in the true sense of the word." Orochimaru was stunned. "How will you kill me?" Naruto said, "Don't try to trick me. I can find your real body and anyone you put a curse seal on and kill them all. Will you be able to survive then?" Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched unmistakably. Naruto even revealed his last trump card. It was the first time he felt such a strong sense of crisis. Orochimaru frowned tightly. "I have one last question." Seeing Naruto's expression change, he quickly said, "I promise, this is the last one." Naruto nodded, motioning for him to continue. "What use am I to you?" It must be said that Orochimaru is indeed a smart man. The questions he asked were very to the point. He didn't ask why they were causing trouble for him, nor did he ask why they let him go. Let's get straight to the point. What can I, Orochimaru, do for you that would lead you to come to me specifically? As for Naruto, he never worried that Orochimaru would not sign the contract. People like Bai and Urzuzi may still have some backbone, and they may really not sign if they say they won't sign. But Orochimaru has achieved immortality, and has become so perverted to an outrageous degree in order to achieve immortality. Do you still expect him to not be afraid of death? So Naruto didn't bother to beat around the bush with Orochimaru, and went straight to the point, raised his finger and pointed at his head, saying, "What I need is your brain that has many ideas. I need you to continue to create and be bold and work hard. No matter what wild ideas you have, as long as they are not too disgusting, I will support you. Become a real scientist, Orochimaru. As long as you do well enough, you will become my right-hand man in the future." After the big plan was completed, Orochimaru stared at Naruto with wide eyes. He thought that Naruto would ask him to give up his eternal life and all the forbidden techniques. The only thing he never thought of was that Naruto actually wanted him to create something. And what kind of word is scientist? While Orochimaru was thinking about this, Naruto slowly walked in front of him and looked up at the endless black fog around him. That seemed to be his endless ambition. Orochimaru couldn't calm down for a long time, and finally he made up his mind. "Okay, I agree to sign the contract." After the contract was signed, Orochimaru felt as if a mark was planted deep in his soul, and then the souls in his hands grew out again. A black word, 3, appeared on the back of his left hand. Under Orochimaru's shocked gaze, Naruto took out something from his arms that frightened Orochimaru. "This is the Sharingan and the Byakugan." Orochimaru opened his eyes wide and took a deep breath. "Sharingan, where did you get it from? You should have picked it off in the first place." He swallowed and asked, "Is this for me?" Naruto nodded. "You can say that, but it's not given to you to enhance your own strength." Orochimaru couldn't help but feel regretful. "Then what is this used for?" "Now I have 2 important tasks for you." Naruto stared at Orochimaru, which was why he was willing to sign a contract with Orochimaru. Only Orochimaru's brain is most suitable for doing these things. As Orochimaru watched, Naruto continued. "First, you do an experiment and mass-produce the Sharingan and Byakugan for me. Second, I'll leave it to you to study Faden. You have to find out what the evil god is. These 2 items are your token of joining my camp. You must succeed, otherwise I won't need you anymore." Chapter 85 Education. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Active Choice 3. The reward, storage space upgrade, is expected to be given after the host falls asleep. The black fog fell, and the pure white frost was like a mirror, reflecting the figures of the 3 people. Bai was surprised to see Naruto return in a flash, and told Naruto of his discovery. Naruto was slightly puzzled when he heard this, as the speed of time in the contract space different from that in reality. This question can only be thought about by himself. He does not intend to let others participate in the study of his own golden finger. Seeing that Naruto didn't say anything, Orochimaru didn't dare to ask more questions. He took out a few small bottles from somewhere and put the 4 eye beads he had just obtained into them one by one. Of the 2 pairs of Sharingan, Naruto only gave him 1 pair and kept 1 pair for himself in case it came in handy in the future. After storing the eyeball, Orochimaru bowed and said, "Sir, is there anything else you want me to do?" Low EQ. I'm leaving. High emotional intelligence. If there is anything else you want me to do, please tell me. Naruto waved his hand as he was thinking. No, remember to take Kakuzu's body and Hidan away. My subordinates know. Orochimaru glanced at Bai after he finished speaking, and Bai opened a way out for him, then immediately closed it after he got out. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Naruto was stunned, then asked, "You won't let me out?" "Sir, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Bai took off the mask, and his pretty face became less gentle and more hesitant. Naruto nodded slightly. "It's been a long time since we last met." "Then don't you plan to do something else, sir?" Bai looked at Naruto with some hesitation, then lowered his head. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Naruto asked the question in his mind. What's going on? Do you have something to tell me? Bai twisted her hands together. Today she wore light makeup, with peach-colored lipstick on her lips. She bit her fangs lightly, and her eyes showed a hint of shyness. I don't know how to start. It's really too shameful. That. Bai raised his eyes slightly and coughed lightly to signal Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't understand. If you don't want to say anything, let's go first. Bai responded immediately and reinforced the ice wall a little more. Naruto yelled angrily, "What are you going to do?" Huff tilde huff tilde. Bai's breathing became heavy and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Yes, that's the feeling, that's it. Her face turned a little red, and she once again did something that displeased Lord Naruto and continued to reinforce the ice wall. The air suddenly became a little quieter. Naruto. As someone who could decide Bai's life or death at any time, Naruto didn't think Bai would have the courage to provoke him. Besides, there was something really wrong with Bai's expression. I always feel that she is not very rational now. What signal is she sending? Looking at the adolescent girl in front of him, Naruto also thought with adolescent thinking and looked up at her. There's really nothing I can do about you. Naruto smiled gently, then took a few steps forward to face Bai. He raised his left hand to touch Shiro's cheek and give her a rewarding kiss. This should satisfy you. Naruto thought so. But the next second Bai tilted his head and gently bit his index finger. Naruto's expression was obviously dull. Looking at Bai in front of her, red clouds appeared on the girl's cheeks, her peach-pink lips slightly opened, she gasped, and her brows slowly relaxed. There was a faint sound coming out of her mouth. If you didn't listen carefully, I'm afraid no one would know what she was saying. Grown-ups. I did something wrong, please punish me. Naruto vaguely heard her words and stood there blankly with a dazed look on his face. Is this why you won't let me go? But I think you did a pretty good job. You want me to punish you? Bai pulled the corner of her clothes tighter and looked away. The words she had just said had exhausted all her strength, and she no longer had the courage to repeat them. I could only nod slightly. Naruto looked at Shiro, his brows raised in worry. My child. Number 1. Is sick. Get cure. I heard that great force can work miracles. In order to cure Bai, Naruto made up his mind, withdrew his fingers with a red face, and finally raised his hands, stood on tiptoes and pinched Bai's face hard. Her white face is just like her name, both are white, like snow that is untainted by the worldly affairs, except for a hint of peach red on her lips that is painted on by the Lord. But at this moment, tears welled up in Bai's eyes, like a poor girl who was being bullied. Naruto stopped his movements and said, What happened? It hurts tilde. Bai covered his red face with his hands and looked at Naruto with tears in his eyes. Now Naruto didn't understand. Bai opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. What she wanted was not physical pain, but it was a pity that Lord Naruto misunderstood her meaning. What a shame. Lord Naruto is so annoying. Bai's tone sounded so aggrieved. Hearing this, Naruto was confused. I was helping you with good intentions, but you still said I was annoying. Tolerable or unbearable? Naruto glared at her fiercely, and then scolded. You are like a mute person who doesn't say anything, and I have to guess everything. How can I guess what you are thinking? Am I a god? Plop. Plop. Bai's heart beat faster and an intoxicated smile appeared on his face. It was this fierce tone that finally gave me the same feeling as when we first met. The servant, White's corruption value increased to 41%. It proves that you don't understand me at all. Bai deliberately retorted. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you in the face. Naruto said unhappily, unlock the ice prison quickly, I'm leaving. I'm so happy, I'm suffocating. It is this feeling. Bai reinforced the ice wall again. Naruto's little head was filled with huge doubts. It was the first time in his life that he felt that a person could be so difficult to understand. Seeing the abnormal blush on Bai's face, Naruto's heart moved slightly, and he tentatively scolded, untie it immediately, do you hear me? The servant, White's corruption value increased to 42%. Bai's eyes lit up. No. Naruto intensified his scolding. Idiot, I'll give you 3 seconds. Bai shook his head excitedly. The servant, White's corruption value increased to 43%. After all this time, it turns out that this woman likes mental attacks. Naruto was numb. What kind of strange property was this? I'll tell you one last time, I'm not discussing this with you, what I said is an order to you. Naruto looked at Bai as if he was looking at garbage. Huff tilde, Bai fell to the ground softly, with little stars in her eyes almost popping out. The servant, White's corruption value increased to 45%. She said in a soft voice, as you command, I will open it for Naruto-sama right away. As expected, I still can't refuse Naruto-sama at all. Bai pinched with one hand, and the ice walls around her began to fall off. When they came into contact with the outside air, she quickly put on her mask and stood up. As Lord Naruto's loyal servant, Bai only wants to show Lord Naruto another side of himself, as for others, he has no chance of seeing it. When the ice wall completely fell, Bai had regained his cold and aloof temperament. Orochimaru was very obedient. At this time, Kakuzu's body and Hidan, who was mumbling endlessly, had been taken away by Orochimaru. Naruto didn't mention Kabuto's body, and he really didn't touch Kabuto's body. The dream-fulfilling Master Kabuto was lying quietly on the ground, and the only one with him was Zabuza. When he saw Bai coming out, he immediately asked, Bai, what did you talk to this kid about? Why did it take so long? This is none of your business. Bai said in a cold voice, I'll say it again, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to Naruto-sama. How can it be repaired? Zabuza was furious and wanted to kill someone, but there was no way Haku would let him attack Naruto. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to put his sword on his back angrily and leave with a gloomy face. Before leaving, Shiro and Naruto looked at each other again, and shyness appeared on their faces behind the masks. Although they were reluctant, they all knew that it was time to say goodbye again, and the people from Konoha would come looking for them soon. I didn't get stepped on this time, which is a bit of a pity. I'll have to make up for it double the time we meet next time. Sir, I'm leaving first. Bai waved goodbye. Naruto already knew how to talk to Bai correctly, and he shouted in a low voice without any hesitation, get lost. Bai almost gasped and bowed, as you command, I will get out of here immediately. The servant, White's corruption value increased to 46%. Shiro's corruption value increased by 6 digits in a row, and Naruto shrugged helplessly. He used the Rasengan to deal with Kabuto Yakushi's head, and then lay quietly on the ground waiting for rescue. Now that we have subdued Orochimaru, a highly intelligent person, we will be more confident when facing those psychopaths of the Uchiha family in the future. The bootlicker wants to destroy the world for love, while the madman wants to seek true peace and activate the infinite moon reading. There is also Black Zetsu, who is determined to save his mother. If you want to live a carefree life, you must kill these 3 psychopaths. Our current strength is still weak and we need to work harder. The moonlight is bright and the stars are shining. As the sound of heavy stomping was heard, a huge fruit appeared in Naruto's sight, making the moonlight even brighter. Then I looked up and saw a beautiful face. If you only look at her appearance, Tsunade looks to be no more than 27 or 28 years old. She was dressed boldly, had a plump and perfect figure, delicate and beautiful facial features, and her milky skin was stained with a lot of blood. At this moment, her cheeks were full of worry as she turned her back to the moonlight. Naruto was stunned by Tsunade's illusion for a long time. He raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at the body of Kabuto Yakushi. His eyelids were about to close with fatigue. Lord Tsunade, I have avenged you. The young man seemed to have used up his last bit of strength to barely finish this sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand fell. Tsunade's eyes widened and tears welled up for a moment. Late at night, Shizune and Jiraiya were waiting quietly in the corridor of the B&B they had booked in Tansho Street, looking worried. Jiraiya's face looked very depressed. Just now he was confident that Tsunade and Naruto would not be able to catch up with Orochimaru, so he deliberately did not follow them. To give Orochimaru a chance to survive. But when he saw the bloody Tsunade holding Naruto back, he was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this outcome. How could this happen? Jiraiya grabbed the corner of his clothes in distress. With Naruto's strength, he shouldn't be injured when dealing with Orochimaru's subordinate. As if influenced by Jiraiya, Shizune sitting opposite him also sighed. Shizune had heard Tsunade say countless times about this adult, who was kind and merciful. This is his greatest strength and also his greatest weakness. Because he treats people like Orochimaru with the same kindness, this kindness sometimes turns into a sharp sword that stabs people around him. After a while, the sound of click, click, click of high heels came from the room, and Shizune and Jiraiya came forward at the same time. Tsunade was still wearing the bloody clothes, and her young face looked a little tired under the dim light. Naruto is fine, he just fell asleep due to exhaustion. His right hand is a little more serious, and a lot of the meridians below the elbow have been cut. I just healed him, and it will probably take a week or two before he can use it normally. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, and the cloud of worry dissipated in an instant. As long as it's okay, it'll be okay. Jiraiya patted his chest in relief. If something really happened to Naruto under his care, he would not be able to face Minato and his wife again after he died. Is everything okay? Tsunade's eyes met Jiraiya. This old friend was just like her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, who often did things that were breathtaking. But she was also wrong today, and she felt that she had no right to teach Jiraiya a lesson. Exhaling, Tsunade turned her gaze to Shizune. Get me some hot water and a change of clothes. I need to take a shower. I'll get ready right away. Shizune walked away with her long, smooth legs. Tsunade left a message saying, "Don't disturb Naruto, let him have a good rest," and followed Shizune. During this period, there was no extra communication between me and Jiraiya. Tsunade hates me again. Jiraiya felt as if there was a fish bone stuck in his chest, which was not very comfortable. After decades, Tsunade has never given him a good look. Meanwhile, Naruto was observing the upgraded storage space in his spirit world. It was upgraded from the original 10 square meters to 100 square meters, which made it much more spacious, but after searching for a long time, I found no extra special abilities. This time it's just a simple expansion of the scope. Well, that's not bad. Naruto was quite content. This upgrade was already good. At least it could store a lot of things. Yawning, Naruto planned to exit the mental space and let his consciousness return to his body. In order to prevent Tsunade from noticing that he was acting, Naruto chose to upgrade and fall asleep without hesitation. I don't know what the situation is outside now. The moonlight shone into the room, and the branches of plum blossoms outside left faint shadows on the floor. Just as Naruto was about to open his eyes, the door creaked open and Tsunade, wrapped in a short off-white nightgown, walked in quietly and sat down on the edge of the bed. He raised his hand and gently touched Naruto's cheek, recalling some events from many years ago, and fell into reminiscence. I felt her hands were still a little wet. With the help of moonlight, Naruto squinted his eyes and looked at Tsunade. She seemed to have just taken a shower. Her long golden hair seemed to have been dried with a towel and was still slightly wet. The moist and translucent skin is rosy, just like a daffodil, charming and seductive. When did you wake up? Tsunade noticed Naruto was peeping and gently poked his forehead. Just now. I didn't expect that this would be discovered by Lady Tsunade. Naruto scratched his head and sat up. His shoulder-length golden hair fell from his ears, with a few strands sticking to his lips, looking a little hazy under the bright light. He looks like a boy who walked out of a painting. Judging from appearance alone, I feel that Naruto is more suitable for the role of a younger brother than Naoki, and he is somewhat similar to me. Tsunade stretched out her slender fingers and placed them at the corners of Naruto's lips, brushing his hair aside. Did I wake you up? Her voice was surprisingly gentle. It wasn't like that when she beat Jiraiya before. Listening to her voice, Naruto had some ideas in his mind, lowered his head and said embarrassedly, "No, I was scared and woke up from a nightmare." "Nightmare?" Tsunade asked with concern, "Is it because of the injury you just received?" Naruto shook his head again, his face turning a little sad. "No, I just dreamed about myself." Tsunade frowned slightly. "How come dreaming about myself is also a nightmare?" Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. "Let's not talk about this, after all, it's all in the past." Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned and suddenly had some bad thoughts. She had a general understanding of how each country treated the Jinchuriki, and almost every Jinchuriki suffered discrimination. But this kind of thing shouldn't happen in Konoha. Tsunade thought about it and realized that the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina and her grandmother Uzumaki Mito had never been looked down upon by any villagers because of the Nine Tails. "It will be better if you talk about the troubles in your heart." Tsunade placed her soft palm on top of Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. Finally, under Tsunade's questioning, Naruto exaggerated the suffering his original body had endured over the years. He had no food to eat, was so hungry that his bones were visible, and was often beaten by villagers. Neighbors called him trash and a monster, and wished him a quick death. Naruto became more and more excited as he spoke, and as he spoke he hugged Tsunade, lowered his head into her chest and sobbed softly. As Naruto cried, he lay in Tsunade's arms and closed his eyes, as if he was still thinking about the disaster of his childhood, and continued to sob. "Thank you for your hard work." Tsunade sighed and hugged Naruto tightly in her arms. She placed her hands on Naruto's back and gently stroked it as if she was comforting a child, as gentle as a goddess in spring. "I didn't expect old man Sarutobi to be so cruel. In order to achieve the goal, even these things can be done. Is it really necessary for people to be that greedy?" Tsunade couldn't figure it out. She felt that Naruto was a really pitiful child. And it was such a pitiful Naruto when she was about to be attacked by Orochimaru. It was like a god descending to earth to save her. Thinking of this, Tsunade suddenly remembered what she came here for. She wanted to ask Naruto why he was going to chase Orochimaru. Could it be that, as he said before he fell into a coma, he did it just to help her get revenge? Tsunade felt that this reason was a bit far-fetched. But Naruto was sad now, so it was obviously not appropriate to ask questions. "I'll find another opportunity to ask another day." After a long while, Tsunade slowly let go of Naruto and said softly, "Go to sleep. I should go back to bed too. Tsunade-sama, can you hold me while I sleep?" Naruto's soft voice was filled with pleading, anticipation, and Tsunade lowered her eyes, a little hesitant. "Didn't you tell me before that you are not a child anymore? Why do you still need someone to hold you to sleep?" "Because it's so comfortable and spicy. It feels like living in a dream." Naruto sniffed softly, resting his head on Tsunade's neck and rubbing his face against her shoulder. "I'm afraid of having a nightmare again. Being held by Lady Tsunade makes me feel safe. Okay, let me just consider this as a reward for saving your life," Tsunade said in a joking tone and lay down with Naruto. She covered Naruto with the quilt, pulled him into her tender embrace, and talked to him face to face, her hot breath touching his mouth and nose. "Go to sleep," Tsunade said as she closed her eyes first. Naruto stopped making trouble. He put his arms around Tsunade's snow-white neck, yawned, and fell asleep. The next day, the morning mist dissipated and the sun rose. Miss Shizune walked with her long white legs, forcibly holding the little pig who was still sleeping soundly, to go find Lady Tsunade. However, after opening the door, he was surprised to find that Lady Tsunade was not in the room. Considering what happened yesterday, Miss Shizune suspected that Lady Tsunade might have gone to cause trouble for Orochimaru again, and immediately knocked on Jiraiya's door in panic. When Jiraiya heard this, he also thought it was very possible. So the two of them immediately decided to call Naruto and then go find Tsunade. Who knew, the moment he opened Naruto's door, both of them were dumbfounded. Tsunade and Naruto were wrapped in the same quilt, both sleeping soundly. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's old face froze and he cursed in his heart. Damn that stinky brat, he must be using that baby face to deceive women again. Hearing the noise, Tsunade woke up from her sleep, rubbed her eyes, and then opened her eyes to see Shizune and Jiraiya standing at the door in amazement. What are you looking at? Get out. Naruto, who had woken up a long time ago, almost couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard Tsunade's attitude towards others. Around 9 o'clock, Tsunade changed into the same clothes as yesterday, packed her luggage and prepared to return to Konoha with Naruto and Jiraiya. After all, the position of Hokage belongs to her. Well, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will become the Hokage. Naruto opened the window, picked a dandelion outside the window, and then turned to face Tsunade to admire it. Before the dandelions scatter, they are plump, round, and their snow-white appearance reminds people of the glutinous rice balls that are often cooked and eaten in winter. Lady Tsunade, this dandelion is for you. You can blow it for me. I'm busy now. Tsunade took out a portrait from the suitcase. The portrait showed a red-haired woman. That was her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. Chapter 87. The dog who licks the dog will not die well, 2 chapters in 1. Jiraiya, help Naruto push, he has no strength left. In the huge Hokage's office, a pleasant voice with a hint of gentleness was heard, along with the faint panting sounds of overwork. The afternoon sun shines in through the glass, and the landscape of Konoha is clearly visible outside the window. Naruto was working as a laborer in front of Tsunade. Tsunade herself was looking at Naruto's ninja registration information, wondering what was so interesting about it. It took a total of 1 month, and Naruto and Jiraiya successfully brought Tsunade back to Konoha to take over the position of Hokage. This was Tsunade's first afternoon as the 5th Hokage, and she needed to get the Hokage building in shape just the way she wanted it. All the belongings of the former Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen were collected onto a cart, moved one by one to the foot of the Hokage building, and handed over to the Sarutobi family. Tsunade had originally wanted the Sarutobi family to move out themselves, but there were specific rules. In order to prevent the previous Hokage from taking away things that do not belong to him, this matter cannot be left to the previous Hokage and his relatives. When the 2nd generation dies, the 3rd generation will take care of things, and when the 3rd generation steps down, the 4th generation will find someone to do it. This rule was established by Tsunade's 2nd grandfather, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. She can't break her own rules. Therefore, Tsunade can only find someone she trusts to sort out what to give to the Sarutobi family and what to leave to her. Naturally, this task fell on Naruto, Jiraiya and Shizune. The Hokage's office was cleaned up for an entire afternoon, and Shizune and Jiraiya were exhausted. Shizune was in charge of registering the useless brains, and Jiraiya was in charge of moving things. Naruto was the only one who was fairly skillful. He was just responsible for pushing the cart, so he wasn't very tired. But there is a kind of tiredness, which is called Lady Tsunade thinks you are tired. After just a few deliberate gasps, Tsunade decided to hand over Naruto's task to Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Why? After half a month on the return journey, Jiraiya felt that he had completely seen through the hateful face of Naruto, the brat. He is active when eating but lazy when doing things. The most annoying thing is that he always pretends to be serious when in front of Tsunade. Ah. Tsunade, don't trust that brat anymore. He just wants to be lazy on purpose. Just push me when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Then let Naruto move the things. Jiraiya's voice sounded a little irritable. He was the most tired one today. Naruto was only responsible for pushing the cart, while he was the one who actually moved things. As a result, Tsunade actually asked him to help Naruto. Jiraiya felt that this was unfair and he wanted to quit. But when facing Tsunade's death stare, Jiraiya cowardly snatched the cart from Naruto. I know, I did it all. Jiraiya said this helplessly first, then turned his back to Tsunade and made a fierce expression to Naruto. You little brat, just wait for me. Damn it, your goddess asked you to do something and you didn't dare to refuse, so what the hell does it have to do with me? You're asking me to wait. Damn it, you asked for this. Select and start. Actively choose to trigger. Close black lens bracket. Today, I helped Tsunade do something. It was clearly Tsunade's request. Jiraiya, however, put the blame on you, which aroused your strong dissatisfaction. What choice will you make? Choice 1. Stay friendly. Admit your mistake to Jiraiya and help him pursue Tsunade. Completion reward talent. Self-discipline. People with natural self-discipline. People of the same sex will be more likely to tease your partner in front of you, but you will not be angry. Instead, you will feel a little secretly happy. Choice 2. Treat it rationally. Seek Tsunade's help and let Tsunade teach Jiraiya a lesson. Completion reward 200,000 taels. Choice 3. Act recklessly. In front of Jiraiya, have a certain degree of intimacy with Tsunade, causing her extreme pain. Completion reward graduation certificate. Choice 4. Ruthless. The liquor will not die a good death. Beat him to a cripple, and then dig a pit and bury him alive. Completion reward 40% control of Shukaku. I quickly scanned the 4 options and this time there were 3 new gadgets. Just take a look at the options and eliminate them directly without any hesitation. What the hell is option 3? There isn't even an introduction. Choice 4 stunned Naruto for a moment. He had once suspected whether he could directly take control of the other tailed beasts, but he didn't expect that it was actually possible. This is a bit outrageous. But there is no need to choose now, because Naruto alone cannot defeat Jiraiya, and even if he can beat him, there is no need to kill him. Although Jiraiya is a little bit stupid, he is actually quite nice to Naruto. Even if he makes Naruto unhappy, he won't threaten Naruto's life. However, we still cannot indulge them when it's time to teach them a lesson. Naruto thought of a way and bypassed Jiraiya to ask Tsunade, "Tsunade-sama, I want to duel with Jiraiya-sama." When these words came out, the 3 people present were stunned. Jiraiya's face suddenly brightened. You said it, don't regret it. He had long wanted to teach Naruto, the little bastard, a lesson. He has never eaten Tsunade's tofu even though he eats it every day. Today I have to teach Naruto what the rules are. Tsunade frowned slightly. She thought to herself, what kind of medicine did Naruto take wrong? Where does he get such confidence that he actually wants to fight Jiraiya? Naruto, don't be disrespectful. No matter what, Jiraiya is still your elder, you have to. Tsunade was only halfway through her words when Naruto started to flatter her. In the past half month since we met, Lady Tsunade has become the idol I respect and adore the most. In terms of strength, Lady Tsunade, as a woman, has surpassed all the heroes and ascended to the position of Hokage. In terms of contributions, Lady Tsunade has created many powerful medical ninjutsu and spread them throughout the world to benefit the people. When it comes to beauty, Lady Tsunade is the best in the ninja world. No one in the world can rival her. Naruto listed a lot of examples to praise Tsunade, comparing Tsunade to a unique woman who was unique in heaven and not on earth. Even Tsunade herself blushed at the blows Naruto gave her. Although it does feel good to be flattered, Jiraiya and Shizune, who know her well, are right beside her. Naruto's exaggeration is too exaggerated, and she seems to feel that these 2 people are secretly making fun of her. Ahem, that's enough, Naruto. If you keep blowing it, I won't be able to listen anymore. Just as Tsunade was about to interrupt Naruto, Naruto suddenly changed the subject and glared at Jiraiya fiercely and shouted. But, when Master Jiraiya turned around just now, he actually whispered that Master Tsunade, whom I respect the most, is an ugly female Tyrannosaurus who is over 50 years old and still refuses to admit her age. I will never let him go. I must duel with him. It's about who's superior and who's inferior, and it's about life and death. In an instant, there was deathly silence in the Hokage's office. Even the sound of breathing can be heard clearly. The long-legged Miss Shizune, who was registering files nearby, subconsciously looked at Tsunade after listening to Naruto's passionate speech. Well, Lady Tsunade's face has turned dark. She then looked at Jiraiya. Well, Lord Jiraiya has started to tremble. Tap, tap, tap. Jiraiya pushed his clogs back repeatedly, looking at Tsunade, whose eyebrows were curved and eyes were smiling like willow branches, and waved his hands to explain. Tsunade, you have to believe me, I will never say anything bad about you, you have to believe me. Oh, what do you want me to believe you? Tsunade clenched her fists and continued to approach in her high-heeled sandals. The 10 toes painted with red nail polish were like crystal jade bamboo shoots. As they moved forward, they slightly retracted, as if they were ready to attack at any time. It can be seen that Tsunade is really angry. After all, women are very concerned about age. Tsunade said, Shizune and I have never talked to Naruto about age. How did he know that I am over 50? Miss Jingyan, whose specialty is legs, immediately nodded after hearing this. That's right, I didn't say that. She knew very well that Lady Tsunade had a very bad temper and she must never go against her. This was the basic rule of following Lady Tsunade. Ah. Lady Tsunade, are you really over 50? Naruto was shocked and said in astonishment, it must be fake. I am at most 20 years old, no more. Little brat, stop pretending, you really want to kill me. Jiraiya pointed at Naruto, shaking with anger. Master Jiraiya, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What do you mean I don't understand? You must have known Tsunade's age a long time ago. Are you deliberately accusing me now? Master Jiraiya, please stop sowing discord between me and Master Tsunade. No matter how much you slander Master Tsunade, I will never change my mind and become your disciple. This sentence made Jiraiya's face turn green. Because he had mentioned before that he wanted to take Naruto as his apprentice, but Naruto refused on the grounds that he preferred to be taught by Lady Tsunade. After that, Jiraiya complained about Naruto several times, scolding him for being blinded by beauty. He also told Naruto several times that Tsunade was a mature woman and would definitely not look down on a little brat like you. Tsunade knew all of this. Who knows if the mature woman in front of others is called an old woman behind her back. More importantly, Tsunade has her own way of judging who is more trustworthy, Naruto, an honest and lovely child, or Jiraiya, a shameless old toad. This time, he didn't wait for Jiraiya to explain. A fist hit Jiraiya's chest with a swoosh sound, knocking Jiraiya out of the Hokage's office and hitting the wall outside. There was a loud thump and Jiraiya fell off the wall. With this blow, Jiraiya seemed to see an angel coming to greet him. Tsunade's attack was as ruthless as ever, and I guess his ribs were broken again this time. However, I had contact with her again. It's not entirely a bad thing. Lady Tsunade, don't be angry. Naruto, this damn brat, what is he going to say to seduce Tsunade? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and looked up, then saw Naruto standing on tiptoe and kissed the face he had always dreamed of. However, Tsunade was not angry. Instead, she seemed to be used to it. She stretched out her slender and long jade fingers and pinched Naruto's cheek. You're already a grown man, why do you always love to act like a spoiled child? I'm not being coquettish. This is full of love for you, Lady Tsunade. Naruto placed his fist against his heart and stared into Tsunade's heart. The breeze blew gently, bringing a charming subtle fragrance to his nostrils. Looking at the snow-like frost, Naruto could swear that what he said was absolutely sincere. Such exaggerated pectoral muscles. Who can not love it? Tsunade smiled. You, little brat, do you know what love is? You just said I was a big boy, why are you calling me small again? My pleasure. Well, Lady Tsunade has the bigger fist and the bigger truth. Naruto shrugged. Tsunade's face showed a hint of joy. Haha, you little brat, you still have a temper. Don't be angry, I'll give you a gift. As she spoke, Tsunade untied the necklace she always wore from around her neck, and then lowered her right hand, grasped Naruto's collar with her thumb and index finger, and pulled Naruto into her arms. Naruto's expression froze, his eyes sparkling with a jade-like brilliance. That necklace. Shizune's eyes widened slightly when she saw this scene. Others might not know, but she had followed Tsunade for so many years and knew the story of the necklace very well. This is a gift given to her by Tsunade's grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. She had given the necklace away twice, once to her younger brother Senju Nawaki, and after her brother died, she gave the necklace to Kato Dan. Kato Dan is Shizune's uncle and Tsunade's former lover. After a while, Tsunade put the necklace on Naruto, and when she was pushed away, Naruto was still a little reluctant. At this moment, Jiraiya, who was lying against the wall after being punched by Tsunade, felt a dull pain in his heart. How can it be repaired? If only I could be born 45 years later, then maybe I would be the one kissing and hugging Tsunade right now. No one cared about Jiraiya's resentment, only the selector carried by Naruto noticed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. The reward 200,000 taels has been distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. The reward graduation certificate will be issued after falling asleep. The reward is too special, so please be prepared. Hearing the cold prompt sounds, Naruto laughed heartily. Naruto's laughter made Tsunade mistakenly think that he was happy about the gift, so she approached him and reached out to ruffle his soft golden hair. Lady Tsunade, please stop touching my head. I'll really get angry. Okay, I won't touch you anymore. I won't touch you again in the future. Tsunade seemed a little dissatisfied with Naruto's words and said angrily. Unfortunately, Naruto would never back down on this point. What I hate most is people touching my smooth hair. By the time I finished helping Tsunade, it was already late. Naruto was walking alone on his way home. There weren't many people living in the small apartment where he lived. Except for those who didn't have money to buy a new house, most of them were scared away by the fox demon's reputation. The gray street lights were scattered on the ground, illuminating the frost. What on earth is that diploma? Can't even view the function. Maybe it is a very special and magical reward. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but quicken his pace towards home. Crunch. The moment the door lock turned and opened, Naruto instantly felt that someone was in the room. Attacker. This was Naruto's first thought, and he responded accordingly. He immediately circulated the nine tails chakra throughout his body, drew out the kunai, and prepared to kill. However, just as Naruto was about to take action, he caught a glimpse of the purple hair in the darkness out of the corner of his eye. Mao Yu Shiyan lit a candle, and the dim light lit up in the dark room, reflecting on her beautiful face. Gentle and quiet. These two words are particularly appropriate for Azuki Yugao, who is wearing a snow-white long dress at this moment. Her thin lips seem to be painted with lipstick, and they are particularly bright under the light. Happy birthday, Naruto. Mao Yu Shiyan stood up prettily, brushed her straight and smooth purple hair behind her ears, and smiled. Your favorite teacher Hong asked me to apologize to you. She was urgently assigned a mission, so she can't spend your birthday with you. Chapter 88 Sleeping in Each Other's Arms. Today is my birthday. Naruto looked a little confused. After all, he had never celebrated a birthday before and had no expectations for it. Come here quickly. Mao Yu Shiyan blinked her bright eyes, and seeing that Naruto did not move, she took the initiative to step forward, held his hand, and pulled him to sit beside her. Looking at the cream cakes laid out on the table, I can smell the sweetness even before I taste it. Naruto doesn't really like cream. Sister Shion, how do you know today is my birthday? When he said this, Naruto also felt that his question was a bit stupid. Mao Yu Shiyan has taken care of him for such a long time, so it is normal for her to know his birthday. But she didn't laugh at it. She stood up, bent over, and the neckline of her white dress dropped. The black underwear is clearly visible, and the belly is not visible. Shiyan stared at Naruto, her eyes full of charm, and said with a smile, "Make a wish." What is Sister Shion's wish? It's your birthday, why are you asking me what my wish is? My wish is to make your wish come true. Naruto spoke one after another. Shion burst into laughter and laughed for a long time until tears came out. Rubbing her eyes, she said, "Do you really want me to make the wish?" Naruto nodded. It was just a wish without any practical meaning anyway. It didn't matter who he made it to. On the contrary, after making her happy, she might make you happier, so why not do it? In candlelight. Shion clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and seemed quite serious about making this wish. Originally, Naruto thought that Shi-Yan would make a wish, such as reviving Moonlight Gale, which was a completely impossible wish, but Shi-Yan slowly opened her mouth and said, "I hope Naruto can grow up quickly, smile more every day, and have more and more people like him. This is my wish." After making a wish, the rosy little mouth opened slightly, and with a gentle blow, the candle went out. "Then turn on the lights. I've made the wish, and you must make it come true soon." Shion raised her hand and rubbed Naruto's head. Naruto pulled her big hand down and held it in his own small palm. Sister Shion's 3 wishes have already been fulfilled. Shi-Yan held his hand with a gentle look. When was it completed? Naruto raised his other free hand and slowly raised his fingers. "First, I've grown quite big. Second, I've always loved to laugh. Third, although there aren't many people who like me, it's enough." Listening to the boy's tender voice, Shi-Yan blinked. Who likes Naruto? Can you tell me? Sister Shion, you like me, right? Yes, of course. Shi-Yan nodded without hesitation. Otherwise I wouldn't come to celebrate your birthday. As long as you like me, that's enough. Naruto stared at Azuki Yugao's face, slowly moved closer, and their noses collided. Shi-Yan was stunned for a moment, looking directly into Naruto's blue pupils, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. The coolness of autumn flowed into the house through the window, gently playing with the hair of both of them, brushing against their mouths and noses, causing a slight itch. If they were a normal couple, the next step would be kissing. Unfortunately, Azuki Yugao and Naruto are not lovers. She just treats Naruto as her younger brother. Hehe, just me is not enough, you should have more friends. Shi-Yan raised her hand to rub Naruto's face, and pushed him back to his seat, trying her best to hide her embarrassment with a calm tone. She thought to herself, I am really crazy. I actually had a momentary fantasy about Naruto just now. How can I be worthy of the Gale? How can I be worthy of Naruto? It's really not enough. Naruto agreed with Shi-Yan's words, stroking his chin and said seriously, I also want Hong teacher and Tsunade lady to like me. That's all. Well, then reluctantly we can add Ino and Hinata. Sakura would be fine too if she's older. No boys. Hearing this, Naruto shuddered all over, feeling a chill in his heart. I just want girls to like me, men and the like should stay away from me. Shion thought Naruto was so funny that she covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyebrows and eyes curved with laughter. After chatting for a while, Shion cut a piece of cake for Naruto. Naruto didn't want to eat it, but Shion forced him to eat a small piece. She said that it was not bought, but made by her with great effort, so Naruto had to eat the whole cake. After eating, Shion went to the kitchen to help Naruto wash the dishes, while Naruto turned on the TV and sat on the sofa to watch the hot evening show. The culture of the island nation is great, and exciting programs can appear openly on TV. Not long after, Shi-Yan finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen, and Naruto immediately changed the program. Naruto, what are you looking at? I don't know what this is. I can't quite understand it. Naruto blinked his big cute eyes. The cuteness skill hit Shion's heart. Successfully got through. She pulled her skirt and sat next to Naruto, holding Naruto's little hand and watching with him. I've seen this movie. After a while, Shi-Yan felt that the plot was somewhat familiar. She remembered that she had seen it before, so she explained to Naruto, this is Princess Fengyun, and the heroine is Fujifeng Shuihui. She is very beautiful, isn't she? It's really beautiful. Naruto agreed with Shi-Yan's words, but he said, not as pretty as my sister Shi-Yan. Shi-Yan was amused by Naruto, and Naruto laughed along with her, leaning down and lying on her legs. Shion's legs are not very thin and slender. They feel a bit fleshy and soft, and it is particularly comfortable to rest your knees on them. You must be kidding me, I'm a professional artist, I need to be very beautiful to be one. Then if Sister Shion becomes an artist, she will definitely be the best. Shi-Yan felt that Naruto was full of youthful vitality, like a clear stream, entering through her ears and flowing into her heart, as if she could see the light from his face. Being with him, I can temporarily forget the sadness of Ji Feng's death. The full moon rises high and the sky is full of floating clouds. In a courtyard on the southeast street of Konoha. The yard full of cherry trees surrounded every room. The withered yellow cherry blossoms fell from the branches and landed into a house through the gaps in the broken tiles. In this room, two people stood opposite each other. Konoha's Genjutsu Jonin Yuhi Kurenai stared at Temari and said, "Tell us everything you need to tell us, otherwise we will never let you go even if Sunagaku begs you to do so. I've told you everything I know. I really have nothing to hide." Temari was tied to a chair, tears welling up in her eyes. It's the proper way of tying. Since the day she was knocked unconscious by Uzumaki Naruto and thrown into the bushes during the Chunin exam in the Forest of Death and was picked up by Kurenai Yuhi, she has been tied up and locked up in this dark place for more than a month. Several people have come to interrogate her before. It started with the snake charmer scaring people with the snake. Then the examiner of the first exam almost killed her several times. Now this woman who used illusions brought her great torture on the mental level. The experiences of this month almost made Temari collapse. She was involved in the Konoha collapse plan, but she was just a genin after all. How much can a genin know even if she is the princess of the Sand Village? The biggest task given to her by the village is to control Gaara and prevent him from going berserk early. After a long silence, Shihihong held her forehead with her hand and said to herself in her heart, "It seems that she really knows nothing. If I continue to question her like this, I guess there will be no result. The Sand Village needs people urgently now, and we can't delay any further and not release them. You'd better think it over before giving a definite answer, otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't be tortured." After saying a threatening word, Shihihong turned and left the interrogation room. I don't know how Shi Yan's birthday celebration for Naruto is going now. It's a pity that I couldn't go because of the interrogation. The door was slammed shut with a bang, and the tears that had been accumulating in Temari's red eyes fell down in large drops. If possible, she wanted to go back to the time before the Chunin exams, and no matter what, she would persuade Kankuro and Gaara not to come to Konoha to carry out any plan. Kankuro should be fine as he was beaten out by Uzumaki Naruto in advance. But what about Gaara? Temari remembered that before she was knocked unconscious, Uzumaki Naruto had gone to find Gaara. I hope nothing happens to Gaara. The moonlight was as gentle as water, sprinkling on Naruto's bed, illuminating the two people sleeping in each other's arms on the bed. After the movie ended, Azuki Yugao wanted to go home, but Naruto blocked the door and prevented her from leaving, saying it was unsafe because it was dark. Shamelessly he dragged her to sleep with him. Maoyu Shiyan thought for a while and felt that Naruto was just a child anyway, so she agreed to Naruto's request. It was only after we went to bed that I realized it was still somewhat awkward. Because Naruto's bed can't be said to be big, it can only be described as small. It is a single bed, and now two people have to sleep on it. Then I can only hold it while sleeping. Moreover, Naruto's house did not have any pajamas suitable for Azuki Yugao, so she was only wearing underwear under the quilt. This is even more embarrassing. Fortunately, Naruto is a cute child, and everything will be fine as long as you keep a normal mind. Naruto, good night. Sister Shion, good night. Naruto curled up in Azuki Yugao's arms, facing her, and the faint feminine fragrance filled Naruto's nostrils. Such a beautiful big sister with a nice figure and fair skin was lying next to him. As a normal man, Naruto felt a little strange in his heart. But unfortunately, the other party didn't seem to treat him as a man at all. The road is still long, we have to walk slowly. After thinking about it for a while, Naruto sighed, hugged the warm jade tightly and fell asleep. The host has fallen asleep, and the graduation certificate has begun to operate. Creating independent space. Pulling the opposite sex who likes the host, the target, Azuki Yugao, has been successfully pulled, close black lens bracket. Pulling the opposite sex who has a bad impression on the host, the target, Temari, has been successfully pulled, close black lens bracket. Chapter 89 The Lost Sand Princess. The swimming pool was sparkling with golden light under the rising sun. Temari stood beside the pool, observing her surroundings quietly. Tall willow trees provide shade, and cicadas and frogs chirp. Behind them is a teaching building that looks like the one in the ninja school, but taller and wider. What on earth is this place? Did the ninja from before use illusion on me again? When Temari was at a loss, an excited voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. Are you a real person? Turning around and looking behind her, the familiar golden hair made Temari's pupils shrink slightly. She took a few steps back in fear. When she was about to use chakra, she found that there seemed to be none at all. Right. How to use it when you are hit by an illusion. Naruto laughed happily. After all, living here alone was really too boring. Now there was finally someone to relieve his fatigue. If Naruto had known that this graduation certificate was so disappointing, he would not have wanted it. This thing brought Naruto's consciousness and body into this space for several years. Although he did not grow taller and his figure did not change, he has actually stayed in this space for 5 years, and today is his 18th birthday. Of course, these past few years have not been without any achievements. Naruto has been learning all the time. This school is not a serious school, and the things it teaches are not serious either. He didn't learn any big words, but he mastered the techniques, such as the Away Style 18, and Naruto is now very good at performing it. It just lacks actual combat. Ha ha ha, don't run. I won't eat you. Naruto said as he walked towards Temari. However, at this moment, the broadcast in the teaching building suddenly sounded. A malicious person has appeared. Please ask student Uzumaki Naruto to defeat the malicious person Temari. Otherwise, your graduation certificate will not be issued. Battle uniforms have been distributed, please start fighting. The next moment, Naruto saw with his own eyes that Temari had changed her clothes out of thin air. The ninja costume on his body disappeared. The white professional shirt wrapped around her fairly plump figure, and the black straight skirt, black stockings, and black stiletto-pointed high heels formed a black three-piece suit, which perfectly outlined the curves of her well-proportioned and slender legs. At this moment, Temari looked a little confused, not understanding why these strange-looking things appeared in the illusion. Especially this pair of shoes, they look good, but they are extremely uncomfortable to walk in. What's the name of this illusion? It's so real. At this moment Temari still believed that this was an illusion, and she did not panic even when she saw Uzumaki Naruto rushing towards her. After all, you are in an illusion. What's the use of panicking? The broadcast just now said that she wanted to fight, but she couldn't even use her chakra. I guess this illusion was just to let her get beaten. That's what Temari thought. Until Naruto rushed over and hugged the sexy Temari in his arms. Temari straightened her body in an instant. When her mind went blank, Naruto's hands were already on her thighs. Temari's legs are relatively well proportioned and firm, which means she is a relatively thin type. After putting on stockings, they are slippery. Naruto touched his legs while standing on tiptoe. The warm breath hit her face, causing Temari's soul to tremble. She quickly pushed Naruto away and whispered, "What are you going to do?" But Naruto didn't have time to answer her. Only after the graduation certificate was issued could he escape from this damn world. He continued to move closer to Temari and pressed his lips to hers. Clearly feeling the warmth and delicacy of the lips, the mental pleasure hit Naruto and Temari's brains. Asshole, get out of here. Temari instinctively pushed Naruto away again. She had never been in a relationship before, so it was difficult for her to accept such an intimate behavior with a man at first. For several days in a row, Temari played a game with Naruto, where she ran away and he chased her, and she couldn't escape even if she had wings. It was not until the 7th day that Temari chose not to escape and faced Naruto directly. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade worked until late at night and finally finished the first day's affairs. She stretched and returned home with Shizune, who was equally tired. But just as Tsunade was washing up and getting ready to go to sleep, she frowned and turned her head to the left. I saw that Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko had already stopped in the courtyard. What's the matter? Tsunade was really annoyed. Being a Hokage was already tiring enough, and now someone came to see her in the middle of the night. If they don't give an explanation, she will definitely teach these two a lesson. Seeing Tsunade's bad expression, Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko's expressions became even more bitter. The situation is urgent and this matter cannot be concealed. After looking at each other, Kurenai Yuhi finally stepped forward and said nervously, Hokage, Temari from the Sand Village is missing. What the hell? That's right, Feng Ying's daughter is missing. Aren't you the one guarding him? Where else could he have run off to? Tsunade's face looked very unhappy, and sparks were almost coming out of it. In the face of her power, Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi bent down and bowed, and could not stand up. What are you still standing there for? Go and notify the defense department to bring her back to me. As ordered. After hearing Tsunade's words, Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi left immediately. Tsunade felt her eyelids twitching. This was her first day in office and she had just gotten a general idea of the situation in the village. As a result, such a big incident happened. It felt as if God was deliberately against her. At this moment, she had a suspect. Could it be that old bastard Danzo? That night, Konoha's interrogation department and defense department were in chaos, and the route was also quite uneasy. On the other side, Shikamaru, who loved sleeping, was caught by his family members and asked to participate in the search for someone with several other people. After arriving, I found that most of them were acquaintances. As long as he was there, then Choji and Ino, who were also members of the Ino Shikacho clan, would naturally not be able to escape. Hinata, Kiba, Shino from Team 8, as well as Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and the bun-haired girl who had been seen in the Chunin exam were also there. Only one person was missing from Class 7. What is gay? Shikamaru walked over to the dragging brother Sasuke and asked, where's that guy Naruto? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. How should I know? Aren't you two on good terms? Go ask him yourself. Shikamaru pursed his lips. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Hinata pursed her lips and frowned a little when she failed to hear any news from Naruto. I haven't seen Naruto-kun for more than a month. Even though he said some very harsh words last time, I still miss him very much. Are you talking about Uzumaki Naruto? At this time, a long-legged lady with makeup similar to Inuzuka Kiba walked out of the darkness. If no one knew her, no one would mistake her for Inuzuka Kiba's sister. After all, the difference in appearance is indeed quite big. Her name is Inuzuka Hana, the leading ninja of this genin search team. Seeing Inuzuka Hana, Ino, who had long been unable to suppress her doubts, asked, Sister Hana, why are all the people from our class here this time, except Naruto? Do you know the new Hokage Tsunade-sama who took office today? Ino nodded. Inuzuka Hana continued, Tsunade-sama seems to have a pretty good relationship with him. She specifically told me not to call him today as it's Naruto's birthday. For this group of young boys and girls, Naruto's birthday is more important than finding the Sand Village princess. There was a lot of discussion for a while. Ino, Naruto, that guy didn't even tell me his birthday, how abominable. Sakura, that's right, you didn't even tell me. I don't know what you're hiding it for. Hinata, I don't know either. Shikamaru scratched his head as he listened to his friend's discussion. How about giving Naruto a birthday present tomorrow? Forget it, it's too much trouble. Just as the genin group set out to look for Temari, no one noticed that Temari was not the only one missing tonight. Even the village's nuclear weapon Uzumaki Naruto and Anbu's Yutsuki Yugao disappeared. At this moment, there was no one on Naruto's bed. Spring goes and winter comes, and another whole year has passed. Naruto, how long do you think we will stay in this world? Temari's fair face was full of worry. A very long time has passed, and she can no longer tell whether this is reality or an illusion. I don't know either. Naruto blinked, thinking that he didn't know when the damn graduation certificates would be issued. If you keep going on like this, you'll go crazy sooner or later. Ah tilde. Temari sighed, retracted her gaze, and looked at Naruto, who was half a head shorter than her, with indifferent eyes. This world is strange. There is plenty of food, plenty of water, and enough clothing. There are all kinds of entertainment facilities such as books, television, refrigerator, game consoles, etc., but there are only her and Naruto. He rubbed his hands and exhaled a thin breath of mist. Temari pulled Naruto's hand and placed it in her palm, then turned over and pressed his palm on the desk in the classroom, a slight blush appearing on her originally fair face. There was an enchanting aroma floating around the classroom, and Naruto seemed to see peach-colored clouds in the sky. Naruto, I miss you so much again. Temari bent down to unbutton Naruto's collar. Even though she had gotten used to life with Naruto around, her heart still beat faster every time she looked into his eyes. Naruto smiled slightly and placed his palm on Temari's black silk thigh and rubbed it gently. Temari's legs were a little cold, but Naruto's hands were warm, and soon he warmed Temari's legs. Just like Temari's initial fear and terror, to her subsequent habit, and now Temari's obsession with him. No matter how cold the heart is, it will warm up after such a long time. At this moment of complete silence, a strong wind was blowing outside. The broadcast in the teaching building sounded again after a year. A person of goodwill has appeared. Please ask student Uzumaki Naruto to lead the person of goodwill, Azuki Yugao, to become a disciple. After success, a graduation certificate will be issued. The moment Azuki Yugao came in, she saw Naruto and Temari kissing. Her filter for Naruto was shattered. Chapter 90. I'm sorry, subscribe. It's 3:30 in the morning. Bang dong. The most secretive department of Konoha, the main gate of the route led by Danzo Shimura, was blown open with its door and wall after a loud bang. Danzo Shimura and his route ninjas immediately sprang into action, heading towards the invaders. However, they never expected that the one who came was not a ninja from the enemy country, but the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. There were also a large number of Anbu who once obeyed the orders of the Sandaime Hokage and directly surrounded the entire route. Judging from the situation, he is not here with good intentions. Danzo's face was extremely gloomy, and he asked coldly, Tsunade, what are you going to do? Tsunade looked normal, her eyes swept past Danzo without responding, then she waved her hand and ordered, go in and search. Let's see who dares. Danzo slammed his crutch into the ground, emitting an extremely powerful murderous aura. Tsunade released chakra to dispel his evil spirit and scolded, I'll give you a chance, get out of the way. Hokage-sama, are you planning to settle accounts with Konoha's meritorious officials? Danzo stared at Tsunade with burning eyes, he wanted an explanation. If Tsunade does not give a reasonable explanation, then Danzo will accuse her, the new Hokage, of attempting to settle accounts with the old heroes and rule Konoha alone. Tsunade suddenly sneered, the little girl from the sand village is missing, the Anbu are conducting a normal search, you'd better get out of the way now. What a bullshit reason. There was anger in Danzo's eyes and his breathing became faster. He cursed Tsunade in his heart for being stupid. There were too many shady things hidden in the route, how could it withstand the investigation of the Anbu? And what is hidden in there is not only the story of Danzo in general. Tsunade, you must think carefully about the consequences of searching the route. Danzo suppressed his anger and reminded her. What Danzo said made sense, but Tsunade didn't want to care about the bullshit that Danzo talked about at this point. This was only her first day in office, and an important prisoner of Sunagakur disappeared mysteriously, and he disappeared from the interrogation department, one of Konoha's secret agencies. Who can accurately find the location of the interrogation department, sneak in without being noticed by a large number of elite ninjas, and take people away without attracting anyone's attention? There was no doubt that something was wrong internally. Tsunade didn't even have to think about who this traitor was who was causing trouble on her first day in office. Only Danzo, the former assistant of Hokage and leader of Root, can do it. Tsunade could almost guess what would happen next. It was nothing more than Danzo helping someone hide, causing Konoha to be unable to hand them over, and then the pressure was put on her, the newly appointed Hokage who knew almost nothing. Then, step by step, he would look for opportunities to slowly erode Konoha's power and completely sideline her. But Danzo seemed to have forgotten that this is a world where strength is respected, and not everyone is like old man Sarutobi who likes to play tricks on him. The autumn wind was exceptionally cool, making Danzo's body feel a little cold. Tsunade on the opposite side stared at Danzo, and a powerful aura burst out. "Danzo, I am the Hokage of Konoha. What will happen if I order a normal search?" Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the hand holding the crutch couldn't help but exert a little more force, causing spider web-like cracks to appear on the floor tiles. He replied angrily, "Tsunade, you're going to regret this." Silence. There was a solemn feeling in the air. All of Danzo's root members immediately assumed fighting stances, ready to engage the enemy immediately. At the same time, the Anbu present looked at me and I looked at you, and in the end they all made the same choice, which was to obey the Hokage. Danzo's mind was filled with thoughts, and his right eye slowly opened under the bandage. The secrets of the root cannot be leaked out, otherwise his reputation will be ruined for life and he will never have the chance to become Hokage again. However, there is still a way to break the situation, which is to kill all the Anbu around and use other gods to control Tsunade. Thinking of this, Danzo calmed down. He moved aside and said, "Okay, I'll let you search." In independent space. Seeing the scene in front of her, Mao Shiyan's face turned red, her mind was confused, and she subconsciously ran out of the classroom. After she left, Naruto and Temari were face to face. Temari bit her lower lip, her face flushed, and snorted, "Just now, the way you looked at that woman was not right." After being together for so long, she knew exactly what Naruto was thinking. "Didn't you hear the broadcast just now?" Naruto chuckled and looked at Temari. "You have to consider that we can get out of here as soon as possible." "It's a lie." Temari looked unhappy. Naruto didn't deny it. He held her in his arms, rested his head on her shoulder, and whispered softly, "Go tell her about it later." "What? You still want me to say it?" Temari was already unhappy, and now she was even more anxious. She pushed hard to try to push away Naruto's arms. But in this space, she couldn't use chakra and had no strength to break free from Naruto. Instead, she was held tighter and tighter. "Be obedient and be good, you know my temper best." Naruto pressed against her earlobe and breathed hot breath. Hearing this, Temari lowered her eyes and said softly, "I understand. I will be obedient." After being alone together for such a long time, Temari initially resisted Naruto's dictatorship, but now after a year of living together she has become completely submissive. "So should we continue now?" Temari stared at Naruto intently, with him reflected in the depths of her pupils. Naruto said nothing, but kissed her lips gently, a warm current flowing through her body, and Temari knew what he was thinking. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Now that you have set out on the journey, you should just keep going regardless of wind and rain. Tick, tick, tick. The big clock in the school was ticking. Mao Yugao was silently watching her changes beside the flower bed. The style of her clothes was very strange. This is totally different from how she usually dresses. The upper body is a white shirt, and the lower body is a black hip-hugging skirt and a pair of black translucent stockings and high heels. What a weird place. I don't even know when I changed my clothes. She was obviously sleeping with Naruto. Why did she come in with that female ninja from the Sand Village? Also, why would Naruto do that with that woman? Didn't Naruto almost kill her? They should be mortal enemies, how could they be good friends? Thinking about these things in her mind, Mao Shiyan felt that something was wrong. She suspected that everything she saw might not be true. Gradually, a long time passed. For 2 full hours, she searched the entire space, but did not find any exit, nor did she detect any signs of illusion. And the chakra disappeared. This is definitely not a dream. Which magic master is playing a prank on me? Or maybe all this is not false. After thinking about it, Uezuki Shion returned to where she started, but she didn't see Naruto coming out of the classroom. With her nails pinched in her palms, Maoyu Shiyan's brows relaxed and then frowned again. What happened? Normally, shouldn't this kind of thing be over in 2 or 3 minutes? Why haven't you come out yet? Is this reality or an illusion? The more Maoyu Shiyan thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. This question lingered in her ears, making her uneasy. The slender and curved branches seemed unable to support the huge fruits, and the fruits kept shaking up and down. If it was fake, then how powerful must the person who used the illusion to tease her be, and why did he come to Konoha? Shion couldn't believe it. If it was true, then the little fat pig that I had taken care of for a long time was eating a piece of wild cabbage from the sand village. Just thinking about it would make me feel bad. I want to rush in and ask what is going on. But, I am really embarrassed to face that kind of scene. Half an hour later, when Izuki Yugao was thinking about whether to rush in, Tamari finally came out of the classroom. Her black stockings were gone, and she didn't know what she was afraid of, but she felt her legs shaking when she walked. There's something wrong with this woman. What did you do to Naruto? Izuki Shion looked ugly, and shouted at Tamari angrily, if he has any shortcomings, I will never let you go. Tamari blinked, her head felt a little dazed after hearing these words, and she was unable to react for a moment. It's good enough that he doesn't do anything to me. What else can I do to him? Recalling some unpleasant memories when she first entered this space, Tamari smiled softly and said meaningfully, how can you not let me go? You should have tried it yourself. In this space, no one can use chakra, so it's not certain who will not let whom go. Hearing this, Maoyu Shiyan frowned. She had indeed tried it. I didn't fool anyone. If it was true, then this person must have been here longer than me and knew more. Shiyan asked, what's going on? Tamari smiled and thought to herself, as expected, everyone is unable to use chakra. There's nothing special about you. We are all in the same boat now, so you'd better be nicer. Tamari walked over to Izuki Yugao and sat down on the tiles of the flower bed. If you don't want to go out, then go ahead and make some noise. The feeling of being unable to mobilize chakra would make any ninja feel uneasy. This is true even for the Anbu who have to remain calm all year round. Izuki Yugao's condition at this moment is not much better than Temari's condition back then. After a long while, Shiyan asked, do you know where this is? It should be inside a certain space barrier. What kind of barrier is this? Why are Naruto and I here for no reason? This is not the barrier I set up. I am also one of the victims. That's why I say we are in the same boat. Tamari calmly lowered her head and rubbed her sore legs. Although it was a little difficult to say, Shiyan thought about it and asked, why did you and Naruto do that kind of thing? That's to get out of here. Tamari smiled and explained, this is the rule in the broadcast. You have to do that to have a chance to get out. Stop talking nonsense. How could there be such a barrier? Shiyan felt that she had been fooled. She was shocked and angry. Do you think I'm an idiot? The ninja world has a history of more than 1,000 years. It is unheard of to escape by relying on warm-up exercises. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I didn't ask you to believe me. Tamari stood up, looked towards the classroom, smiled slightly, and said in a bewitching voice, if you want to escape, you'd better do the same as me. Just like you. As shameless as you. Absolutely impossible. Maoyu Shiyan cursed with gritted teeth, then trotted into the room. She wants to leave this damn place in her own way, and take Naruto with her too. Although I don't know whether Naruto is real or fake, I'm afraid it might be true. He kicked open the door of the classroom and saw Naruto cowering in the corner with a panicked look on his face. Noticing his look, Shion was stunned. Why does it look like Naruto doesn't do it voluntarily? Was Naruto forced by that woman? Then I just waited outside for so long. Sister Shion, long time no see. Naruto also saw Shion and looked at her with a tired face. With just one glance, Shiyan could tell that the person in front of her was definitely Naruto. From her perspective, Naruto's eyes were exceptionally clear, and every time she saw him, she couldn't help but feel a lot of favor towards him. This place really exists. It's not an illusion. Shi Yan grabbed his hand and said tremblingly, Naruto, I'm sorry. I thought. I'm fine. Naruto gave her a smile, but his smile was uglier than crying. His acting skills have always been good. Seeing this, Shion was extremely angry. She wanted to rush out and beat the woman to death. However, at this moment Naruto grabbed her wrist. Sister Shion, Sister Temari is fine, don't blame her. Naruto shook his head and said, this place is to blame for all this. Yeah, don't blame me for everything. I was just trying to find a way to escape, and he agreed to it himself. At this time, Temari followed him into the classroom, and looking at Naruto who was pretending to be weak, she couldn't help but hold her forehead. Temari didn't tell many lies, and her expression wasn't very natural. But in Mao Yu Shi Yan's eyes, it looked like he was feeling guilty. You hateful woman, you have the heart to harm such a cute little boy. Mao Yu Shi Yan scolded angrily. Temari's mouth twitched. I am also a little girl, it is obviously me who suffers. Huh. After taking a deep breath, Azuki Yugao picked up Naruto and said, don't be afraid. Sister will definitely take you home. After saying that, Shion took Naruto and ran out of the classroom. She wanted to find a way to leave this world. Temari looked at her back and shrugged without paying much attention. I'll be back soon anyway. If they could have found another way out, she and Naruto would have left long ago. At this time, the sky became gloomy and thunder rumbled in the air. This space would appear in any weather, which was very strange, and it would appear every time when she wanted to leave. Temari suspected that if she tried to escape, she would trigger some unspeakable taboo. Yawning, Temari made her bed in the classroom and lay down to sleep. Ever since I came to this space, I have been overdrawn physically and have to make up for the sleep every day. Humph, Naruto is really gentle to that girl named Shi Yan. He was so cruel to me in the past. On the other side, accompanied by the rumbling of lightning and thunder, heavy rain fell from the sky, and within a few seconds, Azuki Yugao's body was soaked through. Naruto was held by her hand, his body was soaked, and he told her while panting, Sister Shion, I have been to every corner of this space, and I can't leave at all. We are together, why did you come in before me? I do not know either. How long have you been here? A few days earlier than you. Because the sudden rainstorm disrupted Azuki Yugao's plan, she pulled Naruto back to the teaching building, but they entered the classroom on the second floor. She didn't want Naruto to meet that female sand ninja again. After reaching the second floor and exploring, she was slightly relieved to see the abundant supplies. The only advantage here is that it has all the supplies you need, including underwear. The style is a bit embarrassing. There are T-shaped, cylindrical, and one-piece ones. In the end, she chose the most conservative one. Naruto, go change next door. I'll go out and look for a way to leave. I'll come find you when I find one. It is good. Azuki Yugao separated from Naruto and went into the classroom alone to put on the clothes. If she really couldn't find anything to wear, she would never have changed into such clothes. Fortunately, the outer clothes are still normal. After finding clothes of the same style as the one she had thought of before, Mao Yu Shi Yan found a hair dryer to blow dry her hair. At this moment, Naruto was feeling the mysterious power of controlling the weather in the space. Except that he could not get out, he was like the true god of this small world. Be able to truly call the wind and rain. When can I get out? Select and start. Actively choose to trigger. Close black lens bracket. You, Azuki Yugao, and Temari are trapped in an independent space at the same time. Now you know how to get out. What choice will you make? Choice 1. Waste your life. After getting your diploma, choose not to leave, and live here with Azuki Yugao and Temari until death. Completion reward talent. Human ancestor. Talent. Ancestor of man. You will gain extremely strong reproductive ability. Create a new world here, young man. Choice 2. Wasting time. Castrate yourself and live here with Azuki Yugao and Tamari until death. Completion reward 84% control of the 9 tails. Choice 3. Act recklessly. Take this opportunity to make Tamari and Azuki Yugao return to you from now on. Completion reward. This world is integrated with the storage space. Choice 4. Ruthless. After issuing the graduation certificate, immediately kill Azuki Yugao and Tamari, and leave alone. Completion reward. Uzumaki Naruto Converter. Uzumaki Naruto Transformer. I don't need a woman, because I am a woman. Naruto. Damn, what I hate most is multiple choice questions. The dog is getting smarter and smarter. He's afraid that I'll get a few more rewards. Naruto complained silently, but at least he finally shouted out his choice, which he had been shouting every day since the first day he came in. There was finally some movement today. Perhaps it was because Azuki Yugao was feeling guilty, and the previous encounter with Naruto and Tamari had caused her a great psychological shock. In the next few days, Naruto did not wait for Azuki Yugao to come looking for him, but Tamari found him because she couldn't stand the loneliness. As soon as she entered the room, Tamari couldn't help but throw herself on Naruto, face to face with him, and scolded him. Now that you have a new love, you don't want the old one anymore. Having been abandoned for several days in a row, Tamari felt very aggrieved. Today she specially dressed up. She wore a blonde hair shawl and a sexy suspender belt. On her legs was a blue pleated skirt and white stockings. She was full of temptation. What do you mean you have a new love and don't want the old one? I would have been angry if you didn't come to me yourself. Naruto pinched her small nose and held her in his arms and rubbed her ears. Tamari pouted and unbuttoned Naruto's clothes aggrievedly. I want to find you, but I dare not do it without your order. If you beat me again, I won't be able to bear it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Don't accuse a good person. When did I ever beat you up? When I was still in Konoha taking the Chunin exam, you beat me up twice. After the second beating, you threw me directly into the bushes. You weren't afraid that I would be picked up by someone. After coming here, you know how many times you abused me. Tamari placed her cold little hands on Naruto's chest and pushed him to the ground with great force, looking like she wanted to eat him. Naruto sighed helplessly. Women just love to talk about the past. If that's the case, I'll just have to give you a good reply. That's pretty much it. Tamari finally showed a satisfied smile. Today she must make Naruto teach her all his hidden skills. Dong 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 tilde. It seems to be the law of freedom in the dark. The busier a person is, the more likely someone will come to find him, causing him to become even more flustered. Mao Yuxian just knocked on the door, pushed it open and walked in, and her face immediately darkened. What are you doing? I'm working hard to get out. Tamari replied. After hearing this, Mao Yuxian slammed the door and left in anger. She had communicated with this woman several times in the past few days, and learned from her that if she wanted to leave, she had to. Otherwise, you might stay here forever. But how could he do that? Ji Feng just died not long ago. Wouldn't it be too unfair to Ji Feng to do that? Moreover, Naruto was raised by Xian herself, and she treated him as her own brother. Whenever she thought of Naruto's childish face, she still felt uneasy. But he has to go out. Naruto is the most important Jinchuriki in the village. Even if he doesn't go out himself, he has to send him out. Xian's mind was undergoing a huge struggle. A few more days passed. Yugao, who was struggling between going out and not going out, found Tamari. Are you sure that as long as both of us can leave? Xian asked, pursing her lips. Tamari raised her lips in a nice arc. Anyway, that's what the broadcast announced. It's up to you whether you want to try it or not. It's a sunny day today, and the sunlight makes the whole space exceptionally warm. But Mao Yuxian felt particularly cold in her heart. Hayate is sorry. I have to send Naruto back to Konoha. Just when Naruto was lying on the ground reading comics, Azuki Yugao finally came to see him. Chapter 91. Please subscribe. After kissing Sister Xian, kill her at the root. Brush tilde. The door of the classroom was pushed open and Mao Shiyan walked in from outside. She looked a little panicked, the muscles in her smooth, slender legs were tense, and she was half biting her rosy thin lips as she slowly walked towards Naruto. When Naruto saw her, he immediately dropped the comic book in his hand, walked over and held Shiyan's cold hand. "Sister Shiyan, why did it take you so long to come see me? I've been waiting for you for many days." Naruto complained. He knows everything, but he wants to pass the buck. "I was looking for an exit so I'm a little late." Shiyan's slender fingers gently plucked and twisted slowly, and as her fingers moved, she grabbed Naruto and used a little force. Afraid that Naruto would run away. Naruto pretended to struggle slightly, but after realizing Shiyan's strength, he let her hold him again. "So, sister, have you found it?" "Found it." Shiyan nodded. "Then let's leave quickly. This place is too boring," Naruto said, shaking his head, looking like he couldn't wait to go out and play. It is the nature of little boys to be playful. If Naruto himself wants to go out, that's good. A crimson cloud rose on Shiyan's pretty face. She took a deep breath and hugged Naruto with her soft body from the front. "Naruto, are you happy when you and Temari are alone in here?" "Well, how should I put it? I'm bored when I'm bored, and I'm happy when I'm happy." Naruto did not lie when he said this. He did have a lot of fun when he bullied Temari, but it was impossible for him to bully her all the time. To be honest, it's quite boring to stay in this place all the time. After getting Naruto's answer, Shiyan relaxed a lot. Since Naruto also wanted to go out and he was happy, then it couldn't be considered as his sister bullying him. But she still felt sad when she thought of Naruto hiding in the corner of the classroom, cowering timidly. "Naruto, you should know that before going back, my sister is going to do the same thing as Temari, so don't be afraid, okay?" Hearing this, Naruto was startled, then he lowered his brows and nodded. "If it's Sister Shiyan, please come." The young boy's voice trembled like a willow branch in the wind, swept by the strong wind and dancing in the sky. "I'm sorry Naruto." "Sorry, wind." Shiyan lowered her head and helped Naruto unbutton his clothes. At this moment, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sun returned to the center. The sunlight shone through the window onto Shiyan's purple hair, reflecting a faint golden light. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours have passed. Outside the teaching building, Temari, who was playing in the swimming pool, looked up in the direction of the leftmost classroom on the second floor and sighed deeply. "I never thought that the daughter of Fengying would one day share her joy with others." If Naruto could not be angry, he would still prefer to have it all to himself. Temari swam in the water alone for another half an hour. When she came out of the pool and put on her clothes, the noise on the second floor stopped. Naruto lay on Azuki Yugao's thighs for a while. Her legs were meatier than Temari's, and were much more comfortable to use as a pillow. They were soft and plump, like ointment and fat. He let out a sigh of relief, got up, took out a tissue and wiped the tears from Shiyan's forehead and eyes. Shiyan cried and trembled like a weak little woman. Naruto helped her up and looked down at her. "I'm sorry sis, it's all my fault," Naruto apologized sincerely. He overestimated Shiyan and never thought that she would be so fragile and cry like a pear blossom in the rain. "You're right, it's my own fault." Shiyan stopped crying and sobbed softly. There were dazzling tears in her bright eyes. She raised her hand and touched Naruto's head. She didn't have much resentment towards Naruto in her heart. He just kept blaming himself. No one forced him, but he was the one who forced Naruto. At this moment, Shiyan looked so depressed that she looked like a little sister who needed care. Naruto took her hand off his head and touched her head instead. Shiyan didn't mind being touched on the head like Naruto did. Her mood had not yet calmed down, and she was breathing in small sips through her rosy lips, like a red rose blooming in midsummer. Looking at her charming eyes and crystal tears flowing out, Naruto half knelt on the ground and lowered his head to gently kiss her red lips. Even though Shiyan was resisting, she was the one who started it first, so it was understandable that Naruto took a tough attitude and didn't let her break free. After kissing for about 3 to 5 minutes, Shion stopped crying and let out a soft humming sound, as gentle as the chirping of a bird. The school radio sounded at this moment. Congratulations to the students for their successful graduation and the successful issuance of their graduation certificates. The loud voice resounded throughout the space. Upon hearing the news, Mao Shiyan's eyes were filled with joy. These past 2 days, she had heard Temari say that if she wanted to go out, she must have this so-called graduation certificate, and now she already had it. Finally I can escape. At this time, the choice template appeared in front of Naruto again, asking him to decide whether to go or stay. There is certainly no doubt about this. Although I can stay here with Yugao and Temari for their company, I can't give up the vast forest outside because of them. Sister, change your clothes and let's go home. Naruto helped Shion up. Yeah. Shion stood up tremblingly, wiped her tears, and walked to the corner with the help of the wall to find a new set of clothes. I wanted to go next door, but after taking a few steps I felt so weak. Forget it, it's already like this, there's no point in hiding. Shiyan turned her back to Naruto and said, Naruto, don't tell anyone about this matter after you go out, understand? If she could hide it, she would still like to keep it secret. Naruto nodded and sincerely assured her, don't worry, sister. I will keep this matter to myself. Not saying it and not doing it are two different things. After Yugao changed her clothes, Naruto walked to the balcony and saw Temari below also dressed neatly. They picked the same clothes, both of which were JK suits for high school girls from the island country. This type of clothing was considered the most conservative in the space. Seeing that everything was ready, Naruto confirmed his exit from the space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. The reward, the fusion of this world and the storage space, has been successfully issued. The fusion will begin in 3 minutes and will take 3 hours. During this time, you cannot enter or exit the space. A whirlpool the same size as the 3 people appeared under their feet at the same time, slowly sucking their bodies in. The familiar blue sky and white clouds were still above her head. At the moment when she was about to leave the space, Temari felt empty in her heart. I have actually lived here with Naruto for more than a year. Memories keep coming to my mind and I look back at the teaching building. Tiny green leaves brushed across the face of the blonde boy who he had hated and now liked. He also saw Temari and gave her a hearty smile. The warm midday sun shone on Naruto, and Temari suddenly thought that maybe it would be nice to stay here forever. After leaving, can I still see him every day? That shouldn't be possible. As a ninja from the Sand Village, as a prisoner, she certainly can't stay in Konoha for a long time. Suddenly I regretted leaving. Ding! Since student, Uzumaki Naruto, and the 2 trial participants did not start from the same location, the return point cannot be confirmed, and the return point will be randomly located. Question mark question mark question mark. Naruto felt his eyelids twitching at the sound of the notification, and only one thought came to his mind. You're cheating me again. No curse words were uttered because he had already retreated from the space. The scene before my eyes changed in an instant. There were Japanese houses all around and torches everywhere, but there was no light overhead and the entire courtyard was hidden by thick branches. Azuki Yugao's body was now in a state of extreme fatigue. She almost couldn't stand during the period of returning. Fortunately, Naruto hugged her in time to prevent her from falling. Temari, who arrived at this place with them, looked around and asked in confusion, "Where is this?" Naruto looked at Azuki Yugao, because he also didn't understand where this was. I don't know, it doesn't look like Konoha. Shiyan was too weak and her voice was hoarse, but I can feel the chakra, so I should be back to the original world. At this moment, a masked man suddenly walked in and bumped into the 3 people. When she saw the blush on the other person's face, Mao Shiyan recognized where this place was. She hurriedly shouted, "Don't do it, we are ninjas from Konoha, and we came here by accident." But the other party didn't seem to care about this at all, and drew his knife to chop at him. Intruder, go to hell to explain. Protect Sister Shiyan. Naruto pushed Shiyan to Temari to catch her. At this time, both women had little fighting power. Yugao was exhausted, and Temari was playing with a fan, but the fan was not with her. Naruto can only fight against it. Naruto, this is a member of the root and a ninja from Konoha. He is very powerful, so you have to be careful. Shi Yan reminded. Yugao in the Anbu has also cooperated with people from the root. Although these people and the Anbu are also agents. But the nature is completely different. The Anbu has its own home and its own emotions. Compared with them, the roots are more like pure mission tools. They didn't expect to end up inside the root. Could these tools possibly allow them to leave alive? The answer can be seen from the members of this root. Impossible. Xian felt sad. It seems that God wants us to die. Temari was frightened by Shi Yan's words and asked in a deep voice, "Is it dangerous here?" Shi Yan nodded. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the most terrifying department in Konoha. They are just as cruel even to people within Konoha. The two of us probably have no hope of surviving, but Naruto is an important person in the village, so he still has hope. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Temari really didn't expect that after finally getting out, she would actually die. If I had known this earlier, I would have just lived happily with Naruto in that space for the rest of my life. Sister Xian, stop saying such depressing things. I am still here, right? Naruto took a big step forward, slightly moved away, hit the opponent's shoulder with his knife, snatched the knife with his bare hands, and kicked back to kick the opponent away. I am the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and I ask you to stop. If you continue to do this, I will complain to Lady Tsunade. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The opponent didn't listen to Naruto at all. Even if Naruto let him go, he still blew a huge fireball at him. A huge fireball flew across the small yard and could hurt people if they were not careful. Naruto quickly stepped back, and Temari also pulled Xian away. The fireball burned on the house and the flames spread along the branches on the house. Naruto said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance, take us out. HMPH, just surrender. Lord Danzo will personally interrogate you first." The other party broke through the wall and tried to escape. The next second, his head flew up. Blood gushed out and spilled all over the ground. I'm already tired of being locked up for a few years, and you still want to interrogate me. Did Lady Tsunade step down? Mentioning her name is useless. Passive selection trigger. Close black lens bracket. You are being targeted by someone for no reason, and they want to kill you as soon as they meet you. You are very upset and will make the choice you want to make. Choice 1. Stay friendly. Persuade them and avoid fighting with them. Completion reward 10% control of the nine-tailed fox. Choice 2. Treat it rationally. Run away quickly. If you run away alone, the chance of success is still very high. Completion reward 5% control of the nine-tailed fox. Choice 3. Act recklessly. Tie up all the members of the root and punish them severely one by one to complete the reward 34% control of the nine-tail. Note. Deliberate misinterpretation is not allowed, otherwise no reward will be issued. Choice 4. Ruthless and merciless. Fight your way out. Completion reward 14% control of the nine-tailed fox. There is no need to choose this at all. Persuasion had never been in Naruto's character. With Azuki Yugao and Temari around, it would be impossible for him to escape alone. So, actually this is a multiple-choice question. Naruto glanced at her, and then, under Shi Yan's surprised gaze, he handed her the bloody knife in his hand. Sister Shi Yan, don't worry, I will definitely get you out safely. Shi Yan advised. Naruto, you are the village's Jinchuriki, you will be fine, there is no need to take risks with us. Temari also said. You don't have to accompany us. I have been very happy these days. Stop talking nonsense. You should listen to men on important matters. The light of the flames reflected on Naruto's face, and he stubbornly replied, I must take you two away safely. Women are emotional creatures. The more Shi Yan and Temari heard this, the more reluctant they were to let Naruto accompany them on the adventure. While they were overwhelmed with emotions, Naruto secretly called Sasuke. Hey, what's up? How was your birthday? Hearing the childish boy's voice, Naruto roughly guessed the current time period. I've been captured, go find Lady Tsunade and come to the route to save me. After saying this, Naruto cut off contact with Sasuke. At this time, Mao Shi Yan sorted out her mentality, holding the long sword and circulating chakra to restore her physical strength. Naruto, if you have a chance, you must escape first, understand? Naruto chuckled but didn't reply to her. Instead, Temari ran to the corpse to search the ninja tool bag and said, Naruto is a very stubborn person. Don't try to persuade him. It will only annoy him. Hearing Temari's tone of, I know Naruto very well, Shion felt unhappy. She snorted and raised her sword, ready to fight. The fire in the courtyard was growing bigger and bigger, and outside, on the equally dark road, densely packed masked ninjas appeared. The sound of footsteps reached Naruto's ears, dense and heavy. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto created 10 shadow clones to protect Temari and Utsuki Yugao, and his real body directly transformed into a tailed beast, with 6 tails emerging from his lumbar vertebrae. You two will be responsible for finishing off the enemy in a moment. I will fight the frontal battle alone. In less than a moment, the surrounding route ninjas rushed in together. Have a good hunt tonight. With a loud shout, the thick chakra arm rose and grew larger, then slammed down heavily, killing more than a dozen ninjas in an instant. The war is about to break out. Naruto rushed out first, and blood flowed all over the ground wherever his chakra claws were swung. The shadow clone attacks with the big ball Rasengan, providing effective defense for Yugao and Temari. Most of Naruto's moves have a wide attack range and can kill people quickly. If he could tell the directions clearly and was afraid that the tailed beast ball would hit the Hokage building, he would be able to kill even faster. This route is a bit weak. Naruto complained. In fact, it was not just him, even Izuki Yugao felt it. Most of the people present were at the Chunin level, and they would not be able to withstand a single blow with her. The only one who felt the pressure was Temari. The fan she originally relied on was not with her, and now she was facing a one-on-many situation. If it weren't for Naruto and Izuki Yugao's repeated help, she would probably have died. At this time, the route is at the front door. The cold autumn wind blew in her face, making Tsunade's green robe rustle. Danzo, who was standing right in front of her, waved his hand sideways, saying, Go ahead and search if you want. But it's best to search thoroughly. You don't need to remind me of this. We must search carefully and thoroughly. Tsunade waved her hand and said, All Anbu are to search immediately. This is a serious matter. No corner should be left untouched. The Anbu surrounding them shouted in unison, and those who didn't know would have thought they were going to change their name to Mingbu. When the Anbu people were about to enter, Danzo secretly made a gesture behind his back, and a large number of root people slowly moved away. All the roots present were elites under Danzo, so they naturally understood what Danzo meant. To surround Tsunade. It's rude to come and not reciprocate. Danzo smiled, and his smile was very kind. Since the Hokage-sama has come to the route to cause trouble, I definitely can't let the Hokage-sama go easily. Otherwise, what if everyone thinks I'm easy to bully and wants to step on me in the future? Tsunade nodded and said nothing. In her opinion, Danzo's current behavior is nothing more than a final struggle. The final result can only be to wait until the evidence of Danzo's crimes is found, and then either fight him here or send him to prison for criticism. Danzo sighed deeply and raised his hand to touch the bandage on his right eye. If possible, he really didn't want to use Koto Amatsukami. Tsunade forced him to do this. Everything will be ready after all the Anbu members have entered. He will then immediately activate Koto Amatsukami to control Tsunade. As long as he can hold on until Jiraiya leaves Konoha, Konoha will be his from now on. Success or failure, your fate depends on a moment. It must succeed. Everyone stop. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from not far away. The powerful momentum caused the Anbu who were about to enter the route to stop in their tracks. Danzo immediately retracted his hand, cursed, damn it, inwardly and looked in the direction of the sound. However, Jiraiya's arrival also made him feel relieved. Because Jiraiya is not a reckless person like Tsunade, he knows what to do and what not to do. When Jiraiya fell from the sky, and the collision of his wooden clogs with the bluestone slabs made a loud noise. Tsunade frowned and stared at him intently. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Tsunade, don't rush. Jiraiya faced Tsunade and showed a rare serious expression. He walked closer and whispered, you can't investigate the root's affairs randomly. There are too many dark sides of Konoha. If it is exposed, have you thought about the consequences? Only Tsunade and he could hear this conversation, but Danzo, who was not far away, could tell what was happening just by looking at their expressions. He smiled. As long as someone can stop Tsunade, what happens today will become evidence of Tsunade's crime tomorrow. Even if I can't change anything, I can at least discuss her. Jiraiya and Tsunade's conversation continued. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Consequences. Have you ever thought about the consequences of the Kage's daughter disappearing? Has Danzo ever considered the consequences of angering me? Why don't you tell the evildoers about the consequences, but tell me instead? Really interesting. Seeing Tsunade's face darken, Jiraiya hurriedly explained. I didn't mean to say that what you did was wrong, but you have to be careful about the method. You can just let me do the search. There is no need to make such a big fuss. Jiraiya had heard a general idea of what happened today, and he also suspected that Danzo was behind it. But Jiraiya thought that Tsunade's behavior was even more wrong. No one knew whether there were traitors from other countries among such a large number of Anbu members. What if some private secrets of Konoha were discovered today and leaked out? Then the harm to Konoha will be huge. Looking at Tsunade's unhappy expression, Jiraiya felt in his heart that Tsunade's temper was still too bad, and she still had a long way to go if she wanted to become a good Hokage. Leave today's matters to me. Hey, since you are so capable, why don't you become the Hokage yourself? Tsunade's voice was cold, seemingly not giving him any face, but Jiraiya knew that this was persuasion. Among the people present, he is the strongest, so what he says is the most effective. As for Tsunade, I'll apologize to her later. Everyone step back. I will investigate this myself. Jiraiya glanced at Danzo coldly and whispered as he passed by him, I'm going to let you off today. You'd better not do anything reckless. Danzo scoffed at Jiraiya's threat. If he really captured the daughter of Fengying, that would be reckless, but he didn't. Being wronged, impeaching Tsunade as a normal behavior, how can it be called nonsense? Please. Jiraiya's eyes flashed, and his wooden clogs left a trail of marks on the ground. Just as he was about to enter the root, a deafening roar suddenly came from the root's secret compound. The evil Nine-Tails chakra escaped from the compound, shocking everyone present. Why is Naruto in the root? Tsunade, Jiraiya and Danzo were all in a daze. Coincidentally, at this time, an unknown Uchiha young man was hurriedly brought over by the long-legged Miss Shizune. The moment he saw Tsunade, Sasuke seemed to have seen a savior, and shouted loudly, Lady Tsunade, Naruto has been captured by the root, please go and save him. Danzo, I think you are really looking for death. Chapter 92 Konoha Civil War, Danzo is defeated. Please subscribe. The main entrance to the root. After Sasuke finished speaking, the elites of Anbu and Root were dumbfounded. Jiraiya was stunned. No, isn't Danzo so brave? Jiraiya could understand kidnapping the Kage's daughter to impeach Tsunade, but even kidnapping Naruto, what kind of train of thought is this? As if I were dead. What he didn't know was that even Danzo himself was confused. What the hell is going on? Danzo, I think you are really looking for death. The angry Tsunade directly attacked Danzo, leapt to low altitude, covered her right thigh to the heel of the high heel with chakra, and smashed down suddenly. Danzo was no longer weak this time, so he dropped his crutches and ran away. With a loud bang, the bluestone floor at the main entrance of the root collapsed completely, and the surrounding cliffs, trees and walls of the root also collapsed. The power of a Kage-level strongman was fully displayed on Tsunade at this moment, directly breaking the situation on the scene. Tsunade, are you crazy? Danzo said angrily, I didn't tie him up. It wasn't me who did it. If it was just Tsunade alone, Danzo would still have the confidence to deal with it, but now there is a more powerful Jiraiya present, he must clarify for himself. He, Danzo Shimura, really didn't kidnap anyone. Not to mention such an important character as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even though she was Feng Ying's daughter, he didn't kidnap her. The person has already appeared at your route, who else could it be but you? Tsunade's voice exploded again. It's already this time, and you still refuse to admit it. Jiraiya couldn't help but get angry at this time, and murderous aura surrounded him. The two cage-level warriors exuded a terrifying aura from the front and back, causing everyone present to break out in cold sweats. The legs of a few Anbu who only had the strength of Chunin began to tremble. The newly appointed 5th Hokage and Jiraiya, one of Konoha's 3 powerful veteran ninjas, intercepted the route's leader Danzo and its elites from front and back. The Anbu ninjas were on high alert and slowly surrounded Konoha. It seemed that a civil war was imminent in Konoha. But the leader of the route, Danzo Shimura, did not want to fight, because he was quite self-aware and knew that he could not win. Not to mention Tsunade and Jiraiya joining forces, he didn't even have much confidence in fighting Jiraiya one-on-one. The 1,000-year-old fox looked unusually aggrieved. It really wasn't me, how come you guys were so sure of me? Tsunade has a hot temper and she doesn't want to listen to Danzo's explanation anymore, but she still has to consider Naruto's safety. The sounds of fighting continued in the route. Tsunade couldn't just focus on her own emotions. She ordered, I'm going to save Naruto, Jiraiya, you leave Danzo here. After all, Tsunade is the Hokage of Konoha. Even if Jiraiya wants to consider the overall situation, he cannot compete with Tsunade for the decision-making power again and again. It was bad enough that the Cage's daughter disappeared the first time, but now even Naruto has been tied up to the route. We can only say that this was also Danzo's own fault. Go ahead, leave this to me. Jiraiya, who knew some of the dirty deeds of Konoha, knew that Danzo was not so easy to deal with, so he directly used fairy techniques and some toad features grew on his face. Tsunade nodded and jumped directly into the roots, using her supernatural strength to push forward. Danzo's flesh was in pain. He was really numb. Whether you can listen to others properly is really none of my business. Tisk, according to what you said, can Naruto run in by himself? Uchiha Sasuke, who was watching the fight not far away, suddenly spoke. He hated Danzo so much that he wanted to fight right now and kill Danzo. What he didn't know was that his voice awakened Danzo. Danzo's eyes suddenly widened, and suddenly everything became clear. He clearly hadn't captured anyone, so why would the disappeared people suddenly appear at the route? Yes, it is very likely that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki ran in by himself. Maybe someone wanted to use this to harm him. Currently, there is only one person in the entire Konoha who has the ability to send people to the route silently. That was Jiraiya. If it was Jiraiya who created this unfair drama, then today's matter would be difficult to resolve peacefully. After today, at best his rights would be stripped away. In serious cases, it could cost him his life. In that case, we might as well give it a try. Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to resort to such despicable tactics in order to help Tsunade consolidate her power. What kind of hero are you? You're saying I framed you, so don't open your mouth and talk nonsense. Jiraiya spoke coldly. Even under such circumstances, he still planned to have a good talk with Danzo. Old man Sarutobi is already dead, so Konoha's high-end combat powers should be protected from damage as much as possible. Konoha, which had just experienced an attack by Orochimaru, could not afford the loss. If its high-end combat power was further lost, I'm afraid the other major ninja villages would become restless again. However, Danzo, whose mind has long been blinded by power, would not understand this truth. He could collude with Orochimaru to kill the third Hokage for the position of Hokage, and he could also take action against Jiraiya to secure his own position. If it's not you, who else could it be? In an instant, Danzo took action, clapped his hands, and blew a sharp wind towards Jiraiya. This attack also represents the beginning of a civil war among Konoha's most powerful forces. At this time, inside the root, Naruto, who had transformed into the Vulpix, had collected the 10th sword. He grew 10 chakra arms, holding sharp swords, and rushed into the crowd, slashing randomly. The blood in the air dyed everything red, and countless limbs and heads were cut off. This was a truly one-sided crushing defeat. In this world, quantity can defeat quality, but people with large amounts of chakra are an exception. And the Jinchuriki who can perfectly control the chakra of the tailed beasts rushes into the group of Genin and Chunin. It is like a butcher with infinite physical strength walking into a slaughterhouse and ruthlessly slaughtering pigs and sheep. How can the roots be so weak? It shouldn't be. Have all the strong ones gone out on missions? Amidst the fire and rain of blood, Naruto used his collected swords to cut down one blade after another, then collected new ones and continued to cut down blades. Like a killing god. While charging forward, he was thinking about the strangeness of the roots. Suddenly, at this moment, the scene seen by the shadow clone came into Naruto's mind. 2 people were approaching Temari. He threw all the blades in his hands with great force, stabbing 3 or 5 of the invaders to death. Then he extended his chakra arm like Luffy, and backhandedly launched himself towards Temari. There were still 7 root members who stayed where they were. One of them asked tremblingly, "Do you want to chase us?" Another companion looked at him and lay on the ground helplessly. "I'm already injured, why don't we stop chasing him? After all, people are afraid of death. Any kind of ruthless machine that has been trained would feel fear when seeing the corpses all over the ground." Boom! There was a loud explosion ahead, and evil chakra waves washed around, completely weakening this group of root members. "We'll take you to heal your wounds." Several people carried the man who had just fallen down and left quietly. Finally, it's interesting. Naruto laughed wantonly, protecting Yugao and Temari behind him. After fighting for so long, Azuki Yugao's white shirt was now covered in blood. The hem of her pleated skirt danced with her movements, and her white legs were dyed red. His chakra was almost exhausted, and his breath was extremely unstable. Temari's situation is even worse. She is holding a kunai in her hand and her hands are almost exhausted. She swore silently in her heart that if she could escape this time, she would definitely practice more bare-handed ninjutsu in the future, otherwise she would be a burden if she encountered such a situation again. Naruto, that person's drawing can be materialized. As soon as Temari finished reminding Naruto, Gen, who was wearing a mask in midair, seized the opportunity and drew several ink and wash lions to besiege Naruto. Naruto's claws grew bigger, and he condensed and fired 2 large Rasengan. One swept horizontally to scatter all the ink lions, while the other attacked the masked man. At this time, the other party drew an eagle and helped him avoid Naruto's Rasengan. Super Beast Pseudo Painting. A Mo Fist. The other party was a bit aloof and didn't say any unnecessary nonsense. He waved his brush and 2 huge ink giants appeared out of thin air, swinging their fists and hitting him. Tisk, turns out he's not just an ordinary person, no wonder he's so powerful. Naruto clicked his tongue and looked at the man riding on the eagle in the air. Looking at the thin figure, familiar ninjutsu, and sickly pale skin on his hands, it's not hard to guess that the person is Sai. In the original work, he is the person who will become Naruto's companion in the future. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 9 and became a Chunin genius at the age of 10. He was 15 years old at this time and should have possessed the strength of a Jonin. No wonder he was able to launch a surprise attack and disperse the shadow clone. Even Naruto found this level of genius extremely difficult to deal with. Especially since the opponent's drawing had actually attacked right in front of him, Naruto's mind moved, and his 2 chakra arms became huge. He swung them out to fight against the ink giant and directly blew it apart. "Go to hell." Sai suddenly said this coldly, his tone showing confidence and composure, and his mentality was calm. Even when facing the legendary Jinchuriki, he showed no fear. This is the indomitable momentum of a true genius. But the next moment, the side wall was suddenly shattered. Naruto's shadow clone appeared in the air, and before Sai could react, he slapped him in the face. Even the mask was blown away, and the man hit the wall, his body sinking more than 10 centimeters before falling down. Why are you pretending to be so cool in front of me? Are you more talented than Age? Are you harder to kill than Orochimaru? While the shadow clone was speaking, he raised his foot and stepped on Sai's face, making intimate contact with Sai with the sole of his shoe, looking extremely bad. When Shi Yan heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched, and for a moment the words were stuck in her throat and she couldn't speak. Tamari seemed to be used to it and didn't react much to it. After all, she had been with Naruto for a year, and she had suffered a lot of such abuses in the beginning. At this time, Sai still wanted to resist. Even though his face was ruthlessly stepped on, he did not give in. He pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and shot it at Naruto's shadow clone. He succeeded. The shadow clone was shot through the neck and dissipated into smoke. But the next second, he was greeted by a pair of huge chakra fists smashing down on him. The loud noise raised smoke and dust, and under the chakra punch attack that gave even Tendo Pain a concussion, Sai turned into a mosaic. Seeing this scene, Tamari quickly covered her eyes. The scene was too beautiful for her to see. Even Azuki Yugao, who had killed many people while on missions in the Anbu, subconsciously wanted to vomit. This is a normal human reaction. But she had nothing to say, because she knew that Naruto could leave on his own, and he was only fighting with the root people here to protect her. Maybe Naruto himself feels even worse. Let's go. Be careful. The road ahead may be more difficult. Naruto said this backwards, and continued walking forward with Yugao and Tamari. During this time, there were no extra words. He never liked to say anything unnecessary during battle and always remained calm. Yugao and Tamari looked at Naruto's back, supporting each other and slowly catching up. The route was like a big maze, extremely winding. Naruto hammered open one wall and stepped over it, only to encounter another wall. My scalp is tingling with fear as I am about to leave. Now it is not known whether all the people at the route were killed or what, but no one is following them and yelling at them to die. But Naruto was always careful. The air was still thick with the smell of blood, and only when strong winds blew through the layers of branches overhead would the smell be barely dissipated. Naruto. Tamari wanted to talk to Naruto to ease the heavy atmosphere. But at this time, dozens of root ninjas came following in a bustling crowd. They did not follow immediately, but just followed. Naruto moved his arms slightly and they immediately stepped back. It seems that he doesn't want to fight recklessly anymore, but wants to entangle Naruto. If we can hold them off until Lord Danzo and his men return, we can keep the invaders at bay. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki attacked the root, so Danzo-sama had a reason to keep him at the root to study him. He didn't know how to live or die. He killed so many of us. No matter who comes this time, no one can save him. The sound of their conversation also fell into Naruto's ears. He looked sideways and prepared to continue killing. You are the beasts who don't know how to live or die. If you have the guts, try and see if I can protect him. At this moment, a loud female voice rang out, and the wall on the right flew out and hit the root members, pinning several of them down. Tsunade walked in from outside with her aura fully open. She looked at Naruto who had transformed into the Vulpix, then looked at the root members, and frowned. Tsunade-sama. The members of the root gasped. I didn't expect that the new Hokage would barge into the root so brazenly. Then this matter was not something that these minions could handle, so all the root members immediately half knelt down and saluted Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is good at killing root members. One of them bravely told Tsunade, but Tsunade picked up a stone and hit him on the head, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The rest of the people didn't dare to say anything more. But Tsunade's anger had not subsided. The smell of blood in the air made her feel irritated. She was worried whether Naruto's blood was mixed in it. Only when Naruto shouted, "Lady Tsunade," and took off the tailed beast coat and returned to his original appearance did Tsunade suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. I missed you so much. The first thing Naruto did after he turned back into his original form was to throw himself into Tsunade's arms. Naruto did not lie. He had been locked in space for so long and he hadn't seen Tsunade for a long time. The most important thing is that I haven't enjoyed the feeling of being suffocated for a long time, and I miss it terribly. Tsunade did what Naruto had expected. She pulled Naruto into her arms, hugged him tightly, stroked his hair gently and consoled him. It's okay, I'm here. Ah tilde. It is this feeling of suffocation that neither Temari nor Sister Yugao can achieve. Going to heaven. Seeing Naruto and Tsunade's intimate behavior, almost everyone present looked unhappy. The members of Root trembled involuntarily when they thought about how long they had been chasing Naruto. A trace of barely perceptible jealousy flashed across Azuki Yugao's eyes, but she quickly gathered her thoughts, half knelt down and shouted, "Lady Tsunade." Temari had been imprisoned in the interrogation department before entering the space, so she didn't know who this broad-minded Lady Tsunade was. But seeing Shi Yan so respectful, she didn't dare to say anything. She glared at Naruto secretly and half knelt down as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 4. The reward 14% of Nine-Tail Control has been successfully issued. The reward was issued, and Naruto now had a total of 30% control over the Nine Tails. He felt that the Nine Tails in his body was no longer able to compete with him for control. It seems that this 30% represents the entire nine-tailed fox, not just the 30% of the one inside the body. Naruto, how did you get brought to the Root? What's going on? Tsunade asked while stroking Naruto's hair. She just glanced at the three people present, and Feng Ying's daughter was indeed here. This old dog Danzo is really bold and presumptuous. But why was Naruto captured without anyone noticing? It shouldn't be possible with his strength. Looking up into Tsunade's eyes, Naruto decisively passed the buck. I don't know either. I was celebrating my birthday with Sister Shi Yan, and then a group of ninjas who called themselves Roots suddenly broke into my house. You're talking nonsense, we didn't. Someone wanted to refute, but was knocked unconscious by a stone thrown by Tsunade the next second. Tsunade looked at Naruto and said, keep going. Then an old man suddenly showed his Sharingan and I fainted. When I woke up, I was here. But they certainly didn't expect that I would have a trick up my sleeve. I had a radio hidden in my pocket and contacted Sasuke. As he said that, Naruto pulled out a radio from his pocket, which he had searched from the bodies of Root members and deliberately broke. It's broken. Tsunade took the radio, looked at it, and then threw it away and asked, why are you and Uchiha Sasuke still carrying a radio with you? Naruto said, we are classmates, it's normal. Tsunade frowned, raised her hand and pinched Naruto's cheek, stay away from him in the future. Naruto. It seems that Tsunade has also heard the legend of Seiko and Asuma. I don't know if Seiko's body is still there. It's probably been destroyed by the old man of the third generation. You guys go back on your own. I will settle accounts with Danzo for what happened today. Tsunade waved her hand and let the Root members leave on their own. She did not intend to implicate these people, and the main punishment would be directed at the culprit Danzo. But to be honest, Tsunade hasn't figured out how to convict him yet. Killing him probably won't work, as neither the elders nor Jiraiya will agree. But after this time, he will definitely not be allowed to have any power at all. That old bastard doesn't know the seriousness of the matter all day long and does all kinds of shitty things. He had just come to power when he captured the daughter of the Kazekage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Nor is there any fear of being laughed at by the enemy. As his thoughts were flying, a big battle broke out in the direction where Tsunade had smashed the wall. A giant toad and a giant elephant started the fight first. Tsunade knows both of these summoning beasts. One is the old toad of Jiraiya, and the other is the dream taper of Danzo Shimura. Both are powerful summoning beasts. Jiraiya and Danzo are fighting, let's go. Tsunade let go of Naruto and rushed out first. Naruto stepped back, helped Temari and Yugao, and ran out as well. At the main entrance of the Root. During the battle, Danzo fought and retreated. He did not use Kotoamatsukami blindly. Jiraiya also knew fairy arts, and it was very difficult to control him. So his goal this time has changed from control to finding an opportunity to escape. As long as he is alive, there is still a chance to make a comeback. The most urgent thing is to escape from the battlefield and then escape from Konoha before Tsunade comes back. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Wind escape. Vacuum jade. As the raging flames approached, Danzo took a deep breath, and 2 seconds later blew out a high-pressure wind ball from his mouth that pierced through Jiraiya's ninjutsu, smashed the 2 Anbu to pieces on the ground in an instant. Damn it! Jiraiya cursed. Then he clapped his hands, shook his hair, bent down, and his head of white hair turned into thousands of hairs, which launched a large-scale attack in the direction of Danzo. He saw Danzo's intention, so he wanted to use this trick to keep Danzo. At this time, Danzo's summoned beast, the Nightmare Tapir, turned around, opened its mouth wide, and sucked away most of the 1,000 books of hair, creating a chance for Danzo to escape. Call. A water bullet spurted out and hit the Dream Tapir right in the waist, and the Dream Tapir stopped absorbing the 1,000 books. Danzo had already escaped more than 20 meters away. Jiraiya looked back at Gamabunta and the Anbu and Root ninjas who were fighting below. It was obvious that his side had the advantage. So he didn't care and continued to chase towards the place where Danzo left. Earth escape. Yellow Spring Marsh. Jiraiya clapped his hands, and the ground under Danzo's feet turned into a swamp as he fled, and Danzo sank into it. Under Danzo's horrified gaze, Jiraiya once again formed a seal, fire style. Great Flame Bullet. A giant scorching fireball spurted out, and Jiraiya changed his moves to prepare for Danzo's next move. However, an accident happened at this time. Danzo did not resist at all and allowed the huge fireball to engulf him. His body was burned black by the fire and he fell into the swamp. What's the situation? Jiraiya was confused. How could it be so easy to beat him? He hurried down to check. After carefully observing it, it can be confirmed that this is Danzo's body. Forget it, I'll go back and help for a while and come back to see you later. Jiraiya summoned the toad stomach wall to devour Danzo's body. This move was his most powerful binding technique. Once hit, no one could escape. After making his preparations, Jiraiya turned and left. He wanted to minimize the losses as much as possible. But what Jiraiya didn't know was that not long after he left, Danzo's body disappeared into the stomach wall of his confident toad. Danzo's body appeared out of thin air, and then fled out of Konoha without hesitation. I never thought I would end up like this. Perhaps, Hiruzen shouldn't have been killed. His 2 disciples were much more shameless than him. They don't care about reason at all. Jiraiya, you are so good at framing others. I will definitely take revenge on you and Tsunade someday. Because of a frame-up, all the accumulation of many years in Konoha was lost. Danzo's heart ached slightly, and at this moment his hatred reached its peak. Let's go find Orochimaru now, and jointly rule the land of rice with him, and then plan to rebel against Konoha again in the future. Thinking this, Danzo stumbled out of Konoha. Danzo had contacted Orochimaru a few days ago, and Orochimaru said at the time that he was preparing a great research and it was a good opportunity to go and visit. Chapter 93. Please subscribe. Naruto is promoted to Jonin, and the Snake Den is waiting for Danzo. The eradication of the root set off a series of chain reactions within Konoha. The elders and major families who were originally wavering and planning to sit on the fence all surrendered, expressed their attitudes, and resolutely followed the new Hokage. He was afraid that he would be the next one to be eliminated by Tsunade's iron fist. On the 3rd day after the root crackdown was completed, the seal of the tongue to eradicate trouble on the remaining root members was removed. Led by the Sarutobi clan and the Hyuga clan, all the evil deeds that Danzo had done over the years were exposed and used to impeach Danzo. For a time, all the major families in Konoha launched a wave of criticism against Danzo, and it was not an exaggeration to describe Danzo as a stinking rat crossing the street. All the stupid operations of Konoha over the years were put on Danzo's head. Tsunade, The new Hokage who eliminated a great disaster for Konoha as soon as she came to power, became a hero in everyone's eyes. A week later. Hokage Building. Lobby. Since the last Chunin exam was interrupted due to Orochimaru, more than a month later, all the Konoha members who participated in the Chunin exam underwent a new test today. Among the 12 guardians of Konoha, the 11 except Naruto gathered together as companions for the first time, among which Uchiha Sasuke was the most eye-catching. Not only because of his outstanding performance, but also because he was one of the witnesses of the previous root eradication. Sasuke, please tell us what happened that day and why you suddenly left us alone. Did you notice something was wrong at that time? Tell us quickly how fierce the battle was that day. Inuzuka Kiba and Shaoli surrounded Sasuke, wanting to know from him what happened that day. Hyuga Neji put aside his prejudice against Sasuke and moved closer to listen. The rest of the little warriors were also paying attention to Sasuke, hoping to hear some inside information that others didn't know. Seeing all eyes focused on him, Sasuke unconsciously put on a stern face. The last time he received so much attention was when he was in the ninja school. It's such a long-lost feeling. You should actually ask Naruto about this kind of thing. He knows more than I do. Sasuke's words made everyone curious. Ino looked at Sasuke. Wasn't it Naruto's birthday that day? Was he also participating in the operation? Sasuke nodded, surprising all the other kids present. That's impossible. He's just a genin like us. How could he possibly participate in such a big operation? Inuzuka Kiba looked unconvinced. Hyuga Neji recalled bad memories. Naruto, is that the guy? Shaoli punched the air. Uzumaki Naruto, his strength is indeed very strong, but I heard from Teacher Guy that the people involved in that incident are at least the elite among the Chunin. He should not be that strong yet. Even Shikamaru nodded. As the heir to a big family, he knew what kind of organization the root was. So he couldn't believe that Naruto, the sloppy boy who grew up with him, could participate in the battle against the root. No matter how talented you are, it is impossible to fly so high in just a few months. You ignorant frogs in a well, with your narrow vision, of course think it is impossible. Sasuke started to mock. However, what this world lacks most is people who can create miracles. You who keep your eyes fixed on the past will never imagine how far ahead of you Naruto is. Until now, Sasuke can still clearly recall when he was captured as a volunteer and entered the route to carry away the corpses, and saw corpses scattered all over the ground. Basically all of them were killed by Naruto. Naruto has already started doing big things, but he is still here chatting with a bunch of mindless little brats. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Hey, Sasuke, you're going too far. I admit that Naruto is a genius, but we are definitely not weak either. Inuzuka Kiba said. Haha, do you think you are not weak? Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. Damn it, what did you say? Inuzuka Kiba clenched his fists. Do you want to try my new secret technique? Sasuke said seriously. Stop it, Naruto probably won't even bother to kill a piece of trash like you, and I don't have time to mess around with you. Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, what you said is too much. Shino stood next to Kiba. Even though Ya was usually a bit erratic and always causing trouble, he was still a companion after all, and he couldn't just watch others humiliate Ya. Excessive. I was just telling the truth. Sasuke stood up, put his hands in his pockets and walked out slowly. When he reached the door, he turned around and said sarcastically, don't always compare yourself with Naruto. Not to mention Naruto, even I have never taken you seriously. After pretending to be better, Sasuke instantly felt much better. I feel like I'm floating. The faces of the cockroaches who stayed there were not so good. Especially Sakura, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she said angrily, damn Sasuke, why did you scold me too? No, I have to find Naruto today and criticize Sasuke together. Everyone present was a young man who was called a genius in some aspect, and none of them would be convinced by what Sasuke said. They confidently believed that even if they were not as good as Naruto now, there was still a chance to surpass him in the future. It was not until noon that they learned the results of the re-examination in the Hokage's office. The first place Uzumaki Naruto was promoted to Jonin. The second place, Uchiha Sasuke, also jumped to the next level and was promoted to Special Jonin. Next, they were promoted to Chunin, namely, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, Aburame Shino, and Nara Shikamaru. The rest are still genin. Only then did they intuitively realize how huge the gap was between them and Uzumaki Naruto in the eyes of the upper echelons. At the same time, the only new Jonin, Uzumaki Naruto, was staying at home with Temari. So hot, so hot. Temari Hikaru walked out of the kitchen quickly, holding an aluminum pot full of soup. Naruto quickly moved out of the way to prevent the two from colliding. This boiling hot soup was not like in the melodramatic romance dramas where it would create love. It could only cause extensive burns. After placing the pot on the dining table, Temari shook her hands and complained, "The pot at home doesn't even have ears. It's troublesome to serve soup. Who cares? I don't cook." Naruto shrugged and pulled a chair to sit down. When you open the lid, a rich aroma emanates along with the heat. There is a pot of pork ribs in broth, full of meat, with great color, aroma and taste. These are the results of a year's work. At first, I couldn't even bear to look at the food Temari cooked, let alone eat it. She said that it was because she had no talent and that the food she cooked was never tasty since she was a child. Later, after doing it more, I realized that I was just lazy before, and because I was spoiled by others, I didn't want to do it myself. After spending a long time with Naruto, I have to cook if I don't, so naturally the food I cook becomes more and more delicious. It feels like there are so few things at home, and it's so cramped. Temari complained while getting her meal. After living in a space for a long time, every house I look at after coming out seems small. Naruto said calmly, "Just build a bigger one yourself later." After placing the chopsticks and the bowl full of rice on the table, Temari untied her apron and changed into a black skirt. The skirt was long on the sides, long enough to cover the ankles, and short in the middle, short enough to reveal bare thighs. Very white. Naruto, isn't Sister Shi-Yan coming to eat with us today? She has work today. Yeah, she's an Anbu in Konoha. She sounds very busy. Yes, I became a Jonin today, and I will probably be very busy in the future. Right now, you are the one who has the most relaxed time. I won't be able to relax for long. Temari looked up at Naruto's face with a somewhat lost look. Because she can't stay here much longer. The Sand Village and Konoha are currently still in the process of negotiating compensation. As Gaara and Temari were captured as prisoners, it is naturally impossible to let them return to the village immediately. After Naruto's repeated requests, Tsunade reluctantly agreed to let Naruto take care of Temari. At the same time, he also sternly warned Naruto not to allow anything outside of supervision to happen. Then, under the temptation of Temari, Naruto disobeyed Tsunade's orders that day, which made Tsunade angry. As a result, the time for Temari to return to Sunagakure was put on the agenda, and the unilateral negotiations on the issue of prisoners were completed with Konoha's initiative to relax it. In about 2 days, Temari and Gaara, along with the rest of the captured sand ninjas, will be sent to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Seeing Naruto concentrating on eating, Temari felt uncomfortable. "Why do you seem not sad at all? It's not a life and death separation where we'll never see each other again," Naruto said. "Oh." Temari ate quietly without saying anything else. At this moment, the soup didn't taste that good and the aroma of the spare ribs seemed lacking. It would be great if the village gave up the prisoners. Or, give up on me. Naruto had actually been paying attention to Temari's expression. Seeing that she had a sad face, he didn't know how to comfort her. After all, they are people from different camps. The more they comfort each other, the more reluctant they will be to part, and the more reluctant they are to leave, the more painful it will be. Instead of making her more sad, it is better to say nothing now and enjoy the present moment quietly. When we have strong enough capabilities in the future, we can connect them together. Will you miss me when I'm gone? Tamari lowered her head and blurted out the words in her heart. She really wanted to get the answer to this question. Hope is good. Naruto pursed his lips and replied, I will. Don't comfort, but don't actively hurt. It seemed as if an autumn breeze blew into the small apartment, and the wind chimes hanging in the corridor danced happily. A smile appeared on Temari's face, and she picked up the food faster, taking small bites of the meat on the ribs. Although the answer I got was not very satisfactory, it was enough to temporarily soothe the pain in my heart. Looking up at Naruto eating seriously, she had a funny idea in her mind. She knew Naruto and knew that what Naruto hated most was being touched on the head. If she touched his head now, would Naruto be angry? I'm about to leave, Naruto, you should give way to me now. Once this idea came up, it continued to grow uncontrollably in Temari's mind. The white hand slowly raised up. Looking at Naruto's head, Temari swallowed her saliva. This was the first time she tried to die in front of Naruto since she met him. Naruto caught a glimpse of Temari's little movements and couldn't guess what Temari was going to do. He firmly believed that Temari would not do anything wrong because Temari had always been very well behaved. Until a small hand landed on Naruto's head and rubbed it. Naruto. How does it feel? Naruto licked his lips and looked at her with a smile. Seeing this expression, Temari broke out in a cold sweat and her back suddenly felt cold. She didn't even eat and turned around and ran into the bedroom. Boom. The door is closed. But she seemed a little silly. This is Naruto's home, and Naruto is a talented ninja who has been promoted to the rank of Jonin. How can a mere door stop Naruto? The Nine Tails chakra is really easy to use. It can be transformed into various shapes and directly inserted into the keyhole. With a slight turn, the door can be opened easily. Temari huddled in the corner of Naruto's crib, her head down and hugging the quilt, looking scared. That expression, full of aggressiveness, as if someone had just bullied her, exudes the cowardly temperament unique to a weak woman. One can't help but want to say, Temari, you don't want to either. Alas Tilda. Forget it, I won't bother with her about the crime of touching her head today. Good farmland needs a lot of cultivation and irrigation. Naruto closed the door of the room, threw away his shoes, then jumped over and grabbed Temari's legs. Temari moved with the momentum, wrapped her delicate legs around his waist, then used the force to stand up and pressed down Naruto's shoulders with both hands. He spent the whole day hunting geese, but unexpectedly, one of his eyes was pecked blind by a goose. Temari was like a koala. She put her hands under Naruto's armpits, and moved her lips covered with pork rib soup towards Naruto's lips, with seductive eyes. Do you want to taste the rib-flavored lips Tilda? Naruto placed his hands on her legs, looking as if he was at your mercy. Temari's pretty face flushed and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. When she was in the space before, she suffered every day. Naruto bullied her whenever he had a disagreement with her and forced her to wear stockings and shameful clothes every day. Now that Naruto has rarely let her go, he must take revenge on her severely. The sun was blocked by the treetops. On the old street behind the apartment, a pink-haired girl, her white skirt fluttering, ran up to the apartment with a box of glutinous rice cakes in her hand and a big smile on her face. The wind chimes rang again, the sound was soft and gentle, like sweet dew, accompanied by light footsteps. The sound of the door being pushed open startled Naruto and Temari, who turned around only to see Sakura holding the door handle, her rosy little mouth slightly open and her eyes dull. In order to meet Naruto, she dressed up specially today, wearing a beautiful white dress and light makeup on her face. But now it seems that this outfit is a bit redundant. In Konoha Hospital, Tsunade treated 3 people in half a day, Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, and Hazuki Sarutobi, who had just been cured. I found a chair and sat down, yawning tiredly. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, for the treatment. The last person to heal, Sarutobi Hazuki, walked up to Tsunade and bowed to thank her. Feeling the chakra flowing in his body, Sarutobi Hazuki was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Finally, he no longer had to rely on others for protection. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank that little brat Naruto. He was the one who asked me to heal you, Tsunade said, looking at the ceiling. In fact, it was Jiraiya who brought up this matter, but Tsunade decided to give the credit to Naruto. Because Jiraiya is strong enough and is a wild man who wanders outside the village all day, he doesn't need to have any involvement with the village. Naruto's dream is to become Hokage, and Hokage needs to have good relationships with all the major families. Now that he has the chance to establish such connections, Tsunade thought of connecting Naruto with them as well. Isn't it Jiraiya-sama? Quote? Tsunade raised her eyebrows, complaining in her heart that Jiraiya took all the credit, and then she shook her head and lied. It's not Jiraiya, he didn't even mention this to me. Sarutobi Hazuki's eyes lit up. She thought it was Jiraiya who helped. After all, Jiraiya had promised her before. I didn't expect that it would be Naruto who showed up. Perhaps after the Root crackdown was over, Jiraiya felt that the Sarutobi clan was of no use to him, so he automatically forgot about the matter. Thinking of this, her heart was filled with gratitude towards Naruto again, and she bowed to Tsunade again. Lady Tsunade and Naruto-kun should both be thanked. Your kindness will never be forgotten by me and the Sarutobi family. If you can help me capture Danzo, it will be the greatest thank you to me. Tsunade said. Sarutobi Hazuki nodded. I will do my best to cooperate with Lady Tsunade's actions. This time, she only said, I, and did not bring the Sarutobi family with her, which was a personal expression of loyalty. Although it sounds like it has much less effect, it is more trustworthy and the attitude is more satisfactory. In that case, I'll leave the task of escorting the prisoners out of the country to you and Naruto in a few days. Tsunade crossed her legs and said softly, that brat looks shy, but he is actually very impatient. If I let him lead the team, I'm a little worried that he will get into trouble. How could that be? Naruto-kun is a very good boy. Sarutobi Hazuki smiled and continued, but I am also looking forward to carrying out missions with Naruto-kun. It's settled then, let's go together. Tsunade stood up, opened the door of the ward and walked out. Sarutobi Hazuki followed closely behind, about 3 steps behind. She used to be the captain of the Anbu, and assisted the 3rd generation together with her husband. When she followed the 3rd generation, she was about this distance away. It will take some time to get back into the swing of things. After parting with Sarutobi Hazuki, Tsunade returned to the Hokage's office first. The little pig was running around on the ground, and Shizune was sitting in the main seat helping Tsunade deal with the pile of official business. After seeing Tsunade, Shizune took out a letter from the cabinet. Tsunade-sama, this is the letter that Jiraiya-sama left for you. A letter. Tsunade took the letter blankly. Old toad, why can't you say it in person? Why write a letter? Maybe a love letter. Shizune teased. Upon hearing this, Tsunade almost tore up the letter, glared at Shizune, then opened it and read it. It's not a love letter, but a farewell letter. The gist of the story is that Jiraiya feels ashamed that Danzo escaped because of his carelessness, so he wants to leave the village to look for Danzo and Orochimaru, and investigate an organization called Akatsuki. He will come back when Danzo is killed, Orochimaru is captured, or when the village needs him. During this period, he asked Tsunade to take care of Naruto, as he originally wanted to take Naruto with him. But Naruto was unwilling to take him as his master, nor was he willing to leave with him, so the matter had to be dropped. Naruto does not want to be my disciple. After reading the letter, Tsunade couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips slightly. Tsunade remembered that on the way back to Konoha, she asked Naruto why he didn't want to become Jiraiya's disciple. Naruto's answer at the time was that he didn't think anyone could be his master. That was the first time Tsunade saw such arrogance on Naruto's face. That little brat also had his own pride. The country of fields. Sound Ninja Village. Under the audiovisual compound in the center of the village is a huge underground research institute. Except for Yinaying and the people he trusted, no one knew that there was such a hidden place in Yin Village. And the sound image is Orochimaru, whom Jiraiya wants to capture. At this time, Orochimaru was watching a man imprisoned in the water with a masked man wearing a red auspicious cloud robe. Orochimaru, let me out now, or I will kill you. Bye, let me out quickly. If you let me out, I can help you kill someone. Let me go. I am blessed by the evil god. How can I stay here all the time? It's too boring. Phaeton shouted in the water dungeon, but no one paid any attention to him. How long will it take to figure out the secret of his immortality? Bai's tone was calm, not affected by Phaeton at all. I don't know either. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, and he looked at Hidan quietly. He was quite anxious because he was the one being tested. If you fail the test, you will most likely die. Orochimaru said. However, it's not that there is no progress. I have extracted the genes of the Byakugan and Sharingan, and I am trying to see if I can replicate them. Progress is good. Although Bai didn't understand science, she could understand from the words that these two studies were very difficult. She asked, did the materials contact you today? Material. This name is appropriate. I only have a pair of Sharingans, and I was afraid of damaging them, so I didn't dare to do anything lavishly, which led to slow research progress. I had already started to consider whether or not to take the risk and take action against Uchiha Obito that Lord Naruto mentioned. At this time, Danzo, the old bastard with eyes all over his body, came to the door on his own initiative, like a pillow delivered to someone who was sleepy. Orochimaru almost woke up laughing in his dream. He raised the corners of his mouth excitedly. According to the time, he should be here soon. I need you to do me a favor then. Hearing this, Bai nodded. Master Naruto said that the material has a Mangekyo Sharingan that can control a person's mind. We must be careful then. Other gods. Orochimaru also knew about this eye, because he was the one who helped transplant Danzo's eyes. Now, there should be no problem taking it off again. Chapter 94. Go straight to Btn Shen. What are you doing? Sakura looked at Naruto and Temari, who was leaning on him. Although she was still young, Sakura was not completely ignorant. This behavior is really too intimate. At this moment, I felt like there was a thorn stuck in my throat, my nose was a little sour, and my mind was filled with an emotion called sadness. It can't be described in words. Sakura knew that maybe she should go. But at this moment my legs became heavy and I couldn't move. Temari was playing with Naruto's head. She glanced at him slightly, like a vigilant cat, and leaned against Naruto with a cold face as if to assert her sovereignty, rubbing her face against his. It's so annoying. Last time, Mao Yu Yugao suddenly appeared. This time, a girl with pink hair suddenly came. Temari had a slight impression of Sakura, as she was there when Naruto beat her for the first time. HMPH, scumbag. How do you know so many girls? Temari said angrily. Honey, who is she? Temari's words completely shattered Sakura's last bit of fantasy. When Sakura heard the word, husband, her heart seemed to be tightly gripped. This is a name that only couples call each other. I'm sorry, maybe I came at the wrong time. The box of glutinous rice cakes fell from her palm. Sakura was in a panic and felt a strong sense of grievance, which prompted her to run outside. Naruto raised his hand and grabbed Temari's face, feeling both angry and amused at her behavior. Don't make trouble. How could I be causing trouble? I didn't say anything nonsense. I was just asking politely, okay. Temari looked as if she had done nothing, just like Naruto when he was trying to pass the buck. She really learned a lot. But Naruto didn't say much. It was not a big deal for him. And strictly speaking, Temari was saying what Naruto wanted to say in a disguised way. Naruto never intended to hide his feelings from anyone. So, are you going to get that girl back? Temari asked with a smile, biting Naruto's earlobe. Don't chase. Why? I feel like that girl's eyes show that she has romantic feelings for you. Temari teased deliberately. Naruto rolled his eyes speechlessly. What's the point of chasing him in this situation? After saying that, he slapped Temari's butt hard. An hour passed. The temperature in the bedroom rose a little and the lights were dim. Naruto put on his shoes and walked outside. Temari was lying on the bed wiping her sweat. When she heard Naruto's movement, she tilted her head, looked at him and said, "Are you going to go find that girl?" Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, bending down at the door to pick up the rice cake that Sakura had dropped. The packaging box is of good quality, and even when it fell to the ground, the contents inside were not damaged at all. After all, Sakura had helped me with so many tasks in the past and often came to clean the house, so I went to see her. Just go and make your words clear. Then you don't care about me anymore. Temari's long eyelashes trembled slightly, a wisp of mist came out of her red lips, and her tone was a little coquettish. Naruto took the glutinous rice cake and put it beside the bed, then raised his hand and flicked her forehead. "Stop making trouble, don't force me to deal with you at home." "No, I'll be good." Temari shrank back timidly and wrapped the quilt tightly, fearing that Naruto would suddenly bully her. She knew that even though Naruto's voice was calm, what he said was definitely not a joke. "I've been a little too inflated in recent days, so it's better to stop at moderation." After tidying up his hair, Naruto walked out of the bedroom and said, "Remember to wash the dishes later." When the girl's gentle voice came, Naruto had already arrived at the door of his house. Just as Temari had said before, Naruto's apartment was indeed a little small. The door was just a few steps away, and the stairs to go up and down were made of rusty iron stairs. This is rare even in Konoha, which is still relatively wealthy. Maybe we can buy a bigger house. Naruto just thought about it for a moment and then threw it out of his mind. He decided to either build the biggest house or live in the biggest house directly. As for buying it, forget it. Why waste money on something that can be done for free? After going downstairs and approaching the corner, Naruto suddenly ran into a girl squatting in the alley who was supposed to be leaving. She squatted in the corner, her rosy white legs curled up, bearing the weight of her whole body. So the redness on the fair skin is probably due to congestion caused by squatting for too long. "Sakura came here and squatted about an hour ago. Why didn't you go home?" Naruto walked slowly to her and asked softly. Sakura ignored Naruto and buried her head in her arms, her body twitching slightly, probably crying. It's not a sin for a woman to cry. Naruto didn't argue with her. He turned his head and looked at the red sun and white clouds in the sky. The geese flying low in the sky cried loudly and passed over the alley. "Sakura, you better get out of the way. Otherwise the geese might poop on your head." Naruto observed Dion's movements and gave Sakura a sincere suggestion. Sure enough, no matter how sad a person is, he would be afraid of being drenched in shit. The pink-haired girl immediately stood up and tried to escape after hearing Naruto's kind reminder, but her legs had already become numb from being in the squatting position for so long. He suddenly stood up at this moment, his legs were completely powerless, and with a sudden feeling of dizziness in his head, he fell straight towards Naruto. According to the normal plot, she should fall into Naruto's arms next, and then Naruto would hold her and spin around. But it didn't. Because Naruto was also afraid of getting wet in the rain, when he saw that she didn't move, he formed a seal of instant body movement and dodged at the moment she got up. Sakura used both hands to support the wall in front of her in time, barely avoiding a bloody head injury. In the end, I didn't wait for the wild goose to poop, but I waited for Sakura's angry howl. "Naruto, you're just going to abandon me like this?" Her eyes were red, and it was obvious that she had been crying for a long time. I couldn't tell whether she was talking about what happened in the apartment or what happened just now about the geese. Or both. Sakura looked straight at Naruto with tears in her eyes. November is coming soon and the temperature has dropped. Outside the box is a row of cherry trees that have long since withered, with only the branches still slowly growing. Naruto couldn't help but pick up a new branch and put it in his mouth. "When did I abandon you? I won't take the blame. I never owned you, how could I lose you?" Sakura wiped her tears, came forward, and said while holding back tears, "If I remember correctly, that girl was a sand ninja before, and she had a conflict with us before. How could you have such close contact with her? Lady Tsunade has given her permission, Naruto said calmly. Hearing this, Sakura was a little stunned. Then you can be with her. How long have you known her? Do you understand her? What if she's a bad woman? Sakura spoke very quickly, asking a question almost every second. But the question she asked was indeed a bit redundant. After all, we've been alone together for such a long time, it would be really stupid if I still didn't understand Temari. Naruto wrinkled his eyes and said, Temari is actually quite nice, not a bad woman. Sakura paused noticeably. Naruto actually contradicted her for another girl. What about me? What should I do? Sakura asked, pursing her lower lip. Naruto didn't answer her right away. Time seemed to have come to a standstill, with only white clouds floating in the sky. Sakura just waited quietly like that, becoming more and more anxious the longer she waited. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. However, she still said this sentence unconsciously. She wanted an answer that was different from what she imagined. Even if it's a lie, just give her some hope. Looking at the dazed Naruto, Sakura didn't know what to say anymore, so she just asked, don't you have anything to say to me? Sighing, Naruto, who had been thinking for a long time, finally uttered a sentence. You are still too young, Sakura. As soon as these words came out, a question mark first appeared in Sakura's mind, and then her eyes moved downwards as if she realized something. Well, it's smooth sailing. The female sand ninja who was just at Naruto's house had a curvy figure and long legs, and her figure was much better than hers. Ah! Sakura yelled, damn pervert Naruto, do you only care about a woman's appearance? Without a beautiful appearance, it's hard to attract me to observe the inside. Naruto said sincerely. You. Xiaoying was really angry. Her face flushed red. She took a deep breath and cursed. Pervert, you are so annoying. I will never talk to you again. After saying that, Sakura turned around and left angrily, like a child throwing a tantrum. Naruto looked at her back in some confusion. She was crying just now, why did she suddenly get so angry? What he just meant was that Sakura was too young and not suitable for a romantic relationship. He likes the mature type, such as Sakura in Boruto, who is very good, but the current Sakura. Forget it, just ignore it, let's go back to Temari and continue fighting. After leaving Naruto's house, Sakura was still very angry, but not as sad as at the beginning. Sadness has turned into anger and resentment, as well as a hint of hope for the future. When I got home, I rushed straight into the bathroom and stared at my figure for a long time. In the end, Sakura lowered her head in inferiority. You can't lose heart, come on Haruno Sakura. After washing her face, Sakura looked at herself in the mirror and encouraged herself. Just now Naruto said that he likes girls with good figures, but that doesn't mean he has decided to be with that girl for the rest of his life. As long as I get in better shape, I'll have a chance to get Naruto back. I'm still young, I can still grow a few years, I can also become a hot girl with an amazing body, come on. Recalling Temari lying on Naruto's bed, Haruno Sakura regained her confidence. After all, that woman was just a sand ninja. At most she can stay in Konoha for a few days, but she has always been in Konoha to accompany Naruto. The outcome is uncertain. Haruno Sakura is also a dark horse. Autumn is here and the weather is pleasant. Through the window, the cool autumn air touches the girl's white skirt, and her face is full of fighting spirit. At the same time, another woman, also wearing a white dress, was in distress because of Naruto. Placing the chrysanthemums in front of the tombstone and looking at the gray photo of the deceased, Mao Shiyan lowered her eyes, looking gentle and melancholy. Hayate, Naruto is becoming more and more dependent on me, what do you think I should do? Can you give me an answer? In her more than 20 years of life, Mao Shiyan had never fallen into such confusion. Originally, she wanted to forget what happened in that space after coming out of it. Because she only did that so that Naruto could get out. But that day at the route, in a place where outsiders would die if they entered, Naruto could clearly leave, but he was determined to leave with his own safety. Attacked the route. Killed many, many people for himself. Mao Yu Shiyan admitted that she was moved. It's just that Hayate had just died not long ago, and Naruto was 10 years younger than her. These two things combined gave her a headache and made her feel at a loss. After staying in front of the tombstone for a long time, Azuki Yugao finally let out a long sigh. She remembered that Naruto often mentioned Hayate. Sister Shion, Brother Jaifeng asked me to take good care of you before he died. Thinking of that childish face, which always uttered such ridiculous words in a serious manner, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Hayate, rest in peace. Naruto has protected me well. I will bring him to see you next time. Bai has been in power in the land of waves for some time now, and she feels that she has seen many strange people from all walks of life. However, when Bai met Danzo today, Danzo once again refreshed the upper limit of Bai's understanding of weirdness. The first thing this guy did was to ask Orochimaru to kill the daimyo of the land of rice, and then he would become the daimyo. He looked so superior, as if he had come from Konoha after the victory. Are the top leaders of Konoha such stupid people? The lights in the audio and video office were bright. Orochimaru and Danzo were sitting on the floor, while Shiro was standing by the door acting as a guard. Orochimaru, as long as we join forces to kill Jiraiya first, then Tsunade will be at our mercy. By then, you will be the Hokage and I will be the Hokage's assistant, and Konoha will still be ours. Danzo still has endless ambitions. Even though he has fallen to this point, he still wants to return to Konoha. Orochimaru smiled and agreed with him. Good idea, I think it's feasible too. So for our common goal, we need to speed up the process of taking over all the resources of Tien Kingdom. So it is most appropriate for you to be the daimyo. Yeah. Danzo nodded and smiled kindly. Among Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, Orochimaru gets along best with him. They both have the same goal, so talking to them is much easier. As for the position of Hokage, it is now promised to Orochimaru, but who can predict what will happen in the future? Orochimaru took a sip of tea and said calmly, becoming a daimyo is a good idea, but the daimyo's mansion has many powerful guards, so I'm afraid I still need your help. Hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly in dissatisfaction. What do you need me to do? Orochimaru asked hesitantly, have you finished your tea? If it's not enough, you can add more. It's top quality gyokuro. When did you learn Sarutobi's roundabout way of speaking? It's better to just say no directly. Danzo said and drank the tea in one gulp. Then, before he could react, Orochimaru launched an attack and raised his hand to take the Mangekyo from Danzo's right eye. Old man, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Are you crazy? Don't be the god, it belongs to me. Chapter 95 Don't be rude to my sister-in-law. This scene happened so quickly that in a flash, Orochimaru took out Danzo's right eye. At the same time, Bai, who had been guarding the door with his back to Danzo, swung the ice blade in an instant and suddenly removed Danzo's right hand from his arm. Before Danzo came, Orochimaru had discussed the battle plan with her. To kill Danzo, he must first cut off his hands. If he chopped off his head directly, if Danzo realized the crisis, he might not die. Danzo's expression changed rapidly, and when he realized it was time to run, the arm containing the Sharingan had been separated from him, and Izanagi failed to use it. Furthermore, even though Danzo wanted to move, his body was unable to do so. There was something wrong with the tea Orochimaru gave him. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? How have I ever done anything wrong to you? When Danzo was horrified, Orochimaru stepped on him. Blood was oozing from the wound in the eye and dripping onto the ground, but the arm did not bleed because of the cells of the first Hokage. Orochimaru, have you forgotten that when you were in Konoha, you wanted to do experiments? I fully supported you. Now that you left Konoha and needed experimental subjects, there is no time when I didn't support you. Danzo advised anxiously as he backed away. At this moment, he was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious, and couldn't understand why Orochimaru suddenly attacked him. You haven't done anything wrong to me, but I haven't done anything wrong to you either, and it seems like I give you more in return every time. Without even looking at Danzo, Orochimaru kicked him into a corner, then walked to the wall and continued, "You were powerful in Konoha before, and I suffered losses by cooperating with you and helping you do things. Now you are just a stray dog that escaped from Konoha, and you dare to order me to do things. Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Danzo felt dizzy for a moment, his brain went blank, and then he let out a shrill laugh. "Hiruzen, I have completely lost to you in this life. I will always be suppressed by you when you are alive. You died but were forced into a desperate situation by your 3 disciples. Perhaps I shouldn't have fought you. I should have stood on the same side with you earlier." Danzo's mind was in turmoil and his words were full of regret. The moment the ice knife fired by Bai fell on his neck, his life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Then the body separated, and at the moment of true death, Danzo saw his own body. So ugly. If the first-generation cell transplant had not been discussed at the beginning, he would not have been equipped with the Sharingan, and he would not have had the idea of killing Hiruzen as his strength sword. "I won't die today." Orochimaru pressed the switch, and the wooden board under Danzo's body opened downwards, swallowing him into the laboratory below. "Just burn his body. It's a bit disgusting," Bai said as he turned his eyes to look at the scenery outside the window. She liked clean things, and was disgusted by Danzo's body that had just fallen, and the hand that was now left in the office made her even more disgusted. There are a total of 10 densely packed Sharingans installed on one hand. Just one look at them will make you feel physically uncomfortable. Orochimaru didn't mind. He picked up Danzo's arm happily and said with a smile, "You can't burn it. Danzo's body still has the cells of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, which will be useful for my research." After saying that, Orochimaru took the arm and entered the laboratory below. Bai let out a breath, suppressed his nausea, and then followed in. At this time, perhaps Hidan in the laboratory was tired and had stopped shouting. Orochimaru walked to the experimental table and casually put Danzo's arm aside. Then he took a small bottle from the table and carefully placed the Mangekyo Sharingan into it. Looking at this Sharingan with extraordinary powers, for a moment Orochimaru had the idea of whether he could use it to break free from control, but he dismissed the idea in less than a second. Because in that 1 second, he felt the great terror between life and death, as if his thoughts lasted a little longer, his soul would be completely crushed. Hearing light footsteps behind him, Orochimaru moved faster and took out 10 small bottles one by one and put the Sharingan into each one. "It would be great if I could collect another Koto Amatsukami, then I could create a super powerful fighting force for Naruto-sama. How to make it?" Bai walked to Orochimaru's side, picked up the small bottle containing Koto Amatsukami and took a look. The pattern of the pupil was indeed a little more special than other Sharingans. Orochimaru glanced at Bai. Bai was number 1, and he was number 3, so in terms of order, Bai should be ahead of him. Moreover, this girl communicates the most with Lord Naruto. They contact each other through curse seals almost every day. Sometimes Orochimaru would simply convey what he wanted to say through haiku. Orochimaru thought about it and explained to Bai without hiding anything. The Uchiha Sharingan not only has a powerful special eye technique, but also when a pair of corresponding Sharingans are used together, they can summon a powerful object called Susanoo to fight. It has great power and a wide range. As long as it can be activated, the strength can be instantly raised to the level of the 5 kage. Unfortunately, we only have one now, and the whereabouts of the other one is unknown. It is not enough to meet the conditions for opening Susanoo. Danzo didn't inform me when he attacked the owner of the eye, and I don't know where the other eye went. There was a hint of regret in Orochimaru's tone, and he said he was quite envious of Uchiha's unique Susanoo. Bai put down the bottle containing Koto Amatsukami, examined Orochimaru, and then said calmly, "I know where the other Koto Amatsukami is." Hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, stuck out his long tongue, and looked at Bai with burning eyes. Bai turned his head away in disgust and continued softly, "Naruto-sama has talked to me about the members of the Akatsuki organization. He told me to be extra careful of Uchiha Itachi. Naruto-sama said that in addition to his own Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi also possesses Koto Amatsukami. I think he should be a pair with this one. When Orochimaru heard this, he was horrified and swallowed unconsciously. If this news was true, then how terrifying was Lord Naruto? You know, even though he had been investigating for quite some time, he still couldn't find out the whereabouts of the other Koto Amatsukami. And a young boy who grew up in Konoha and had only left the village twice actually knew such a secret. Orochimaru made a guess. Could it be that Lord Naruto has a special ability to know everything? Thinking of this, Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat and felt a chill in his heart. He thought to himself, could it be that the terrifying feeling I felt when I was about to use Koto Amatsukami just now was the spirit of Naruto-sama that descended upon me, and that he would wipe me out of this world if I dared to move? Thinking of this, Orochimaru didn't dare to have any more extra thoughts, pretending to be nothing and said to Bai, "It's good to know the whereabouts. Then when my experiment goes smoothly and I hand in my loyalty letter, I will invite Naruto-sama to go with me to snatch the other Koto Amatsukami." Bai frowned. "Can't we go now? I know his whereabouts." Orochimaru shrugged and said bluntly, "That guy's Mangekyo ability is very strong. I am no match for him. Besides, neither you nor Zabuza can necessarily defeat him. It's very likely that we will end up losing more than we gain. Let's wait for Lord Naruto to make the arrangements." Bai's heart moved slightly. If Orochimaru, the strongest person at the moment, said that he had no confidence, then it was probably that he really could not win. So she gave up the idea of attacking now. While the two were chatting, chakra was transmitted from the Akatsuki ring on Bai's finger. She felt something in her heart and raised her hand to touch it. She closed her eyes and the next moment the phantoms of the other Akatsuki members appeared in front of her. This is the illusion body technique of the Akatsuki leader. Kakuzu and Hidan haven't been in touch for a long time. Everyone's eyes turned to Haku and Zabuza, because the last time Kakuzu and Hidan appeared was when they were called to help. Pain said in a serious tone, "Bai, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise you should know the consequences. What does it have to do with me if they disappear?" Bai's aura was not weakened at all. She said, "Maybe they want to leave the organization and leave on their own. So you don't want to reveal their whereabouts, right?" Pain's tone was mixed with anger. "The person is not good. First, I don't know where they are." Bai's tone suddenly became sharp. "Second, are you threatening me in your tone?" When Bai and Pain were having a verbal conflict, Naruto in Konoha once again came to the courtyard of the Sarutobi family. How luxurious! No matter how many times he visited the Sarutobi household, Naruto still felt that this courtyard was deeply in his heart. Although the old man from the third generation has no good intentions, he has a good vision. I really want to move directly into his house, drive out the people in his house, and occupy this yard. Naruto-kun, long time no see. A beautiful figure came into view, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, particularly dazzling in the sun. The loose pink kimono could not hide her sexy figure, and her curves fit the kimono perfectly. Today's Mrs. Sarutobi is in a pink girlish style. Naruto looked slightly dazed and muttered, "He's also taken over my daughter-in-law." Seeing him in a daze, Sarutobi Hazuki raised her hand and waved it in front of him, and asked softly, "Naruto-kun, what's wrong with you?" Naruto came over, grabbed Sarutobi Hazuki's hand, looked up at her, and confessed his love. "Madam, marry me, you are my soulmate." Asuma, who was not far behind Sarutobi Hazuki, clenched his fists and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, little brat? Don't be rude to my sister-in-law." Huh. Asuma is not dead. Naruto felt that Uchiha Itachi was a little weak. "Asuma, don't make a fuss. Naruto-kun is just a child, and children's words should not be taken lightly." Sarutobi Hazuki smiled and gently raised her hand to rub Naruto's head. "We will be teammates in the next mission. Naruto-kun, please give us your guidance." Chapter 96. Subscribe, Mom. Naruto wants you to take off your socks. He is just a child. Now Asuma felt a little sick when he heard this. Before this so-called child appeared, he and Hong were almost together, but since Naruto appeared, everything started to go wrong for Asuma. Now, let alone being with Hong, they couldn't even talk to each other. Hong just ignored Asuma. After being discharged from the hospital, the first thing Asuma did was to find Hong, but was turned away. What Hong said at the time was particularly harsh. Asuma, don't come to me again. Our future ends here. Let's draw a clear line. After returning home in a daze, Asuma blamed the puppet that appeared for no reason that day and Uzumaki Naruto, who was shouting at the time. Even Asuma wondered if Naruto had secretly placed the doll in his room. But after thinking about it carefully, this suspicion is really unreasonable, not to mention whether Naruto has the ability to quietly enter the Sarutobi family when the third Hokage was still alive. As for whether he had any reason to do so, Asuma didn't think so. Is it just because Hong is pretty that this little brat Naruto wants to snatch her from me? So funny. But even though Naruto was not the culprit, Asuma still felt particularly unhappy with him. This brat was actually taking advantage of his sister-in-law. Naruto-kun, are you going to help me read my palm this time too? Sarutobi Hazuki smiled enthusiastically. If possible, I would like to see the feat. Naruto and Hazuki sat opposite each other, with Konohamaru next to them, who came over to watch the fun. Yi Yu's sitting posture was straight and elegant, while Naruto sat cross-legged casually on the futon holding Yi Yu's hand. Konohamaru followed Naruto's example and sat openly. Mom, Naruto-ni said he wants to see your feet, take off your socks quickly. As Konohamaru was about to reach out to untie Hazuki's tabi as he spoke, he was then hit by Hazuki with a slap on the face. He covered his head and cried out in pain, returning to his futon. Well played. Asuma silently gave his sister-in-law a thumbs up, thinking that this bad boy Konohamaru has almost become Naruto's flatterer recently, talking about Naruto brother all the time and telling people everywhere that Naruto brother saved his life. Even her ideals have changed. She used to want to be Hokage, but now she can even say that she wants to help her brother Naruto become Hokage. Unlike Asuma, Naruto now has a very good impression of Konohamaru. Good son. No, good brother. Madam, Konohamaru is just a child. You can't use violence to educate him. Naruto said righteously. Konohamaru followed up, that's right, you can't use violence to educate your child, Mom. You're too rude. Ouch. Konohamaru was grabbed by the face and strangled by Yi Yu, and Naruto was also affected. A family of 3, 2 men were held captive by the woman with one hand. However, the force used on Naruto was not strong. It would be more appropriate to describe it as pinching rather than pinching. Konohamaru, you are not allowed to touch the opposite sex. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hazuki taught. But you're the mother. Konohamaru covered his red cheeks and said aggrievedly, Naruto was kind enough to help Mom with her feet, but Mom actually used violence against Naruto brother. Naruto, with the fragrance still lingering on his face, said it was no problem, and even wanted Madam Hazuki to touch him again. But that's obviously not possible now. Yi Yu frowned slightly, knocked on the floor and glared at Konohamaru, teaching him, Mom can't do that either, and there are outsiders here, how can you just ask Mom to take off her socks? That's right, how could that brat Konohamaru ask his sister-in-law to take off her socks just because of what an outsider said? Asuma nodded silently in agreement. The educated Konohamaru's movements were synchronized with Asuma's. He nodded, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Asuma as if he understood something. Uncle Asuma, please go out and don't disturb Naruto brother and mother here. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Asuma had a strange look on his face, thinking to himself, good man, you little brat still treat me as an outsider, right? I am your uncle. You don't ask Naruto to go out, but you ask me to go out. Is that appropriate? At this time, Sarutobi Hazuki also looked at him and smiled faintly. Asuma, please take Konohamaru out to play for a while. I have some private matters to discuss with Naruto-kun. Asuma. The eldest sister-in-law now has the most say in the family, and what she says must be listened to at home. Okay, Konohamaru, let's go. No, I want to stay here and learn how to read feet from brother Naruto. Uncle Asuma can go and have fun by himself. Konohamaru refused decisively. Naruto coughed lightly. Konohamaru, you can't learn this kind of thing. Konohamaru said seriously. Brother Naruto, I will try my best, you have to believe me. You work your ass off. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain, and a village doesn't need two perverts. Having me as a pervert living in Konoha is enough. Naruto smiled and said, you can ask your uncle Asuma to teach you. Let Asuma teach you how to be a victim. Konohamaru still refused. I think brother Naruto is much better than uncle Asuma. I want to learn from brother Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help laughing, while Asuma's face turned dark. He is truly my good nephew. Asuma pouted and forcibly took Konohamaru away. Good nephew, go play with your uncle. The most important thing now is to deal with that brat Konohamaru. As for Naruto, Asuma is not really worried about what he will do to his sister-in-law. After all, Naruto's appearance is too deceptive. He looks like just a little kid and probably can't even wake up in the morning to embrace the sun. Konohamaru was dragged away by Asuma very reluctantly. He insisted on staying to learn techniques from Naruto. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hazuki couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, looking at Naruto with curved eyebrows. If you lie to Konohamaru like this, he will pester you to learn it every day in the future. I won't help you. Hearing this, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Madam, do you think I'm lying? I really can read feet. Yi Yu smiled. Are you really going to help me? She didn't believe in Naruto, or rather, she didn't believe in palmistry or foot reading. Things are unpredictable, so how could fortune-telling be accurate? The monk at the fire temple once said that her husband would live to be 100 years old, but he died on a mission in his 20s. She herself was also seriously injured during that mission, and was barely recovered after being treated by Tsunade. If Madam is willing to believe me, then I will help you. Naruto said tentatively. Still pretending. Children have really strong self-esteem. Then let's see. Sarutobi Hazuki nodded with a smile. She planned to cooperate with Naruto so as not to hurt the feelings of this little savior. Moreover, she had a very good impression of Naruto, and the little Naruto in front of her seemed to be exuding charm all the time. Thinking of this, Yi Yu moved her legs in front of Naruto. At this time, only a small section of her snow-white calf was exposed, but it was also full of temptation. Then I will help Madam carefully check it out. Naruto stepped forward and placed Yi Yu's small left foot in the palm of his hand, then slowly pulled down her tabi, revealing a delicate foot that was white with a hint of pink. The touch is soft, smooth and delicate, as tender as fat. Ying Ning tilde. The moment her feet were touched, Yi Yu didn't know why she felt an inexplicable throbbing sensation, and a blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks. Madam, what's wrong? Naruto asked. Why do you call me Madam one moment and Madam the next? I almost don't understand what you want to call me. Yi Yu didn't know how to answer him, so she just answered casually. I want to call you wife, but you probably won't let me. Haha. Everyone shouts at the same time, it seems fresh and interesting. Naruto scratched his head, and was just about to make up a story, come up with a random result to take advantage of him and end it. That familiar voice came again. Actively choose to trigger. Close black lens bracket. As a gentleman, you suddenly get your favorite object and put it in your hand. Isn't this a great opportunity? What choice will you make? Choice 1. Stay restrained. Make up stories and get away with it. Completion reward 100,000 taels. Option 2. Inner Devil. Keep it in your hand for more than 10 minutes. Completion reward 3% of 9-tail control. Choice 3. Beautiful to the eye. Put it in your mouth and savor it carefully. Completion reward 5% of 9-tail controller. Choice 4. Act recklessly. Completion reward Sarutobi Hazuki's corruption value is 30%. Naruto. Naruto admitted that he had a little bit of foot fetish, but it was far from being that crazy. It's just a damn selector, A slutty bitch who always uses rewards to seduce me. Please do not slander me, this choice is triggered actively. If the host does not call for it, the choice will not appear at this time. Blanche. Exposed. What is a selector? Why does it need to talk? It doesn't respect the host's privacy at all. For the first time, a real blush of shyness appeared on Naruto's face. Naruto-kun, how long are you going to look? Sarutobi Hazuki felt a little embarrassed by Naruto's burning gaze and wanted to pull her feet back, but Naruto held them firmly. Naruto held Yiyu firmly, pretending to be serious, and said solemnly, "Madam, you have a very bad omen." What? Yiyu was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, Naruto said with a heavy face, "In terms of physiognomy, I am a disciple of Master Jiraiya and have already mastered the essence. This time, I can see that there is evil in the springs of your feet and the white spot of your feet is emitting the color of evil spirits. This is a serious omen and I need to perform a ritual for you to resolve the crisis." Seeing his serious look, Yiyu hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. "What do you want to do, Naruto-kun?" "It's very simple." Naruto pinched the soles of Yiyu's feet. "Let me draw a few talismans, and it will be almost done." Chapter 97 Yiyu's 33%. Drawing a talisman. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hazuki frowned. There are indeed quite a few talismans in the ninja world, but most of them are used for various killing methods. This is the first time I have heard of drawing talismans on feet. "Madam, you don't trust me, but can you trust Lord Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas? I learned this trick from him on the way to find Lady Tsunade." Naruto explained. Sarutobi Hazuki thought to himself, "I actually believe you quite a lot, but because you said you learned it from Lord Jiraiya, I don't dare to believe it. After all, Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, doesn't have a very good reputation. He flirted with beauties on the street and peeped into the women's bathhouse. He once even dragged his apprentice, the fourth Hokage, to spy on her, and was criticized by his apprentice. If it weren't for his overwhelming strength, the women of Konoha actually wouldn't have had a good impression of Jiraiya." Sarutobi Hazuki was very skeptical. What good things could Naruto learn from Jiraiya? "Madam, you have to trust Lord Jiraiya." Naruto's eyes were shining, as if he had full trust in Jiraiya. "Then you try it." After hesitating for a while, Sarutobi Hazuki nodded. Seeing that she agreed, Naruto moved forward a little, placed her feet on his legs, and then raised his hands to press on them. The lady's toes are fleshy, like a cat's paw pads. After pressing for 3 to 5 minutes, Yiyu was stunned. She didn't expect it to be quite comfortable. However, this couldn't be a talisman drawing. It should be a massage. I didn't expect that Master Jiraiya even knew how to give massages. The techniques he taught Naruto were quite comfortable. "Naruto-kun, has Lady Tsunade informed you that I will be the captain escorting the Sunagaku prisoners to the border?" Yiyu enjoyed herself as she chatted with Naruto. "The Fire Nation is quite large, so it's okay if you act alone quickly. But if a large force is escorting people forward, the speed will be much slower, and it may take more than a month to go back and forth. Many unexpected situations may occur during this period. For example, the Kumogakur and Iwagakur, who have always been at odds with each other, may take the opportunity to stir up trouble, sow discord between the Wind and Fire countries, and cause the Wind and Fire alliance to be completely broken. It is also possible that the Sunagaku may pretend to be ninjas from other countries to abduct prisoners in order to pay less compensation." Naruto guessed from the beginning that he could not be the one in charge of this matter. If he were the Hokage, he would not have handed over such an important matter to a person who had just been promoted to Jonin. However, Naruto was still a little surprised that this matter was led by Mrs. Sarutobi. After all, he easily took down Mrs. Sarutobi last time. Even though Mrs. Sarutobi's injuries had healed, Naruto still didn't quite trust her. "Madam, wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go?" Naruto asked. "Hehe, Naruto-kun, don't you believe me?" Sarutobi Hazuki enjoyed the massage, letting out a comfortable hum from her nose. She said, "I am an elite in the Anbu. Your Kakashi-sensei used to be my subordinate. There is such an identity. I don't distrust you, madam. Naruto said, I mean, I will protect you. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Yu raised her eyes with a smile. She felt that Naruto was a good child with a pure heart. She wanted to reach out and touch his head, but at this time Naruto suddenly said, Madam, please move closer. I am going to take the last step. Okay. Yu leaned back and cooperated with Naruto, then lay on the floor, looking straight at the ceiling. By now, she believed that what Jiraiya taught Naruto was formal massage. It was just done under the name of drawing talismans, which showed that Lord Jiraiya's intentions were still impure. Fortunately, Naruto had not been with him for a long time, so this massage technique would not become strange in Naruto's hands. Okay. What does it feel like? Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. She felt that Naruto had changed his massage technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. The reward 100,000 taels has been successfully distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. The reward 3% of 9-tail control has been successfully issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 4. The reward 30% of Sarutobi Hazuki's corruption value has been successfully issued. 3 prompt sounds sounded in Naruto's mind. Before the rewards were distributed, Naruto could feel that his wife was going to take them back, but the moment the rewards were distributed, she stopped. What a timely reward. Happy, filled circle. Filled circle. Closing parenthesis. More than 10 minutes passed, and Naruto put down his soft and smooth little feet and raised his hand to wipe the sticky sweat from his head. It's not easy to take advantage of others, he was so tired that he was sweating. Friend, Sarutobi Hazuki's corruption value increased to 33%. Naruto-kun, aren't you going to continue pressing, painting? Yu had her eyes closed at this time, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her voice was low and gentle, soft and lingering. Naruto said humbly, Madam, that's enough for today. I'll help you next time. I have something else to do today, so I have to go back first. The sound of Konohamaru and Asuma chasing and playing could be heard from outside the door. Ha ha ha, Uncle Asuma is an idiot. You brat, just wait for me. The wooden floor creaked as they stepped on it. Yu was speechless, pursed her lips, and then said softly, Then you go back. Goodbye, ma'am. After saying that, Naruto didn't stay for long, opened the door and ran away. After he left, Yu let out a soft sigh, sat up with a red face, looked at her bare feet, and anxiety filled her eyes. How could I indulge him? As she spoke, Yu bit her lower lip lightly, and her originally rosy lips turned a layer of melancholy white. It's all Jiraiya-sama's fault. He must have taught Naruto bad things. Perhaps, Naruto didn't understand at all, but just saw Lord Jiraiya doing it, so he did the same. I will inform Lady Tsunade of Lord Jiraiya's crimes. He cannot be allowed to get close to Naruto again, otherwise Naruto will become a bad boy sooner or later. She took off her kimono and changed into a ninja outfit. She also threw away her tabi and put on ninja shoes. After doing all this, Yu walked straight out. When he opened the door, he saw Konohamaru already entangled with Naruto, holding Naruto's legs and saying that he wanted to learn techniques from him. That technology. It's better not to learn, Konohamaru. Yu frowned and shouted, Konohamaru, stop messing around. Konohamaru was not afraid at all, and when he was not being beaten, all he had eyes for was his adored brother Naruto. When Naruto and Kisame were fighting, he woke up for a moment and clearly saw that it was his good brother who was protecting him and his mother. Naruto ni. Ouch. Konohamaru finally stopped making a fuss after being hit on the head by Hazuki. Naruto raised his eyes and looked at Yu. He was calm, while Yu turned her head away slightly embarrassedly. Just now she pretended that she knew nothing and deliberately did not stop Naruto. It was particularly embarrassing to think about it now. Asuma noticed the change in his sister-in-law's attire and asked, Sister-in-law, where are you going? I'm going to go find Lady Tsunade to report the situation. Asuma, please continue to take care of Konohamaru. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yu disappeared, looking as if he was in a hurry to leave here. Among those present, only Naruto knew why she fled. But Naruto didn't say. This reward, called Degeneration Value, is currently only available to Shiro and Mrs. Sarutobi. It was verified today and the last time I saw Shiro that it will naturally increase as certain events proceed. In other words, as long as you have received it once, you can take the initiative to get it to 100%. Tisk tisk, this thing has great potential. Naruto fantasized about what would happen if one day he found Kagaya's corruption value in the selection. Wouldn't that mean he could just punch the 10 tails and step on the sage spot? Except for the old man 6 paths who is cheating, no one on earth would be inferior to him. It feels a bit outrageous. Still don't expect too much. I regret not choosing to take this reward when I got it before. Seeing his mother leave, Konohamaru became active again. Brother Naruto, tell me quickly, how do you read the feat? You can't learn this, and you can't learn it. Naruto patted Konohamaru's shoulder. If you really want to learn, I can teach you ninjutsu. Naruto nodded. But I will only teach you once. After I teach you, I will do the work. It is up to you whether you can learn it or not. Konohamaru's eyes suddenly sparkled. Okay, I promise to study hard. Seeing Konohamaru being so eager to learn, Naruto smiled with satisfaction. Just when he was about to perform the Rasengan, Konohamaru suddenly called for a stop. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Konohamaru turned to look at Asuma who was watching from the side, then pointed at Asuma and said, Uncle Asuma, what are you doing here? This is the ninjutsu that brother Naruto taught me, you are not allowed to learn it secretly. Asuma took a deep puff of his cigarette, his eyelids twitching. Before, he thought Naruto was the child he hated the most, but now, Konohamaru, who was a traitor, was the most hateful. You were really my good nephew. Konohamaru, you'd better not ask me to teach you ninjutsu in the future. Asuma said through gritted teeth. Konohamaru rolled his eyes and said, Hey, I won't learn from you. I have Naruto Ji's ninjutsu, which is enough for me. Asuma was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, and jumped away from Sarutobi's house. He was afraid that if he stayed at home, he would be annoyed to death by Konohamaru, the brat. Let's go have a drink with Kakashi, and ask him if there's any way to win back Hong. Naruto is quite serious when teaching ninjutsu. It's not like in the original book where he just says, Dwang, to Konohamaru and the ninjutsu comes out immediately. To be honest, Konohamaru is quite a genius. Naruto's tutorial in the original work is actually no different from Konohamaru's own Rasengan, but Konohamaru actually managed to master it. Naruto wanted to see how long it would take Konohamaru to learn if he was taught well. If his talent was high enough, it would not be a problem for him to become the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan in the future. As long as Konohamaru is obedient enough, the Sarutobi clan will be a great help. After explaining to Konohamaru the principles of the Rasengan and the method of gathering chakra, Naruto left the Sarutobi family. Chapter 98 Cover your head and imagine yourself as me. Wave Country, Daimyofu. You said that Haku and Zabuza who stayed here were just substitutes of similar size. When Pain heard the news reported by Ju, he exerted a little force and shattered the table next to him. Hidan and Kakuzu disappeared without a trace, and Haku, the only person they had contact with before they disappeared, openly provoked them. Pain then took action himself, running from the Rain Country across the Fire Country to the Wave Country to find Haku and Zabuza, but in the end he only found a substitute. Does anyone under their command know where they are? No, they were very cautious and didn't tell anyone where they were. They just left quietly. Ju's words made Xiaonan, who was not far away, frown slightly, and his beautiful eyes showed displeasure. She was the one who brought Haku and Zabuza into Akatsuki. It was after Haku went to the Rain Country to find her and proved his strength and financial resources to her that they joined Akatsuki. Bai had promised to donate all his money to Xiao free of charge. Now that he is gone, where can I go to ask Bai for money? These would be fine, but now even the character who is most active in making money has mysteriously disappeared because of Bai, which really makes Xiaonan anxious. Most of the other people in the organization are stubborn and not very interested in money-making tasks. During the time when Zhaodu disappeared, the financial status of the organization was declining. If this continues, Xiaonan will have to do missions himself to earn money. I will go find them. Xiaonan opened her red lips and said word by word. Tien Country, Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru moved quickly and efficiently, stuffing all the experimental equipment in the underground laboratory into the space scroll one by one. I didn't expect that now the three of us are wanted by Akatsuki, and we don't know who they will send to arrest us. Orochimaru was calm and composed. Zabuza on the other side felt overwhelmed. Everyone in that organization is not simple. If only one group comes, it will be fine. If more than two groups come, it will be dangerous. Especially the leader of Akatsuki, Pain. His ability is so weird. Just based on those eyes, I feel like we won't need any help from others. We'll just have to die. As Zabuza spoke, he threw Hidan, whose mouth was sewn shut, into a sealed box and carried him on his back. Orochimaru put away his things and said slowly, "Don't worry, I don't know whether you will die or not, but I will definitely not die." Orochimaru had a brief fight with Pain. Although he couldn't beat him, if he wanted to run away, Pain couldn't do anything to him. When it comes to escaping, Orochimaru has only failed once in his life at the hands of Naruto. Thinking of that contract space, Orochimaru still feels his scalp tingling. Zabuza didn't want to talk to him, so he turned to look at Bai and asked, "Where are we going this time?" Bai took out a scroll from her sleeve and opened it to reveal a world map of the ninja world. She scanned it carefully and finally fixed her eyes on the northwest. Snow country. Why go to such a remote place? That place is covered in ice and snow all year round. It's my home turf. Bai explained, with my current chakra capacity combined with the weather, I may not lose to them. Orochimaru chuckled softly and said in a hoarse voice, "Confidence in ice release. If the person chasing after them is not Pain or Uchiha Itachi, we can dig a trap to ambush them." After packing up what needed to be packed, Haku and Zabuza left through the secret passage first, while Orochimaru returned to the audio and video office. There were two young men in the office, one with short yellow hair and a sturdy build, and the other with long white hair and a thin build. The two of them sat on the mats and waited quietly. Seeing Orochimaru coming out of the underground laboratory, the two boys bowed respectfully and shouted in unison. "Master Orochimaru! Get up!" Orochimaru took out a space scroll and threw it to the white-haired boy, saying, "Kimimaro, this contains a medicine I recently developed. It should be enough to suppress the disease in your body for 1 or 2 years. I will be away for a long time, so from today on, you will be the new Yinai. Chongwu will assist you. Try not to take action unless it is a critical moment." The air in November was cold, with strong winds blowing. The young man who had just gone out on the street in Konoha shivered for a while, but decided to go home and put on a thicker coat. This is not the weather for showing grace. But Tamari is a woman who likes to show off her grace. Even when the weather was only 11 or 12 degrees, she insisted on wearing a beautiful dress before leaving the apartment. Naruto looked at Tamari. Her dress and appearance had changed a lot because of Naruto's preference. The most obvious change was her hairstyle. She originally had 4 buns tied at the back of her head. But Naruto has repeatedly complained about his ugliness. So Tamari simply changed her hairstyle to twin ponytails like Tsunade's, but hers were not long enough and only reached behind her shoulders. At this moment, Tamari frowned her thin eyebrows, like a woman in the boudoir, and pouted her lips and said, "When can we meet again? Won't we be together all the time for the next period of time?" Naruto handcuffed Tamari himself, and then pulled her out of Konoha. Most of the trees on the street have withered, the leaves are yellow and dry, and the autumn wind is blowing. There was a hint of reluctance in Temari's eyes. She was even more reluctant to leave this place than the people of Konoha. To be more precise, she couldn't bear to live with Naruto. Naruto, will you miss me when I go back? If I remember correctly, this is the 13th time you've asked me this today. Just tell me if you can do it. Yes, yes, yes. I will think about it in the morning, at noon, at night, and before I go to bed. This was the 13th time Naruto answered Temari's question. It was always good to leave some beautiful memories for someone who was leaving. Temari raised the corners of her mouth and stared at Naruto intently. She walked closer and whispered, "When you hug other girls to sleep, you should also cover their heads and imagine that they are me." Naruto. Why does this sound so outrageous? Naruto couldn't help but say, "You're so flirty. What kind of pig talk is this?" Temari angrily retorted, "I learned this from you. You are even more coquettish." Hearing this, Naruto raised his hand and flicked her head hard. "Who are you? You are just a prisoner, and you dare to talk to me like this." "Honey, I was wrong. Don't shout, we're on the street. If you don't want to shout, then don't shout." Temari glared at Naruto with a reproachful look, feeling a little unhappy in her heart. At this moment, Naruto's grip on the handcuffs suddenly loosened, and he grasped her hands and squeezed them. Temari smiled shyly and then held it tightly. Outside the main gate of Konoha, hundreds of Konoha ninjas gathered. Their mission was the same as Naruto's, which was to escort the Sunagaku captives to the border between the two countries of wind and fire for handover. In such a big scene, there are only two people who are mainly escorting: Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Sunagaku, and his sister Temari, and the others are just minor characters. Correspondingly, the treatment was also different. Ordinary ninjas were locked in an escort car with 3 or 5 of them, while Gaara was alone in a car. After Naruto arrived with Temari, Temari also enjoyed the same treatment as Gaara, riding alone in an escort vehicle. Temari made a request to the team's captain, Hazuki Sarutobi, asking Naruto to look after her personally. She said that if Naruto looked after her personally, she could lean more towards Konoha after she returned. Yu gave Naruto a meaningful look and said, "Are you willing to take the responsibility of guarding her?" After the last conversation with Lady Tsunade, Yu already understood that this little rascal Naruto was not such a simple child, according to what Lady Tsunade said. He had already learned bad things from Master Jiraiya and turned into a little pervert. The interaction between this little girl from Sunagaku and Naruto is very strange. Yu is suspicious. "Ah, I don't care." Naruto scratched his head, acting very casually. This action again caused Temari's dissatisfaction. She pulled the iron frame of the escort vehicle and glared at Naruto with a pout. Yu knew that she was probably right. Thinking of Naruto's bold behavior at her house last time, Yu couldn't help but sigh, then reached out and patted Naruto's shoulder. "Okay, I'll leave this to Naruto-kun, but Naruto-kun, you'd better restrain yourself." Yu gave Naruto a special reminder and left. As the captain of this escort mission, she was very busy and it was impossible for her to stay with Naruto and Temari all the time. Besides, she didn't really want to see Naruto right now. Because Yu found herself a little strange. After she guessed that Naruto did it on purpose that day, instead of being angry, she felt a little happy. "It's really strange, am I too lonely?" Yu couldn't help but question her own heart. No matter what, I can't succumb to the desire in my heart. Sarutobi Hazuki, you are a mother of a child, how can you have bad thoughts about other people? Think about Konohamaru. Even for Konohamaru's sake, you have to control yourself. At the same time that Sarutobi Hazuki was condemning himself, Konohamaru collapsed on the ground in the Sarutobi clan's territory, gasping for breath. After practicing the Rasengan for a whole day, Konohamaru was exhausted. "Hey, Konohamaru, you're still practicing." Asuma passed by and joked, "Why don't you ask your uncle to give you some guidance?" "No." Konohamaru stood up stubbornly. "Brother Naruto has already taught me, I want to practice according to his method." "Tisk tisk, then it's up to you." Asuma lit a cigarette and walked away from the Sarutobi house with a swaying hand. He had heard from Kakashi how difficult it was to practice the Rasengan, and he didn't think that a tiny kid like Konohamaru could be taught by Naruto. Looking at Asuma's departing back, Konohamaru climbed up again. I will definitely learn it. If I can't, I will be Naruto's brother's assistant to the Hokage in the future. When children are most desperate, they are always most likely to regard others as the light. In Konohamaru's current eyes, Naruto is that kind of existence. On the day he learned the bad news about his grandfather, Konohamaru was in a state of extreme sadness. He had never seen his father since he was a child and grew up under the care of his grandfather. At that time, he asked Naruto if he could protect him. Naruto said yes, and took action to fulfill his promise by protecting him and his mother when the shark monster attacked. He had been lucid that time, and the feeling was more direct and stronger than the time Naruto saved him from Kankuro. Since then, Naruto has vaguely become the guardian in Konohamaru's heart who replaced his father. Chapter 99 Sister Wa, Yajun is my family. After leaving Sarutobi's house, Asuma arrived at the Hokage building alone. After greeting the gatekeeper ninja, he stepped onto the stairs to the top floor. In the past, you could just come in directly, but now you have to wait for someone to report. Asuma couldn't help but sigh that things and people have changed. Everything that is familiar has become unfamiliar with the passage of time. He took a long puff of cigarette at the door of the Hokage's office, exhaled the smoke, pinched out the cigarette butt, threw it into the trash can, and then raised his hand to knock on the door. Please come in. When I pushed the door open, I saw the new Hokage, Tsunade, looking unhappy. Her face was full of anger as she processed documents. Seeing this, Asuma didn't know whether he should mention his request. He scratched his head and decided to be more tactful. Tsunade-sama, thank you for saving me and my sister-in-law last time. Speak quickly if you have anything to say, and leave if nothing happens. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at him and said in a cold voice. She has been very busy these days and has no time to chat with others, even with the elite Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, the new chief of the Sarutobi clan. In one word, Asuma's plans were blocked. Asuma scratched his head and had to directly state his request. Lady Tsunade, I heard that Yuhi Kurenai Jonin has accepted a mission to the Snow Country. I would like to participate in this mission, is that okay? The mission of the Snow Country. Tsunade remembered as soon as she heard it. Because the reward for this mission is very high, it is the first commission Konoha has received in the past month, and it is estimated that the risk factor is not high. We are just escorting a film crew to the Snow Country for filming. The only danger is that we might encounter wild beasts and robbers along the way. Originally, this mission should have been classified as a B-level mission, but because the crew was too generous and raised it to A level, Tsunade assigned this mission to the team led by a senior ninja. That is, the 8th team led by Yuhi Kurenai. Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai's team of Jonin is more than enough for this mission. She also has a member of her team named Shino Aburame who has been promoted to Chunin. She is more than enough for an escort mission. The hidden answer is that you should just stop interfering. Is it reasonable for 2 senior ninjas to be on an escort mission? I know, but my purpose is not the mission. Asuma hesitantly said, I would like to ask Lady Tsunade to do me a favor and let Kurenai and I go on this mission together. From now on, the Sarutobi family will swear allegiance to Lady Tsunade until death. Now, Asuma is already the head of the Sarutobi clan, and he does have the position to speak on behalf of the Sarutobi clan. Tsunade closed her eyes slightly and said softly, only this once. Hearing this, Asuma suppressed his excitement and bowed to Tsunade. The Snow Kingdom is very far away from the Fire Kingdom. Just the round trip would take at least several months, not taking into account any emergencies that might occur during the journey. This is what Asuma is all about. A strong woman is afraid of a clingy man. Based on the conclusion he drew from watching the Intimate Paradise with Kakashi in recent days, as long as he can spend a long time with Hong, even the biggest conflicts will dissipate with time. If he didn't make any mistakes, it wouldn't be impossible for him to successfully pursue Hong on the way to the Snow Country. Asuma seemed to have seen the dawn of happiness shining upon him. After leaving the Hokage building, Asuma prepared to go to Kakashi's house to discuss the attack plan. The information that Kurenai Yuhi took on the mission in the Snow Country was revealed to him by Kakashi. A week later, the Kurenai class and Asuma boarded the ship to the Snow Country together. There was also a beautiful woman who was under the spell of Kurenai and was being supported by Kurenai. She is the protagonist of the movie Princess Fungyun, Fuji Fuyuki, and is also the main protection target of this mission. She was extremely beautiful, but in Asuma's eyes, she was not as beautiful as Yuri Kurenai. Asuma could hardly take his eyes off the enchanting figure under the white bandage skirt, and his eyes followed the sunset red. Shihihong noticed it and frowned slightly. She didn't feel anything when she was good friends with Asuma before, but now she has no feelings for him anymore. It's really uncomfortable to be stared at by him. I feel uncomfortable all over. Lady Tsunade is really annoying. She forced Asuma into the mission for no reason. Hong, let me help you, Asuma said as he came forward. Shihi Kurenai glanced at him calmly, quickened her pace to avoid him, and said coldly, "No, I am a ninja, not a weak woman." Asuma felt bitter, thinking that Hong had misunderstood him so deeply that she ignored him now. My childhood sweetheart of more than 20 years has become like this because of that evil doll. Asuma swore that if one day he found out who put the doll on his bed, he would tear that person into pieces. And that brat Naruto. When Asuma met him before, if it weren't for his sister-in-law's order forbidding him to attack him, he would have dealt with him long ago. If Naruto hadn't yelled, Asuma wouldn't have been put in solitary confinement, and wouldn't have been left without the chance to explain to Hong. After the mission in the Snow Country is completed and I return to Konoha, I must find an opportunity to teach Naruto a lesson. Teacher Asuma, where are Shikamaru and the others? Inuzuka Kiba was too bored and approached Asuma to chat. Why didn't you bring them with you? Haha. They have their own tasks. Asuma smiled awkwardly, as he hadn't led Class 10 for a long time. The Ino Shikacho of Team 10 has now been assigned to be led by Akamichi Choza, and he is only a nominal guiding Jonin. Why is this happening? Inuzuka Kiba felt a little tired. Hinata and Shino didn't like to talk, only he was a chatterbox. So every time he went on a mission, it was extremely painful and boring. Home is still the best, his sister is willing to take him to practice together. Teacher Asuma. Inuzuka Kiba asked curiously, did Shikamaru and the others go to deliver the prisoners to Sunagaku? My sister is also involved in that mission. It seems not. How come you don't know anything? Inuzuka Kiba asked again. Asuma gave a dry laugh and simply stayed away from him. About an hour later, the big ship left the dock and headed for the Snow Kingdom. Looking at Kurenai Yuhi's back, Asuma sighed and only hoped that this trip to the Snow Country would be able to resolve the knot between him and Kurenai Yuhi. On the first day at sea, Asuma was unable to talk to Yuhi Kurenai, but Inuzuka Kiba kept talking to him. At noon the next day, perhaps because of the cold weather or because she hated someone's gaze, Kurenai changed into the ninja's uniform, a green vest and black long coat and trousers. Asuma felt even more uncomfortable after feeling the rejection from Hong, but his ability to comfort himself was truly amazing. It's okay. Hong, no matter how much she hates me now, she will like me more after the mission is over. Thinking of this, Asuma moved closer and planned to continue talking to Kurenai Yuhi. However, at this moment, the ship suddenly shook violently, and most ordinary people without chakra fell directly to the ground. At this time, the sea was still calm. So the rocking of the boat was not caused by wind and waves, but by human factors. The 5 ninjas, led by Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma, immediately became alert and looked around. Wong wong. At this time, Inuzuka Kiba's ninja dog Akamaru suddenly screamed, pulled his trouser legs and trembled. Aburame Shino's insects also gave him feedback that there was a terrible aura around. Over there. Hyuga Hinata, who was standing high on the ship and observing, pointed to the right side of the deck. There was a small boat there, and standing on the boat was a face that was familiar to Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma. Orochimaru, why are you here? Asuma's expression trembled greatly, and before he could react, Orochimaru had already rushed onto the ship. Hundreds and thousands of snakes swarmed onto the ship, instantly scaring the ordinary people on the ship, and they fled into the cabin like crazy. Close the door quickly. Don't let the snake in. The intimidation of Lengjun Orochimaru is so great that even the senior ninjas can hardly bear it, let alone ordinary people. Shihihong shouted at the 3 students. You 3 run away quickly, don't stay here. Escape. How to escape? Just as Shihihong finished speaking, a cold female voice came from somewhere. Immediately, a large amount of ice rose up around the ship for no reason. In less than 3 seconds, the entire top of the ship was covered by a thick layer of ice. The next moment, Haku and Zabuza also appeared on the big ship, forming a triangle shape, surrounding Asuma and Team 8. Orochimaru, who killed the Hokage and the Case some time ago, the Kurigakure demon Zabuza Momochi, and the powerful ice release ninja. Shihihong looked at the scene in front of her and her mind was in chaos for a moment. Isn't this just an ordinary A-level item? How come? Before she could think more, the 3 people surrounding them launched an attack. Bai said, "You are very lucky. We just happened to have no suitable ship to go to the snow country." As autumn turns to winter, sparse snow falls from the sky, adding a little color to the forest. Now Konoha's escort force is still on the way to the border. Today, Naruto and a beautiful older sister are surveying the front line together. Wong Wong. A big dog that looked like a wild wolf followed Naruto excitedly. Naruto touched its furry head and looked in the direction it indicated. I saw Inuzuka Hana waiting for Naruto in front with 2 similar ninja dogs. Hana is Inuzuka Kiba's sister, 5 years older than Kiba. She is slender and graceful. When she smiles, her red lips slightly part, revealing a few white teeth. Although he also has the red inverted triangle facial marks unique to the Inuzuka clan on his cheeks, both his appearance and personality are completely different from Kiba. She has a gentle personality and is more concerned about the people around her. Naruto-kun, you and Kiba have been classmates for a few years, how are you getting along? Sister Wa, Yakun is my best friend. In my heart, he is like my family. Brother-in-law is family, right? Hey, is that so? No wonder Ya always talks about you when we are at home. Inuzuka Hana showed a look of relief. It was a happy thing for her that her stupid brother had a good friend. Her younger brother has always been careless and doesn't know how to control his words, which often offends others. She is also worried that Ya will have no friends. Patrol was too boring, so Inuzuka Hana took the initiative to bring up the topic. Naruto-kun, why did you and Kiba fight when you graduated? Was there any conflict? Naruto thought about it and looked embarrassed, not knowing how to tell Inuzuka Hana. After all, he and Kiba had a fight because the conversation involved Inuzuka Hana. Chapter 100 Cutting Asuma. Naruto-kun, why aren't you talking? Wa asked. Naruto hesitated to speak, and finally let out a long sigh. This expression and action seemed very strange to Inuzuka Hana. Wasn't it just asking why there was a conflict? Is it because you are competing for the girl you like that you are too embarrassed to say it out loud? How come? Naruto felt that Hana was thinking too much. Her teeth were average looking, her strength wasn't great, and most importantly, she only had dogs in her head. How could she possibly compete with him for a girl? If Naruto was interested in Akamaru, then Kiba would probably have the courage to compete with Naruto for her. Alas, I'm old and can't guess what you little boys are thinking. Hanami Naruto didn't say anything and didn't continue asking questions. After complaining, he focused on the front. She has some similarities with Ya, both of them are a bit talkative. After a while, he couldn't stand the boredom anymore, bent down and touched the dog and asked, Naruto-kun, which dog do you think is the cutest? Naruto lowered his head, his eyes wandering between the half-open green vest she was wearing. Few of the beauties in Konoha have tablet computers. Flowers are also a big shot. I think Sister Wa is cuter than a dog. If you are answering someone who loves dogs, then you should say that all dogs are cute. If you are answering someone who hates dogs, then you should say the opposite. But if you are answering a woman, then praising her is the truly correct answer. Naruto's words made the joy on Inuzuka Hana's face spread, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "Ya isn't as good at talking as you. I always speak my mind." Naruto's words were powerful. Pucci tilde okay, okay. Inuzuka Hana laughed non-stop. The two chatted and laughed for a long time. Inuzuka Hana had a good impression of Naruto, and commented that he was a humorous and handsome little brother. "I thought it would be great if my silly younger brother could learn from him." In the afternoon, after lunchtime, they stopped moving and began to prepare for the handover, waiting for the other two ninjas to take over their investigation. But after waiting for 10 minutes, no one came. This was really wrong. You know, escorting prisoners to the border is second only to war in importance, and for such a large-scale mission, being late for even 1 minute, let alone 10 minutes, would be severely punished. Naruto and Hana looked at each other and made an immediate judgment. "Naruto, you continue to wait here. I will go back to check. If there is any situation, I will let Shisui come to you immediately." Akayuki is one of Hana's ninja dogs. Naruto nodded and told Hana to hurry over first. After Hana left, Naruto looked around. There was a rustling sound of wind and faint sounds of branches breaking. It's still chaos after all. Naruto lowered his eyes, leaned against a tree trunk and waited quietly. The 5 major ninja countries, except for the time when the first generation and Uchiha Madara suppressed everything, there was no moment at which they could coexist peacefully. As long as they got the chance, they would start to act crazy and can't wait to kill the other 4. At this time when the wind and fire are at a standstill, Naruto would not be surprised no matter who takes the initiative to cause trouble. Even if Konoha took action on its own and used this as an excuse to cause trouble for other ninja villages, Naruto would not be surprised, but this time it was obvious that Konoha would not take the initiative to cause trouble. Who could it be? My thoughts flew through thousands of things. I closed my eyes and the sounds around me became more and more chaotic. It seemed as if some dead leaves were crushed. At the same time, there were 3 people using invisibility techniques around Naruto, forming a triangle and slowly surrounding Naruto. This operation will surely be a great success. As long as we succeed in taking down this batch of Konoha ninjas, it will be extremely beneficial to the village. It would be great if we could provoke another war between the wind and fire countries. Thinking of this, one of the men became more and more happy. After approaching Naruto, he swung the long sword in his hand sideways. If this swing hits, it will directly separate Naruto's body. The ninjas of Konoha really haven't made any progress at all. Even when they know something is happening, they still have the mind to doze off. Really, looking for death. The sound of a blade breaking through the air was just on the left. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, pressed his body down, and slid upwards quickly. At the moment when the weapons met, the invisible ninja's eyes met Naruto's. He felt a terrifying murderous aura. The yellow-haired kid in front of him was as terrifying as the god of death who reaped lives. The blood is already splattered before the person appears. His sword, along with his body, was cut in half by a small kunai. Nine-tailed man. Before he could finish his words, he fell down. Naruto was wrapped in a layer of transparent tailed beast chakra. He used the Nine Tails chakra to enhance the quality of the kunai, which allowed him to cut off the opponent's sword. At the same time, a fierce chakra attacked Naruto. Naruto turned around and saw 2 spherical lightning balls. Thunder release. Sonda Mu Ludo. The lightning ball was so fast that it hit Naruto's chest almost in an instant. Unfortunately, this is just a shadow clone. Naruto never takes risks with his true form. If he were to fight with his true form, he would go all out from the start and would never use a kunai to fight the enemy. The purpose of this shadow clone is just to lure out the invisible person. As the shadow clone turned into mist and dissipated, a huge blue chakra ball fell from the sky at an extremely terrifying speed and hit the head of the ninja who used lightning release. The violent chakra vortex was churning wildly, blood and brain matter were spilled all over the ground, and debris was flying all over the sky. In the end, only a pair of legs were left there. The sounds of terrified gasps and panicked escape reached his ears at the same time. Naruto did not stop and rushed directly towards the opponent. The attacker is afraid of death, how shameful. The young man's deep voice rang in his ears, and the fleeing attacker was almost crying. It's a pity that this is not a romance film, otherwise it would definitely be tears of happiness. At this moment, there was only boundless murderous intent lingering around him. He just felt that he was extremely unlucky. He thought he had caught a little brat who was easy to bully. I didn't expect to meet the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If I had known that this was the enemy's nuclear weapon, I would have chased the woman with the 3 dogs. Unfortunately, there is no if. The kunai swung from Naruto's palm. Quick. Allow. Ruthless. The kunai pierced the skin, entered the neck, and stimulated the blood and flesh. One hit on the owl's head. At the moment of his death, the attacker, who was wearing Iwagakure clothing, still had his mouth wide open and his eyes wide open, maintaining a terrified expression. Naruto crouched down and observed the body, carefully considering where the other party came from. Just because he is dressed like Iwagakure doesn't necessarily mean he is from Iwagakure. He could be from another ninja village. After all, it is not uncommon for ninjas to pretend to be ninjas from other villages and attack each other. After observing for a while, Naruto still couldn't figure out which village it was from, so he had to give up. Killing them is too easy. They are probably not important characters. Let's reunite first. As he spoke, Naruto prepared to rush towards the main force. Just at this moment, the one appeared on the back of his hand, and Naruto had to slow down and agree to Bai's request for a live connection. The sea was calm and peaceful. Zabuza was in the cabin guarding the tied-up Konoha ninja and the crew of Princess Fungyun. Bai and Orochimaru stood on the deck to establish contact with Naruto. After defeating Asuma and Kurenai, they thought about it again and again and decided to report the matter to Naruto. In case one of them is Naruto's friend or something like that, it would be bad if he was accidentally hurt. Shiro said to Naruto once the contact was established. Master Naruto, we captured several Konoha ninjas on our way to the Snow Country and would like to ask you what to do with them. Konoha's Jonin, Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi, and 3 children, one of whom seems to be from the Hyuga family. Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, and Hinata. Naruto asked in confusion, what were they doing in the Snow Country, and how did you run into them? Bai looked back at the cabin and immediately explained, we didn't find a boat with enough space on the way, so we borrowed their boat for a while. As for them, it seems that they are on a mission to protect the crew and also go to the Snow Country. Borrow. Orochimaru almost couldn't hold back when he heard this word. A gentle girl is different. Even though it was clearly a robbery, she could actually say such a gentle word as borrow. Naruto didn't think there was anything wrong. He didn't set any rules for his subordinates, so as long as they didn't do anything to harm him, he had nothing to say. Besides, Bai Lian would always greet him when he caught someone. This attitude was already good enough. Well, don't abuse them, just treat them normally. Okay. Bai agreed. At this time, Naruto thought about it and added, be a little nicer to Yuhi Kurenai and Hyuga Hinata. It would have been better if you hadn't said this, but now I want to kill them. Of course, this is just a thought. In Bai's heart, Naruto's orders are the top priority. Personal grudges are not worth mentioning. After chatting for a few sentences, Naruto said he was busy and cut off the connection. It was the first time that contact was cut off so quickly. Bai was shocked in displeasure. Orochimaru beside him joked, if you like someone, it's better to say it as soon as possible. Hiding it will not lead to good results. This is none of your business, take care of yourself. Bai said coldly. Besides, I've already said it before, do you think I'm stupid? After saying that, Bai turned and walked into the cabin, and Orochimaru followed closely behind him. The crew of Princess Fungyun is really rich. Their boat is really big and there are many rooms in the cabin. After entering, he turned into the first room, where a group of Konoha's ninjas were imprisoned. Zabuza was afraid that they would find a chance to escape, so he stayed in this room to watch over them. Yuhi Kurenai, Hyuga Hinata, come out with me to the other room. Because of the conversation with Naruto just now, Bai has already identified Yuhi Kurenai and Hyuga Hinata as Naruto's people, so she definitely cannot be locked in the same room with a man. They have to be locked up alone. Asshole, come to me if you have anything to say, don't attack others. An angry voice was heard, and Sarutobi Asuma gritted his teeth, stood up, and stood in front of Yuhi Kurenai. His brows were furrowed beneath the white mask, and he stared at Asuma with a fierce look. From the previous battle, she could sense that the bearded man named Sarutobi Asuma was always protecting Kurenai Yuhi intentionally or unintentionally. Now he is standing in front of Shihi Kurenai, even though the other three little kids are the ones who need protection more. This guy actually dared to have evil intentions towards the person that Lord Naruto liked. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled up in a devilish manner, and he whispered to Bai, "Bai, do you think I should help the adults and cut